The dry metallic sound echoed through the darkness, each sharp click of an old lock tearing apart the suffocating silence inside Windsor Castle. William's breathing grew heavy and rapid, as if every heartbeat was urging him to cross a line he had never dared to touch for years. And then, the hidden door opened. There was no ceremony, no warning, only the raw truth laid bare before his eyes. From that moment on, the order of the British royal family would never remain the same again. William stood frozen. His gaze settled on objects so familiar it hurt. Treasures once closely tied to Princess Diana. Items the world believed had been lost or swallowed by history were now carefully arranged inside a room that had never appeared on any official map. This was no coincidence. This was a deliberately buried secret, and the one holding it was none other than Camila. But the real question was not just about the objects. It was about how they got there. According to internal sources, at exactly 2 in the morning, unmarked crates were transported into this area. At the same time, every security camera signal in the western corridor suddenly vanished for nearly 12 minutes, a gap long enough to conceal anything. William was no longer an observer. He had become a seeker of truth, a son tracing the footsteps of his mother through a labyrinth of power and silence. Before we go deeper into the room that seemed erased from every record of existence, I want to hear your thoughts. Comment 1 if you believe William has the right to break every rule to reclaim justice for Diana. Comment 2 if you think Camilla's actions are simply her way of preserving royal history in her own manner. What William saw behind that hidden door was not the beginning. Everything had started earlier, during long nights when most residents of Windsor Castle were deep in sleep, when the corridors were lit only by dim yellow lights and the echo of patrol footsteps. It was during those seemingly quiet moments that the first strange signals appeared. Subtle yet clear enough to make some people unable to ignore them. The first person to speak up, even in a very limited scope, was a long-serving guard named Harris. He was not the type to be easily stirred by sensational stories. 30 years of service in the royal security system had shaped in him an almost absolute caution. Yet it was precisely that caution that made his account more compelling than ever. According to Harris, at exactly 3 in the morning, on nights with no official schedule announced, unusual movements would appear in the western corridor of the castle. These were not hurried footsteps or routine patrols. They were carts, covered completely with thick black cloth, moving slowly through narrow hallways. There were no identification marks, no transport lists. Most importantly, no one in the security team had been informed in advance of their presence. The people operating these carts never revealed their faces clearly. They kept their distance, avoided the light, and always ended their route in the western area, a place rarely visited. At first glance, everything could be explained as part of an internal operation, a discreet process meant to protect sensitive royal assets. But Harris began to suspect something when he noticed a detail repeating with almost absolute precision. At exactly 3 in the morning, not a minute earlier, not a second later, the security camera system in that area would malfunction simultaneously. Not a complete shutdown, but interference. The images became distorted and unstable, as if an invisible force was directly manipulating the signal. 15 minutes. That was the duration in which the entire western area fell into a blind zone. 15 minutes was enough for a cart to move from a side gate to any room without leaving a trace. 15 minutes was enough to erase all evidence of an operation that was never meant to exist. When Harris reported the incident, the response he received was not an urgent investigation. Instead, he was told to remain silent. The camera malfunction was recorded as a routine technical error. Brief, dry notes, as if someone had deliberately minimized the problem. For a man like Harris, this was the clearest sign that something was wrong. In a system where every mistake had to be traced to its source, a recurring failure left unresolved was almost unacceptable. William did not learn about this immediately. It took months before the scattered pieces began to connect. And he finally accessed Harris's account through an intermediary source. And at that moment, everything began to change. Because William did not just listen. He verified. He requested access to security system data over several consecutive weeks. The results were impossible to ignore. Every night, at exactly 3 in the morning, the signal from the Western camera cluster was interrupted for a period ranging from 12 to 15 minutes. There were no repair reports, no detailed technical records, only a perfectly cut sequence of missing data, as if it had been designed in advance. But what truly haunted William came from another discovery, one that seemed unrelated. While reviewing the architectural plans of Windsor Castle, he noticed an anomaly never mentioned before. On the official map, the western area contained a void, not a mislabeled room, but a space that did not exist on paper, even though the overall structure clearly indicated that something had to be there. For a structure documented and preserved over centuries, such an illogical gap could not occur naturally. Every corridor, every wall, every room had been measured and recorded with near absolute precision. So why was there a part of the castle unaccounted for? And more importantly, why did that missing space align exactly with the area where the strange signals appeared every night? William began asking questions he had never dared to face before. Was this merely an error in data storage? Or a deliberate concealment? Were those black-covered carts transporting something into a place that officially did not exist? And if that room truly existed, who had the authority to control it? The deeper he dug, the more he realized he was entering a labyrinth where every path was designed to mislead. The answers he found were never complete. Every piece of information came with a new gap. And in the world of royalty, those gaps were rarely accidental. They were the result of decisions made in silence, meant to protect secrets that were never meant to surface. There was one thing William understood clearly at that point. If he stopped, everything would remain buried, as it had for years. But if he continued, he would have to face truths that could shatter not just the image of an individual, but the very foundation his family stood upon. And then, on a night when everything seemed to repeat like a scripted sequence, William decided not to remain on the outside. He chose to follow. He chose to step into the darkness that had previously existed only in redacted reports. But he did not know that the void on the map was only the first door. Behind it was not just a room, but an entire network of secrets protected by absolute silence. That gap on the map was only the beginning of a labyrinth of lies. William was no longer in the position of an observer. After everything he had uncovered from Harris's account, from the systematically interrupted camera signals, and especially from the illogical void on the architectural map, he understood that the truth would not reveal itself from the outside. There was an invisible boundary within the royal family, where every secret was guarded by tradition, power, and silence. And that night, William chose to cross it. There was no ceremony, no permission. Only the cold glow of a computer screen reflecting on his tense face. In a sealed room, isolated from the main living quarters, William began accessing the digital security system of Windsor Castle. This was not a place for an heir to the throne. This was the domain of engineers, security experts, people who operated in the shadows without ever being named. But William did not come here as a prince. He came as a son, searching for the truth about his mother. The data that appeared did not provide immediate answers. Instead, it raised more questions. The footage from the western area had not been deleted, but shifted. A 15-minute segment had not disappeared entirely, but had been overlaid onto a different time frame. This created the illusion that everything was functioning normally. But in reality, a gap had been deliberately created. William paused at a repeating data sequence. At exactly 3 in the morning, the signal was disrupted, not off by a second, There was no technical report explaining this phenomenon. For a system so tightly controlled, such precision could only come from intentional interference. He said nothing. But in his mind, a thought began to take shape. This was not an error. This was a layer of camouflage. But technology was only half the story. The other half lay within the walls of the castle itself, where history was carved into every smallest detail. William returned to the western corridor, where Baroque patterns stretched endlessly along the walls like a repeating symphony. Soft curves, interwoven laurel branches, forming a symmetry so perfect it seemed impossible to deviate. Almost. William stopped, his eyes fixed on a section of pattern that seemed ordinary, but upon closer inspection, he noticed a slight misalignment, a laurel branch that did not fully match the rest, a detail anyone else might overlook. But in a structure like Windsor, where every millimeter was controlled, this deviation could not be accidental. He returned again and again. Morning, afternoon, and finally night. Each time, he saw the same thing, unchanged, not an illusion. It was a sign. The rain came like a perfect curtain, masking every movement. Raindrops struck the windows, creating a continuous sound, enough to swallow any noise from within. This was the moment when the security system became most vulnerable, and also the moment when the truth could finally emerge. William stepped into the western corridor. There were no guards with him, no bright lights, only darkness and the sound of rain. He stopped in front of the laurel relief. The wall was cold and solid, as if it had not been touched for years. William raised his hand, tracing every line, the delicate curves, the meticulously carved details, and then he felt it. A small ridge, very small, almost non-existent. His heartbeat quickened. Part of him wanted to stop, because if he continued, there would be no turning back. But the other part, the part driven by everything he had seen, would not allow him to stop. William pressed lightly. A low sound echoed, nearly swallowed by the rain. The wall began to move, not fast, not sudden. It slid inward slowly, as if it too hesitated. A gap appeared, and then a scent emerged. Not the smell of an abandoned room, not the dampness of time. It was the scent of rose perfume, light, delicate, yet clear enough to awaken a memory long buried. William froze. It was Diana's scent. Impossible to mistake, impossible to replace. A fragrance tied to childhood memories, to rare moments when he felt peace in a world full of pressure. And now, that scent existed in a place that should not exist. This could not be a coincidence. No one could recreate that exact scent without direct access to personal belongings. And that led to a larger question. Why were Diana's things here? William stepped through the opening. The light inside was dim, but enough for shapes to slowly emerge. Glass cabinets, storage boxes, framed photographs arranged with intention, not chaotic, not hastily hidden. Everything was placed precisely, like an exhibition space. But this was not a public museum. This was a hidden place. William moved deeper. Each of his footsteps echoed softly on the floor, creating a strange sound in the stillness. He stopped in front of a glass case. Inside was a familiar object, something he never thought he would see again. He did not need to touch it to know. Everything here belonged to Diana. Not just a part, but a great many things, as if someone had gathered every fragment of memory, every trace of her, and preserved them in this room, not to remember, but to control. William said nothing, but in his mind, every piece began to connect. The black-covered carts, the periods of camera interference, the gap on the map, and now this room. These were not separate events. They were a system built to conceal the existence of this place. In the world of royalty, where everything follows rules, Creating a space like this could not be an impulsive act. It required power, patience, and a purpose strong enough to justify every risk. William stood in the middle of the room, realizing something with clarity. This was not just about the past. This was about obsession, and by crossing that forbidden line, William had stepped into a museum of obsession. William stood motionless in the hidden room. But the feeling was no longer the initial shock. It had turned into a weight pressing against his chest, as if the air itself had thickened with things that were never meant to exist. He understood that he had not only entered a concealed space, but had stepped into a portion of his mother's memory that had been taken and rearranged by someone else's will. Everything in this room was too neat, too ordered, to resemble a normal storage place. It felt like a silent stage, where the past had been framed and forced to remain still. William moved toward the first row of glass cabinets. His eyes fell on the jewelry resting on dark velvet. Soft, golden light reflected off metal and gemstones, creating a beauty that felt disturbingly cold. He did not need to look long to recognize them. These were not unfamiliar objects. They had once appeared in moments when the whole world watched Diana. Photographs, galas, public appearances, all of it came rushing back with a single glance. He leaned closer, his gaze shifting from observation to confirmation. These were not similar items. These were the originals, exact in every detail. And according to official records, many of them had been reported lost long ago, leaving no trace. William began to count, not because he wanted to, but because he needed a number to face the truth. His counting was slow and steady, but the deeper he went, the heavier the feeling became. Each piece of jewelry was not just an object, but evidence that someone had collected, preserved, and hidden everything that belonged to Diana. When he stopped, the number was clear in his mind. 74. Not a few lost items, not a system error. This was a complete collection, preserved almost perfectly. That led to only one conclusion. This was deliberate, prolonged, and carried out by someone with enough power that no one would question it. William stepped back, trying to steady his thoughts, but the more he looked, the more he saw something even more disturbing. These items were not forgotten. There were no signs of time, no dust gathering. Everything had been carefully maintained, as if someone returned here regularly, checking, adjusting, ensuring everything remained in its place. This was not a forgotten place. This was a maintained system. He continued moving, his eyes scanning every part of the room. Then he stopped when he noticed something different. At the far end, separated from the cabinets, was a portrait hanging alone on an empty wall. There was no elaborate frame, no direct lighting, yet its isolation made it stand out more than anything else. William walked closer, each step slow, as if he were entering a memory he was not ready to face. As the distance closed, the image became clearer, and he felt his throat tighten. It was Diana, but not the Diana the public had known, not the familiar gentle smile, not the radiant eyes seen before cameras. The woman in the painting wore a cobalt blue gown, a strong color that only emphasized the loneliness in her gaze. Her eyes were not directed at the viewer. They drifted somewhere distant, as if she were trapped in a world no one could reach. William stood there for a long time. He had never seen this portrait, and that was unusual in his position. He should have known every official image related to Diana. If this painting existed, it had never been allowed to appear. A cold thought began to form. This was not just about keeping objects. This was about controlling how Diana was remembered, controlling the image, controlling the emotion, and perhaps controlling the story itself. He looked around the room again and realized something undeniable. Everything here revolved around that portrait. The jewelry, the artifacts, all of it moved like satellites around a single center. But that center did not represent tribute. It represented possession. A surge of anger rose within William. No longer doubt or curiosity. This was appropriation, not just of objects, but of memory, of a person, of a legacy. He stepped back, his eyes still fixed on the painting, and then he noticed a detail he had overlooked. Right beneath the portrait, near the floor, was a stack of old books. They were neatly placed, yet not protected like the other items. William crouched down. A thin layer of dust suggested they had been there for a long time, but not entirely forgotten. He reached out, feeling the aged leather covers, still firm. Notebooks. He opened the first one. The pages made a soft sound as they turned, and the moment the first lines appeared, a different feeling spread through him. If the jewelry were objects taken and held, these words were a voice, thoughts, things never spoken aloud. William did not need to read everything to understand their importance. These were not ordinary notes. They were fragments of truth, things that may have been hidden, distorted, or never allowed to exist. He tightened his grip on the notebook, clearly sensing a boundary had just been broken. What he held was not only about the past, it could change the present. His eyes lifted once more to the portrait above. On one side, an image controlled; on the other, a voice never heard. Two things existing in the same space, yet completely opposed. And in that moment, William's anger no longer remained an emotion. It became a decision. His anger turned into action as he opened the dust-covered diaries beneath that portrait. William did not take long to realize that the diaries beneath the portrait were not merely personal notes. From the very first pages, their structure was unusual. These were not scattered emotional entries, but systematic records, interwoven with names, timelines, and financial details written with a chilling level of precision. It made him understand almost immediately that he was not just reading Diana's memories, but accessing a layer of truth that had never been made public. He flipped through the pages faster, but without missing anything. Names appeared repeatedly. Private meetings, phone calls that had never been officially recorded. All of it gradually formed a network. And then a phrase appeared, not highlighted, but enough to make William stop. Operation Moonlight. He read it again, more slowly. There was no immediate explanation, only fragmented notes, as if the writer herself had not dared to record the full truth. But the deeper he went, the clearer its meaning became. This was not a random name. This was a campaign designed to reshape memory. The following pages revealed details that made it impossible for William to remain calm. Expenses were clearly listed, routed through multiple layers, yet all leading to the same purpose: influencing the media, steering public opinion, weakening Diana's image in the eyes of the public, not through a single direct attack, but through a series of small, sustained actions, repeated over time, enough to alter perception gradually. William tightened his grip on the notebook. This was no longer suspicion. This was evidence. But what truly shocked him lay in the later pages. It was not only Diana. Another name appeared. Catherine. Short notes, but unmistakably clear. Expenses tied to the spread of negative narratives. Unverified information intended to weaken her position in the public eye. The method was almost identical to what had once been done to Diana. Quiet, indirect, yet powerful enough to create constant pressure. William looked up, his gaze darkening. If what he was reading was true, then this was not just a story of the past. This was a pattern, a strategy being repeated, and that led to a question he could no longer avoid. Who was behind it all? He did not need to read everything to know the answer. Everything he had seen in that room, the way objects were arranged, the way they were preserved, all pointed in one direction: Camila. But William did not act immediately. He understood that what he held needed to be verified, needed to be placed before those with the authority to decide. An accusation like this could not be made without consequences. The days that followed unfolded in silence. But beneath the surface, everything began to move. Documents were copied, compared, verified. Those who had remained silent were quietly summoned. No public announcements, no formal notices, but enough to create an invisible pressure spreading throughout the palace. And then the confrontation was set. 8 hours. 8 hours inside a sealed room, where there were no reporters, no cameras, only those who held the highest power within the royal family. No one spoke of it outside, but everyone knew this was no ordinary meeting. William entered with a cold calmness. Before him were familiar faces, yet their expressions were no longer the same. There was caution, suspicion, and fear. Camilla sat across from him. She did not appear panicked, not defensive, only silent, observing, as if she had prepared for this moment long ago. The documents were placed on the table. There was no need for a long introduction. William did not speak much. He simply presented the evidence, page by page, expenses, notes, connections. The atmosphere in the room grew heavier. Those present could not deny what they were seeing. This was not rumor, not speculation. These were verifiable records. Camilla finally spoke, not to deny everything, but to reframe it. She spoke of responsibility, of protecting the image of the royal family, of difficult decisions that had to be made in certain moments. But that argument no longer held weight, because this time, everything had crossed the line of protection. It had entered the realm of manipulation. The confrontation stretched on, tense, without a clear stopping point. Every question led to another. Every answer opened a new gap. And over time, silence began to take over. That was the clearest sign. When nothing more could be said, the truth had already revealed itself. In the end, the royal council moved into the decision phase. There was no public debate, no spoken vote, a closed ballot. The votes were collected and counted in silence. No one spoke. But everyone understood that this result would change everything. When the final number was confirmed, the air in the room seemed to freeze. Camilla was stripped of control over the Heritage Fund. And more than that, she was required to leave the palace. There was no ceremony, no official farewell, only a cold decision, made in silence, yet carrying the weight of a sentence. William did not look at her when the result was announced. He did not need to. For him, this was not a victory. This was a consequence of what had been hidden for far too long. When the meeting room doors opened, no one spoke, but everyone knew that the royal family had entered a new phase, a phase where secrets were no longer guaranteed absolute safety. And beyond the thick palace walls, a shockwave was waiting to spread. The noble mask had fallen, leaving behind a crisis unlike anything in history. Ladies and gentlemen, what William has done was not merely a personal confrontation, but a risky choice between truth and the stability of an entire royal family. Because in that world, every exposed secret can create fractures that may never be repaired. Yet sometimes, those very fractures are what allow the light to enter. William stood alone, separated from closed meetings and cold decisions. In his hand was a ring that once belonged to his mother, a symbol not only of love, but of a life marked by pain and unspoken truths. He did not say much, but his eyes made one thing clear. Justice may come late, but it can never be buried forever. And when it arrives, it carries a sense of peace that no power can replace. Elsewhere, Camilla left the palace in silence. No longer surrounded by glory or power, she stepped into the shadow of the choices she had made. And William, with everything he had sacrificed, brought light back to Diana's legacy, returning to her not only her belongings, but the truth that had been hidden for far too long. Thank you for following this journey in search of justice. If you want to continue exploring what happens next, please like and subscribe to the channel. We will continue to bring you stories that have never been told. Goodbye.
It's been incredibly insightful for me growing up, watching her leadership in that role.
March 10th, 2026. Mark this date, as it represents the moment the House of Windsor finally reached a point of no return. In a move defined by chilling clinical authority, Prince William has sent a clear message to the world. The York family's influence is officially over. This morning, Buckingham Palace didn't just release a statement. They issued what many are calling a status obituary for Princesses Beatrice and Eugenie. It was a cold realization that the shield of the monarchy is no longer an infinite protection. For decades, the Yorks existed in the shadow of their patriarch, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. They survived on the lingering grace and family-first leniency of the late Queen Elizabeth II, an era where blood ties often outweighed public accountability. But as of March 9th, 2026, that era has been buried. Under the uncompromising guidance of Princess Anne, Prince William has inaugurated a ruthless new regime. This new order demands absolute transparency and the immediate amputation of any ties to compromised networks. At the center of this surgical strike, Andrew's two daughters. Insiders describe the mood within the palace walls as nothing short of frigid. In a rare, unified front, William and Princess Anne have laid down an unyielding new code of conduct. The ultimatum is simple and devastating: any royal who refuses the new ethics protocols or hides their finances from independent auditors will be stripped of the crown's protection immediately. The tipping point for this radical purge wasn't just the toxic ghost of the Epstein scandal. It was the seismic shock of February 19th, 2026, the day Andrew Mountbatten Windsor was arrested by Thames Valley Police, facing grave allegations of misconduct in public office. The former prince's legal catastrophe has finally spilled over, engulfing the lives and futures of his own children. As forensic teams continue to scour properties across Norfolk and Berkshire, they are discovering much more than just physical evidence. A damning trail of documentation has emerged, one that ties Beatrice and Eugenie directly to the criminal network once operated by Jeffrey Epstein. This month, U.S. authorities declassified a new wave of files that have effectively shattered the plausible deniability the York sisters have hid behind for years. The image of the clueless bystander has been replaced by something far more sinister. The allegations regarding Beatrice are particularly explosive. Evidence now suggests that during her time as a UK trade envoy, her activities went far beyond ribbon-cutting and handshakes. Insiders claim she was effectively channeling sensitive intelligence to Epstein's circle, providing strategic briefs on the geopolitical stability and investment climates of Vietnam and Singapore. Most disturbing of all are reports that she shared data concerning the war-torn Helmand province of Afghanistan, a betrayal of trust that borders on a national security breach. Prince William's decision to move against his cousins was far from a knee-jerk reaction. It was the calculated result of a massive, months-long internal audit. This investigation exposed a deeply troubling pattern: the exploitation of royal accounting loopholes to quietly finance Prince Andrew's multi-million-pound legal settlement back in 2022. This discovery has completely shifted the internal landscape of the palace, finally confirming what the public had long suspected, that the institution had been scrubbing its own scandals in the dark. A source close to the Prince of Wales put it bluntly: the crown is no longer a safe haven for those who put family loyalty above the rule of law. As the sun rose over the capital on March 10th, the reality for Beatrice and Eugenie became undeniable. The protection is gone. They have been erased from the public face of the monarchy. In the eyes of William's new guard, they are no longer family. They are toxic liabilities that had to be extracted. In the chapters to follow, we will break down the total collapse of the York sisters' professional lives and witness their systematic replacement by figures like the Princess of Wales and Lady Louise. We'll also dive into the murky web of shell companies that eventually forced William's hand. The cleanup is underway. and it has sent a clear message in this new era. Not even the king's own blood is immune to accountability. The events that began on March 9, 2026, and were finalized this morning, signify a fundamental rupture in the House of Windsor. For years, Beatrice and Eugenie lived in a convenient gray area, technically non-working royals who nonetheless feasted on the prestige, military honors, and soft power of the Vung Mien. That era of royal limbo has been terminated with a clinical precision that defines Prince William's uncompromising vision for the future of the British monarchy. In a move that has sent shockwaves through the very heart of the British establishment, the palace has officially wiped the slate clean. Beatrice and Eugenie have been stripped of every remaining military rank, honorary patronage, and most devastatingly, their official royal styles. The decree is final. They are no longer to be addressed by the titles that once acted as a bulletproof vest against public outcry. This is more than a policy change, it is a total quarantine. The York brand, once a staple of high society galas and global charity, is now being handled like a toxic asset. Prince William, with the strategic backing of Princess Anne, has identified their entire portfolio of engagements as a reputational minefield. They aren't just stepping back, they are being erased to ensure no power vacuum remains. But this void is not being filled by temporary fixes. Instead, it is being seized by what is now known as the Order of Stability. At the absolute center of this transition is Catherine, the Princess of Wales, the institution's undisputed gold standard for public trust. Flanking her is a new, revitalized vanguard, the Duchess of Edinburgh, Sophie, the rising star, Lady Louise Windsor and the Earl of Wessex. James, this isn't just a reshuffle, it is a visual manifesto of the Crown's future. The message to the corporate and diplomatic world is loud and clear. The old ways are over. Global giants, like the telecommunications titan BT and the banking powerhouse Barclays, have already been contacted by the palace's new transparency office. The order was blunt: terminate every legacy contract and association with the former York princesses immediately. The ultimate goal is a total clinical extraction, a deep cleaning of the royal portfolio to bleach away any lingering traces of the Epstein scandal that has haunted the family for over a decade. This process of disinfection is already yielding results. Fearing the Epstein stain by association, prestigious universities and international charities are proactively cutting ties. Far from stopping them, the palace is actively facilitating these exits, ensuring that the new, streamlined royal structure remains uncontaminated by the ghosts of the past. This calculated substitution is a masterpiece of royal optics. While the York sisters are being systematically scrubbed from the official record, Catherine's return to the spotlight, starting with her highly anticipated appearance at Royal Ascot, is being choreographed as a symbol of total institutional recovery. This visual narrative is clear the Crown isn't just surviving the York scandal, it is thriving by severing its ties to obsolete relics. For Beatrice and Eugenie, the time for negotiation has expired. This is now a mission of total containment. Their names have been struck from the royal calendar. Their movements are being quietly monitored. And the privileges they once enjoyed are now being treated as debts to be collected. Prince William isn't just tidying up, he is fundamentally rewriting the royal DNA, proving that in this new era, service is a merit-based privilege, not a birthright. The transition of the York sisters from inner circle to institutional risk is a downfall that historians will study for decades. It marks the precise moment the modern British monarchy decided that its survival was far more important than its bloodlines. But as the palace secures its perimeter, the focus is shifting toward the skeletons in the York household closet, specifically the web of shell companies and offshore accounts that William and Princess Anne are currently dismantling. The human purge was just the prologue. The true storm is gathering within the ledgers. As the immediate political dust settles, the palace's new transparency machine has moved beyond titles and appearances, diving into the far more treacherous waters of offshore entities and opaque investment networks. For William and Anne, the ethics protocol launched on March 9, 2026, was never a mere formality. It was a calculated ambush. By refusing to subject their books to third-party audits, Beatrice and Eugenie did more than just show defiance. They handed William the smoking gun. Their silence effectively confirmed years of whispers regarding the family's secret financial insulation. The forensic audit has already unmasked a labyrinth of financial maneuvers designed to keep the Yorks connected to the Epstein-linked ecosystem while maintaining a facade of distance. These shell companies, tucked away in jurisdictions with zero oversight, weren't just for saving money. Investigators believe they served as conduits for assets that can be traced directly back to the disgraced financier who once controlled Andrew's world. But the most explosive discovery involves the multi-million-pound settlement paid to Virginia Giuffre in 2022. While the public was told this was a personal sacrifice from the late Queen's private estate, the forensic trail tells a different story. Evidence now suggests a portion of those funds actually originated from advisory fees and consulting contracts funneled through accounts where Beatrice and Eugenie held silent equity. This revelation that the sisters may have been silent partners in their father's legal escape has been the final, crushing nail in the coffin of the palace's patience. Prince William hasn't minced words in his private briefings. His stance is uncompromising. The monarchy cannot champion the rule of law while sheltering individuals who exploit the royal seal to secure high-risk loans and shady investments deals that any legitimate bank would reject on sight. The irony is staggering, and it hasn't escaped the public's notice. While Beatrice and Eugenie carefully cultivated an image of modern philanthropy and progressive values, their private financial world was, in the words of one senior palace aide, virtually identical to the high stakes, controversial models used by their father's infamous associates. The ethics check served as the ultimate litmus test for loyalty. By rejecting the call for total, unrestricted transparency, the sisters made a definitive choice. They prioritized their financial secrecy over their royal standing. Princess Anne has been vocal about this, labeling their defiance as guilt by omission. By refusing to detach themselves from these questionable networks, they allowed the Epstein scandal to remain a permanent stain on their legacy. They didn't just fail the test, they fled from it. The sheer volume of this financial exposure is breathtaking. Investigators are looking at a trail starting in 2018, involving hundreds of millions of pounds moving through entities that seem to have no actual business purpose. These were ghost corporations, paper-only shells designed to project the illusion of professional success for the Yorks while acting as a smokescreen for massive capital shifts. Currently, British tax authorities and independent auditors are working hand-in-hand with the palace to determine if these maneuvers were merely ethically grey or a total breach of the UK's financial system. For Beatrice and Eugenie, the strategy of quiet containment has officially collapsed. They assumed that by staying silent and avoiding their father's legal scandals, they could wait out the storm. They failed to realize that in the new Windsor era, silence isn't neutrality, it's complicity. Every day they remained tethered to these networks. They were actively undermining the crown. Cutting them off wasn't merely a punishment, it was an act of institutional survival. The monarchy refused to be the last one standing on the sinking ship of the York financial disaster. As we move into the next phase of this report, we witness the transition from financial ruin to personal collapse. The professional purge was only the beginning of an agonizing unraveling. Behind the fortified gates of their private estates, the lives they once enjoyed as members of the inner circle have crumbled. Under the weight of relentless public scrutiny and the icy, detached gaze of their own family, the sisters have become pariahs. The family-first narrative has been replaced by a brutal new reality. Their private lives are now a mirror image of the institutional disgrace that has finally consumed them. Nowhere is this domestic collapse more evident than in the crumbling facade of Princess Eugenie and Jack Brooksbank's marriage. Once celebrated as a relatable, modern duo successfully navigating the worlds of royalty and private business, they are now the primary targets of intense global speculation. The first undeniable crack in the armor appeared during the recent birthday festivities for King Charles III. In a stark departure from royal tradition, Eugenie appeared as a solitary figure, striding alone amidst the ceremonial pomp. Her husband Jack was conspicuously missing, a chilling absence that has ignited reports that the Epstein stain and a relentless media siege have pushed their relationship to a breaking point. Insiders suggest the walls have been closing in since the 2026 inquiry turned up the heat. The strain is crushing, and twofold on one side. A public screaming for accountability on the other. A cold ultimatum from Prince William. The Prince of Wales has reportedly issued a decree that any spouse linked to the York network must subject themselves to the same invasive, forensic financial auditing as the royals themselves. For Jack Brooksbank, whose opaque business dealings have long raised eyebrows, this was a hurdle he seemingly could not or would not clear. This sense of isolation has only been magnified by the couple's prolonged stay in Portugal. What was once marketed as a breezy lifestyle choice is now being unmasked by palace insiders as a desperate strategic withdrawal, a self-inflicted exile designed to dodge the blistering heat of the British press. However, this tactical retreat has spectacularly backfired. Instead of finding peace in anonymity, the distance has created a void that is being filled by increasingly dark rumors, digital watchdogs and anonymous accounts, like the notorious Exposing Royals network, have been merciless. Their latest cryptic updates hint at an imminent dissolution of the York partnership, a haunting phrase that has now become a permanent fixture in every tabloid headline, signaling that for Eugenie, the end of her old life is near. The emotional wreckage is now impossible to hide. Princess Eugenie, who once prided herself on her unwavering loyalty to her father, Andrew, finds herself trapped in a brutal dilemma. By continuing to publicly defend a man at the heart of a criminal investigation, she has effectively alienated herself from the very institution that once provided her sanctuary. It is a choice between the toxic ties of blood and the survival of her own future, a choice that has left her politically abandoned and alone. Beatrice's situation is no less dire. Her carefully crafted image as a high-level, serious businesswoman has been utterly torpedoed. The revelation of her past correspondence with Jeffrey Epstein has painted a devastating picture not of an innocent bystander, but of a willing participant in a dark world that the rest of civilization has spent the last decade condemning. The York sisters are now, quite literally, stranded. Their exclusion from the royal Ascot guest list is more than just a snub in the rigid hierarchy of the British aristocracy. It is a social execution. They have been systematically wiped from the official royal diary and barred from the private family inner circles at Sandringham and Balmoral, where the crown's future is actually decided. To the new guard, they are no longer family. They are legacy risks that must be managed. The psychological weight of this downfall is staggering. Their world has undergone a violent contraction. From the gilded corridors of Buckingham Palace to the forced silence of their residence in Portugal, the sisters have shifted from being icons of royal privilege to emblems of royal liability. The York brand is now synonymous with shadows, secrecy, and a fatal inability to meet the moral standards of a 21st-century monarchy. As the financial net tightens and the specter of legal action looms, Beatrice and Eugenie have lost control over their own lives. They are now characters in a narrative written exclusively by the Prince of Wales, a story that has no room for the ghosts of the past. The isolation is absolute. For the first time in their lives, when they call the palace, no one is picking up the phone. But as the York sisters vanish into the margins of history, the House of Windsor is undergoing a visible metamorphosis. The vacuum left in their wake is already being occupied by the Order of Stability. This hand-picked elite is designed to project exactly what the Yorks lacked: impeccable integrity, professional rigor, and an ironclad commitment to the future of the British crown. At the heart of Prince William's blueprint for a scandal-proof monarchy stands Catherine, the Princess of Wales. Her strategic elevation is the cornerstone of a new era, one designed not just to function, but to be an impenetrable fortress against the ghosts of the past. Every move is calculated. Her highly anticipated return to the public eye at Royal Ascot is being meticulously staged as the ultimate antidote to the dark, chaotic years of the York family, where the Yorks became defined by their secrecy and unearned entitlement. Catherine represents a total restoration of the crown's moral standing. Her presence serves as a silent, powerful pledge to the British public. The toxic remnants of the old guard have been surgically removed. The institution is now firmly in the hands of those who value the health of the monarchy far above their own personal status. But Catherine isn't standing alone in this revitalized front. Beside her is Sophie, the Duchess of Edinburgh, whose decades of quiet, steadfast service have made her an indispensable pillar of this new regime. Furthermore, the inclusion of the younger generation, Lady Louise Windsor and James, the Earl of Wessex, is a loud and clear signal. The palace is undergoing a total generational reboot, ensuring that the future guardians of the crown are raised in an environment of absolute transparency. The days of treating royal status as a license for unaccountability are officially over. The mastermind behind this radical purification remains the Princess Royal. Anne, her influence in this transition cannot be overstated. As the iron-willed enforcer of the new code, she has ensured that the shift from the old ways to this new order happens with clinical precision and zero compromise. Anne's internal directives have made it clear this isn't just about Andrew, it's a total institutional detox. She has signaled, both privately and to the world, that the palace will no longer flinch from the pain of confrontation. In a recent private briefing, her message was blunt. We do not exist to serve private interests. Our job is to protect the legitimacy of the crown, and that requires the courage to cut out whatever is no longer healthy. This strategy represents a revolutionary break from the old-school never complain, never explain mantra of the mid-20th century. Instead, the modern monarchy has weaponized transparency. By taking the lead in investigating, identifying, and removing compromised figures themselves, William and Anne have seized control of the royal narrative. They are no longer the passive victims of tabloid leaks or public outrage. They have become the proactive architects of their own reputation. When a member of the inner circle, like the York sisters, fails to meet these new, ironclad standards, the palace now strikes first. This preemptive strike capability is exactly what distinguishes the revitalized House of Windsor from the crumbling facade of the previous decade. For the British public, the reaction has been one of immense relief. For years, taxpayers felt as though the institution was being held hostage by the reckless associations of the York family. Watching Catherine, Sophie, and the younger generation step into these vacated roles acts as a powerful restorative. It is a clear signal that the royal brand is being modernized, protected, and bulletproofed against the very scandals that once threatened to tear it apart. As we conclude this report, we must look at the broader historical weight of this purge. This is not just a temporary fix for a PR crisis. It is a permanent recalibration of the monarchy's relationship with wealth, accountability, and its own survival in a world that no longer tolerates the unchecked privileges of the past. The events of March 9th and 10th, 2026, will be etched into British history not as a simple family feud, but as the moment the House of Windsor fundamentally renegotiated its social contract with the people by executing a clean, cold rupture with the York branch. Prince William and Princess Anne have signaled the end of the age of entitlement and the dawn of a new order defined by radical transparency. This is no longer a monarchy hiding behind the veil of ancient tradition. This is an institution that recognizes its survival depends on its ability to evolve, shed its toxic elements, and prove its relevance in an era of absolute accountability. The downfall of Beatrice and Eugenie is the final, tragic act of a drama that began years ago with the disastrous alliance between Andrew Mountbatten Windsor and the disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein. As the dust settles on this seismic week in London, one thing is abundantly clear: the House of Windsor is no longer the institution we once knew. In my view, what we've witnessed isn't just a family falling out, it's a necessary, albeit brutal, evolution. Prince William and Princess Anne have realized a hard truth in the 21st century. You cannot lead a nation while carrying the heavy baggage of the past. By cutting ties with the York sisters, they've proven that the crown's survival now depends on its moral health, not just its bloodlines. The lesson here for all of us is simple but profound: privilege is a loan, not a birthright. In an era of radical transparency, no title is grand enough to act as a permanent shield against the consequences of our choices. Beatrice and Eugenie's journey from royal insiders to institutional liabilities serves as a stark reminder that when you choose secrecy over accountability, you eventually lose the very ground you stand on. The monarchy has traded archaic tradition for modern integrity. And while the personal cost to the family is immense, the cost of inaction would have been the end of the monarchy itself. If this deep dive into the 2026 royal purge sheds some light on the shadows of the palace for you, please show your support by hitting that like button. It really helps the channel reach more enthusiasts like you. Share this video with your fellow royal watchers to keep this important conversation going. And if you want to stay ahead of the curve on the unfolding drama within the Order of Stability, make sure to subscribe and tap that notification bell so you never miss an update. But I want to hear from you: did William make the right call to protect the crown? Or has the House of Windsor become too cold in its quest for survival? Let's talk about it in the comments below. I'm your host, and this has been the Royal Report. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Buckingham Palace is being shaken in a way that even the most seasoned royal watchers could never have anticipated. Not because of Harry memoirs, and not because of the familiar pressure of the media, but because of a cold ultimatum that has just been delivered within the most private space of power, inside the King's study, where every decision can alter the fate of an entire dynasty. Princess Anne stood there without hesitation, without evasion. She looked directly at Camilla and said a sentence that seemed to freeze the air: her family must leave immediately. This is no longer a disagreement. It is a line that has been crossed. For many years, the public has seen these two powerful women appear together with perfectly measured smiles before the cameras. But behind those formal rituals, a quiet fracture has been growing over time. As King Charles' health weakens, the balance of power has begun to shift, and in that fragile moment, long-hidden tensions have erupted. Many sources suggest that this is not merely a strategic decision to protect the image of the royal family, but also the accumulation of wounds that have lasted for decades. An internal purge may be unfolding, and this time, there is no room left for compromise. In your opinion, is Princess Anne protecting the purity of the crown? Or is this simply a retaliation for wounds that have never healed from the past? If you support the firmness of Princess Anne, comment number 1. If you believe Queen Camilla is being treated unfairly, leave number 2 below this video. Rewind to the early 1970s, when the lights of aristocratic parties still cast a dazzling glow over the British royal family. Few could have imagined that beneath that flawless surface lay a quiet, romantic entanglement lasting 1,825 days. This was not just a number. It was nearly 5 years, during which Princess Anne and Camilla Parker Bowles revolved around one name, Andrew Parker Bowles, one man. Yet the center of a story whose echoes still resonate to this day. At that time, Anne was not only the daughter of the Queen, she was also a symbol of discipline and standards, strong, direct, and never willing to yield under pressure. When she met Andrew, it was not a fleeting romance. Many close sources at the time described their relationship as serious, even potentially leading to marriage. But it was here that the strict rules of the royal family became an invisible barrier. Andrew was Roman Catholic, a detail that seemed small, yet was unacceptable in the context of the British royal family at that time. And while Anne remained bound by unbreakable principles, Camilla entered with a completely different role. She was not constrained by royal status. She was freer, more flexible, and most importantly, she understood Andrew in a way that Anne could not. Private meetings, intimate gatherings, long conversations carried out in silence, all of it gradually formed a bond that ultimately led to a decision Anne would never forget. Andrew chose Camilla. To the public, it was simply a marriage between two members of the upper class. But to Anne, it was a direct blow to her pride. There was no public scandal, no tears before the cameras, but her silence at the time was the clearest sign of a deep wound. A woman accustomed to controlling her emotions was now forced to accept that the man she loved had walked away. Not because of a lack of feeling, but because of circumstance and choice. But the story did not end there. Because after marrying Andrew, Camilla did not disappear from the orbit of the royal family. On the contrary, she moved closer. Overlapping relationships began to take shape, especially as the name of King Charles III started to appear in this picture. What made many people question was not who was right or wrong, but how these relationships became intertwined in a way that was almost impossible to believe. Throughout the years that followed, Anne continued her role with absolute dedication. She worked tirelessly, maintaining the image of a model royal. But from another angle, every time Camilla appeared, every time the name Parker Bowles was mentioned, the past seemed to resurface, not loudly, but enough to create an invisible distance. What is striking is that while the public often focuses on the story between Charles and Diana, the foundation of this tragedy is rarely discussed. A conflict that was never publicly declared, yet existed like an undercurrent for decades. Polite handshakes, carefully controlled glances, all merely a surface covering a history that neither woman could erase. And then time passed. Roles changed. Camilla, once a controversial figure, became queen. Anne remained a symbol of loyalty and discipline, but that does not mean the past has rested. On the contrary, as power shifts, as the king's health becomes a question, old memories seem to return with greater intensity than ever before. Many royal observers believe that what we are witnessing today is not just a present conflict, it is the result of a chain of events spanning more than 50 years, a story in which love, honor, and power have constantly collided in ways that could never be avoided. But the pain of being left behind was not the whole story. Because what makes this story more bitter is not only that Anne lost the man she once loved, but that the woman who entered her life from that past continued to appear within her own family, in a position no one could have imagined. But the pain of abandonment is nothing compared to the humiliation Anne endured for half a century afterward. When the woman who took her lover entered her family as her sister-in-law, May of the year 2023, a moment when the history of the British royal family was rewritten, not only with crowns and ceremony, but with cold glances and gestures that seemed almost invisible. The coronation of King Charles III and the official rise of Camilla Parker Bowles should have been a symbol of stability after years of turbulence. But to those who observe closely, it became a stage where tensions that had simmered for half a century suddenly surfaced, Amid all the perfectly orchestrated rituals, one figure stood outside that dazzling orbit. Princess Anne. Not through words, not through shocking actions, but through the almost cold precision of her gestures. In the royal world, where every action carries symbolic meaning, sometimes a nod or a bow holds more weight than a speech lasting hours. And then the number 12 seconds appeared. 12 seconds. That was the length of time Anne did not perform a curtsy to Camilla at a Commonwealth Day event. To outsiders, it may have seemed like a fleeting moment, but to those who understand royal protocol, those 12 seconds were like a public declaration. Wordless, yet decisive. Quiet, yet unmistakably confrontational. Many royal experts believe that within this tightly structured system of ceremony, omitting a gesture of respect is not a mistake, it is a choice. And that choice is rarely made without careful consideration. This is what makes that 12-second footage more significant than ever. It was not just a moment, it was a message, but that is only the tip of the iceberg. According to David Emanuel, a man with deep connections to the royal family and a witness to many behind-the-scenes events, the private reception after the coronation was where everything truly erupted. He described the atmosphere as unlike any royal gathering before. Gone were the perfectly controlled smiles. Gone were the safe social exchanges. In their place was a tension that could be felt in every glance. David Emanuel used a phrase that startled many. A total offensive. According to what has been revealed, Anne no longer maintained the silence she had held for many years before. She confronted Camilla directly, not in a public setting, but in a closed room where only those involved were present. There were no cameras, no press, and precisely because of that, what took place carried even greater weight. Many sources suggest that Anne brought up the past, not as a simple reproach, but as an indictment that had been kept hidden for decades. What had once been buried beneath the dust of time was now brought into the light. And what is notable is how Camilla responded. She did not strongly deny it. She did not retreat. She remained silent. But that silence was not weakness. It was calculation. This is what makes this confrontation more complex than any royal drama before it, because neither of these women is easily subdued. One represents tradition, discipline, and honor. The other represents endurance, survival, and the ability to adapt within a harsh environment. And when these two systems of values collide, the outcome is never a simple compromise. Some analysts believe that Anne's actions during this period were not purely personal. They also served as a signal to the entire structure of power within the royal family. When the king is no longer at his strongest, those around him begin to redefine their positions. And in that process, old relationships and unresolved grievances become decisive factors. This explains why a small act, such as not performing a curtsy, could trigger such a large wave of debate. It is not just protocol. It is a symbol of recognition, or refusal of recognition. And in this case, Anne appears to have made her choice. However, what makes the story more intense is the timing, not during a period of stability, but at a moment when the health of King Charles III began to become a major question. When the future of the throne is no longer absolutely certain, every action and every decision carries far-reaching consequences. Some opinions suggest that Anne is trying to protect a system she believes is being threatened from within. Others argue that Camilla is facing a personal resistance disguised as the defense of tradition. Whichever perspective is correct, it cannot be denied that what took place in May of the year 2023 marked a turning point, not through official statements, but through subtle yet powerful signals. And if Chapter 1 was the story of a broken romance, then Chapter 2 is the continuation of the consequences it left behind. No longer just personal emotion. It has become part of a struggle for power at the highest level. The disdain did not stop at missed curtsies. It has evolved into a battle for control over life and authority as the shadow of illness looms over the throne. At the beginning of the year, 2024, news emerged that left the entire United Kingdom in silence. King Charles III was diagnosed with cancer, without needing specific details. Those two words alone were enough to shake every structure of power that had been stable for decades. But while the public turned its attention to the king's health with concern, inside Buckingham Palace, another battle unfolded quietly. No less intense. At the center of that battle were Camilla Parker Bowles and Princess Anne. Two women. Two ideologies. Two completely opposing approaches to power. And this time, it was no longer about cold glances or omitted rituals. Everything had moved to a new level. The level of control. Immediately after confirmation of the king's illness, a series of changes began to take place. Schedules were adjusted. Meetings were restricted. The list of those allowed to access the king became shorter than ever before. And according to many internal sources, the person behind these decisions was Camilla. Some call it the duty of a wife. Others see it in a completely different light. They believe it is a calculated form of isolation. When supreme power becomes fragile, controlling information and access is not only a measure to protect health, but also a way to control power. It is within this context that a word used by Anne began to spread among observers: opportunity. According to what has been revealed, Anne did not hesitate to describe Camilla's approach as opportunistic, a short word, but one carrying deep judgment. Because in Anne's world, every action must be grounded in duty. There is no place for exploiting circumstances to strengthen personal position. And this is the central point of this confrontation. If Anne represents duty, a system of values built on discipline and personal sacrifice, then Camilla represents image, not in a negative sense, but in the ability to maintain, protect, and shape how the royal family is perceived by the public. In the age of media, image is not merely appearance, it is a tool of power. The issue is that when the king is confined to a private space, these two value systems begin to clash directly. Anne believes that restricting access can weaken internal structure, allowing important decisions to be influenced by a small circle. Meanwhile, Camilla may argue that such control is necessary to ensure stability and avoid unnecessary risks. But like every story of power, the truth is never simple. Some sources report that there were intense disputes over who was allowed to meet the king, not only family members, but also advisors and senior officials. Every name added to or removed from the list carried a message, and in this context, that list became a tool of power no less significant than the crown itself. What is notable is how Anne responded, not loudly, not publicly, but with absolute decisiveness. She began to strengthen her network. Long-standing relationships, those loyal to tradition, were activated like a defensive system. If Camilla controlled the door to the sick room, then Anne ensured that everything outside that door remained within her sphere of influence. From a psychological perspective, this is a confrontation between two views of responsibility. For Anne, responsibility is constant presence, never abandoning one position under any circumstances. For Camilla, responsibility may include protection, even restriction, if it brings greater benefit, and when these two definitions cannot be reconciled, conflict becomes inevitable. The public may not see what happens behind closed doors, but small signals still leak out. Changes in public schedules, familiar faces suddenly absent from important events. All of these are pieces of a larger picture. Some analysts believe that during this period, the British royal family is not only facing a health crisis, but also a crisis of power structure. When the head cannot operate with the same intensity as before, the question of who truly holds power becomes more urgent than ever, and the answer, at least at that moment, is far from clear. Camilla holds the official position. She is queen, She stands beside the king every day. But Anne possesses something else: credibility, history, and the trust of those who believe the royal family must operate according to principles that have existed for centuries. This difference has turned the confrontation into a prolonged struggle with no clear resolution. There is no absolute winner, only strategic moves, carefully weighed decisions, and consequences that will extend far into the future. And as everything becomes more tense, one reality begins to emerge. In the royal world, power does not rest solely in titles, but in the ability to control information, access, and influence. When the door to the sick room closes, Camilla may hold the key, but Anne holds the list of those who are not allowed to pass through the palace gates. Tom Parker Bowles and Laura Lopes, the two children of Camilla, individuals who have never held official titles, yet have appeared with increasing frequency at symbolic royal events. For the general public, their presence may be seen as a natural extension of a broader family, but for Princess Anne, it carries an entirely different meaning. According to many close sources, Anne does not merely feel discomfort. She sees this as a sign of erosion within the traditional structure, a system in which status, duty, and contribution must go together, not simply proximity to power. A phrase that Anne is said to have used in a private exchange quickly spread among observers: luxurious dependence. A blunt and even shocking assessment, yet one that clearly reflects how she views the situation, not about Tom or Laura as individuals, but about their role within a system built on clear principles. Those who serve are recognized. Those who hold titles must bear responsibility, and any deviation can lead to long-term consequences. The issue is that, in recent years, the presence of Tom and Laura has no longer been merely personal. They have begun appearing at events that were once reserved for core members of the royal family. From private gatherings to symbolic occasions, their presence has gradually become familiar, and it is precisely this shift that has raised questions Anne cannot ignore. Is this simply a natural expansion of the family, or a quiet restructuring of power taking place beneath the surface? From an analytical perspective, this is not the first time the British royal family has faced such an issue. History has witnessed many instances where the boundary between family and institution became blurred. But what makes the current situation unique is the timing. As King Charles III goes through a period of unstable health, any change within the internal structure can be amplified. Anne understands this, and it appears she has decided to act. According to some sources, there have been clear efforts to limit the presence of Tom and Laura at official events, not through public statements, but through adjustments to guest lists, changes in organizational structure, and even a redefinition of attendance criteria. These moves may not attract immediate attention, but over time, they can create a significant difference. What is notable is how Camilla responds to these actions. She does not confront directly. She does not issue public objections. Instead, she appears to maintain the presence of her children through unofficial channels, social gatherings, private meetings, where the line between personal and official becomes more flexible. This is what makes the confrontation so complex. Because it does not take place on a clearly defined battlefield, there are no official statements, no legal decisions, only subtle adjustments, strategic choices, and messages delivered indirectly. Some analysts believe that Anne's actions are not only about protecting tradition, they are also an effort to prevent the formation of a parallel power center within the royal family. If individuals without titles but with influence through personal relationships are allowed access to important events, then the structure of power could shift in ways that are difficult to control. Meanwhile, those who support Camilla offer a different perspective. They argue that in the modern era, the royal family cannot maintain rigid rules as before. Flexibility, adaptability, and the expansion of family connections may be essential in maintaining public connection. Two perspectives, two approaches, and a conflict that is unavoidable. What makes the situation more tense is how the public has begun to notice these changes. Photographs, videos, guest lists are being analyzed more closely than ever. Every appearance or absence becomes a topic of discussion. And in that context, any move can be interpreted in multiple ways. Anne, with her experience and caution, seems to understand this clearly. She does not seek to create a public confrontation. Instead, she chooses to adjust from within, slowly, but steadily. A strategy that, if successful, could reshape how the royal family operates in the future. But like any purge, no matter how subtle, it leaves traces. Relationships are affected, emotions are wounded, and a tension lingers that no ceremony can fully conceal. The question is no longer whether Anne will succeed, but what price will be paid for that change. And while attention remains focused on the confrontation between Anne and Camilla, another development is quietly taking shape, not loud, but potentially more decisive than any conflict before it. A power alignment is forming, no longer based on isolated individuals, but becoming an axis of influence capable of shaping the future of the entire royal family. At the center of that axis are Princess Anne and Prince William. Two generations, two styles, yet converging on one common point: control. For many years, William was seen as a cautious heir, maintaining distance from internal conflicts. But beginning from the year 2025, a clear shift has taken place. No longer observational steps, no longer strategic silence. William has begun to send stronger signals, and in some cases, they are no longer signals, they are ultimatums. One of the most notable developments involves Sarah Ferguson, a figure long associated with past controversies, and a symbol of a period when the British royal family faced serious image crises. According to many sources, William directly requested limiting the presence of such figures at internal events, and what is significant is that this request did not remain at the level of suggestion. It was understood as a boundary. For Camilla Parker Bowles, this is not merely an organizational decision. It is a message, a reminder that her power, even as queen, has clear limits when facing the heir to the throne. And when that message is reinforced by the quiet backing of Anne, it becomes difficult to ignore. What makes this alignment notable is not only the strength of each individual, but how they complement each other. Anne brings legitimacy rooted in tradition and experience. William brings the future, public acceptance, and rising power. When these elements combine, they create a force that even those at the highest level must take into account. Some analysts believe this is not a formal alliance, but a strategic understanding. No declaration, no confirmation, yet clear enough for those involved to recognize that the balance of power is shifting. And in that context, Camilla's position is becoming more fragile than ever. Throughout her journey, Camilla has proven her ability to survive in a harsh environment. From a controversial figure, she gradually rebuilt her image, gained public acceptance, and ultimately stepped into the role of queen. But all of that has been tied to one central factor: King Charles III. What happens if that factor is no longer there? This is no longer a purely hypothetical question. With the king health condition, the worst-case scenario is now being considered more seriously in private discussions. And in that scenario, Camilla is no longer the center of power. She becomes a dependent figure. Dependent on whom? Dependent on William, dependent on Anne. Some sources suggest that there have been informal discussions about Camilla's future position, not about whether she will retain her title, but about the level of influence she will be allowed to maintain. Will she still have the right to take part in important decisions? Will she continue to appear at symbolic events? Or will she gradually be pushed out of the inner circle, as many figures in royal history have experienced? What is notable is how William approaches this issue. Not publicly, not through direct confrontation, but step by step, establishing limits, step by step, redefining who belongs to the inner circle and who does not. And in that process, names once considered unquestionable begin to be reconsidered. Here, Anne's role becomes especially important. She is not only a supporter, but also the one who ensures that these changes are carried out within the framework of tradition, without causing excessive shock, without breaking the continuity of the institution, yet still strong enough to create real change. Some opinions suggest that if Charles is no longer there, the British royal family will enter a period of deep restructuring, and in that process, personal elements will be reduced. What does not align with the image William intends to build will gradually be removed. In that scenario, Camilla faces an unavoidable reality. Her position is no longer secured by affection or history. It depends on the acceptance of those who hold power next, and that acceptance is not something that can be assumed. This does not mean that Camilla will completely lose her role, but that role may be significantly reduced, from the center of power to a ceremonial symbol, from a direct influencer to an observer. A change that for many may seem reasonable, but for Camilla herself, it could be a shock, because after everything she has gone through, after all the controversies, the efforts and the sacrifices, stepping back is not something easily accepted, and this is what creates an underlying tension, a confrontation that is no longer only between Anne and Camilla, but expands into a shaping of the future between the present and the next generation. The public may not see the full picture, but the signs have already begun to appear. Changes in how events are organized. New faces appearing more frequently. Familiar faces gradually disappearing. All of these are indicators of a transition in progress, and at the center of that transition, William is no longer an observer. He is the architect. An architect with the backing of one of the most resolute figures in the royal family. This raises a major question. Is this a necessary step to protect the future of the monarchy, or a restructuring driven by personal conflicts that have never truly been resolved? Perhaps the answer lies somewhere between the two extremes. But one thing is certain. When power begins to shift, no one can stand outside it. And in this game, even those who seem to have reached the highest position can face the risk of losing everything. The crown has never felt heavier for Charles, who must witness those closest to him tearing each other apart before his eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, the journey we have just taken is not only a story of personal conflict, but a broader picture of power, memory, and the price that must be paid. From a romantic entanglement that lasted thousands of days in the past, to cold rituals broken before the public, to the silent battle behind the door of a sick room. All of it has led to a reality that no one within the royal family can avoid. A harsh reality where every relationship is tested by power. The image of King Charles III, appearing gaunt and exhausted at memorial events, does not only cause concern for the public, it is also the clearest reminder of the cost of the crown. It is not only responsibility, but sacrifice. When those closest no longer stand on the same side, even the throne itself becomes a battlefield. At the center of it all, Princess Anne and Camilla Parker Bowles are no longer simply two individuals with a complicated past. They have become symbols of two different paths for the royal family. One represents discipline, tradition, and firmness. The other represents adaptation to image and survival. The British royal family is not only grand palaces, it is a chessboard where every move comes at the cost of family bonds. And the question remains, can the firmness of Princess Anne preserve the dignity of the monarchy? Or will it become the force that drives the House of Windsor to fracture from within? If you want to continue following the latest developments of this royal power struggle, do not forget to subscribe and turn on notifications. See you in the next video. The sharp sound of a gavel struck hard, echoing against the cold stone walls of the courtroom in Edinburgh. The air seemed to thicken, almost frozen. As the judge delivered the final decision, the deportation order had been issued, and then a cold, decisive voice cut through the silence. Balmoral Castle is not a five-star restaurant for outsiders. The speaker was none other than Princess Anne, a woman known for her discretion, discipline, and unwavering loyalty to royal tradition. That moment was not merely a legal declaration, it felt like a blade slicing through the polished surface that the British royal family had carefully maintained for decades. Anne was never one to display conflict in public. She always chose silence, discipline, and the protection of the family's image at all costs. So what had changed? What had pushed a woman of steel like Anne to step directly into the center of a legal storm, confronting it openly and without compromise? The answer seemed to be emerging around one name: Tom Parker Bowles, a figure who appeared to stand on the margins of power, yet had quietly crossed into the most sacred boundaries of the monarchy. Balmoral was not just a property, it was a symbol, a place that preserved the memories of Queen Elizabeth II, a land that carried an almost untouchable meaning. And when that boundary was disturbed, Anne's reaction was no longer a choice, but an inevitability. But the story did not end with right and wrong. It opened a deeper confrontation between duty and family, between legacy and reality. If you were Anne, what would you choose? Silence to protect the reputation of King Charles, or standing up to defend what belongs to the past at any cost? Comment 1 if you support Princess Anne, and 2 if you believe she has gone too far. In the autumn of 2026, a dense fog covered the Scottish Highlands like a curtain hiding secrets that were never meant to be revealed. The road leading to Balmoral Castle was so quiet that even the sound of tires rolling over gravel became distinct. Prince William sat behind the wheel, a trace of fatigue in his eyes after a long day. When he suddenly slowed, in the distance, through the mist, a bright light spilled out from the grand hall, a place that should have been immersed in silence and reverence. This was not the lighting of a royal ceremony. It was too bright, too lively, even carrying the rhythm of celebration. As the car moved closer, the sounds became clearer, glasses clinking, voices rising in laughter, the hurried footsteps of staff, a scene completely foreign to what had once been the most private space of Queen Elizabeth II. William did not step inside immediately. He paused, as if needing to confirm that what he was seeing was not a mistake. But it was real. The doors opened, revealing a scene that would shock anyone who understood the true value of Balmoral. At the center of the room, Tom Parker Bowles stood among a group of chefs and business partners. Long tables were arranged like those in a fine dining restaurant. White porcelain plates, crystal glasses, elegant tablecloths. Everything perfectly prepared for an exclusive tasting event. The dishes were presented with intricate detail, reflecting modern culinary style, entirely detached from royal tradition. But the shock was not in the luxury, it was in the location itself. This was where Queen Elizabeth II had spent the final days of her life. This was where the family had gathered in silence, in grief, in moments of privacy that the public had never witnessed. And now, it had become a stage for a commercial project. Laughter echoed freely, without restraint. One of Tom's partners raised a glass, speaking about brand expansion potential. Another discussed turning the royal experience into a commercial product. Words like exclusive, premium, legacy were spoken. But in their tone, they no longer carried reverence. They had become tools. Then the door opened once more. Princess Anne stood there, her coat still marked with raindrops, her hair slightly disheveled by the wind. She did not need to raise her voice. Her presence alone was enough to halt the atmosphere. The laughter faded, eyes turned toward the entrance. Tom turned. Surprised for a brief moment, but not unsettled, he set his glass down, offering a faint, almost challenging smile. Anne stepped forward, her gaze sweeping across the room, stopping at the tables arranged like a restaurant. Then she spoke, slowly but with cutting precision. "Tom, who gave you permission to turn my family's altar into a buffet?" No one responded immediately. A few exchanged glances, clearly unsure how to react. This was no longer a tasting event. This was a confrontation. Tom did not avoid it. He gave a slight shrug, as if the question did not trouble him. "Your Royal Highness, I believe we are living in a new era. Legacy is not only to be preserved, but also to be developed." At first, the answer sounded reasonable, but in this context, it felt like an insult wrapped in modern reasoning. Anne did not respond at once. She looked directly at Tom, her eyes not filled with anger, but with a coldness that was impossible to read, because the issue was not just a gathering, it was a boundary, and that boundary had been crossed. Behind them, William remained still. He did not intervene, but his expression said everything. This was no longer a personal matter between Anne and Tom. It was a clear manifestation of a growing conflict within the royal family. On one side were those who believed tradition must be protected at all costs. On the other were those who saw opportunity within those very values. And the most striking detail was not Tom's actions, it was his confidence. Tom did not act like someone taking a risk. He acted like someone who knew he would not face consequences, as if there was a shield behind him, strong enough to protect every decision, no matter how controversial. The question was, where did that shield come from? In a family where every move is observed, where every action carries symbolic meaning, the fact that someone like Tom could freely organize such an event at Balmoral could not be mere coincidence. It required permission, or at least silent approval from someone with power, and when the name King Charles III began to surface in quiet whispers, everything suddenly became more complicated. Because if that were true, then this was not just a disputed gathering, it was a sign of a deeper fracture, where power, family, and legacy were colliding head-on. But in that moment, in the brightly lit room within the Balmoral mist, everything was only just beginning. And Tom's confidence was not accidental. He believed he held a talisman, an invisible power strong enough to make even the oldest principles begin to tremble. If the party at Balmoral Castle was a surface shock, then what lay behind it was the most dangerous part of the story. Because Tom Parker Bowles was not the kind of man who acted on impulse, his confidence in that room did not come from a fleeting moment of inspiration. It came from a carefully prepared foundation, a kind of talisman placed directly into his hands by someone no one in the family could easily confront, and that name was Queen Camilla. According to internal sources, months before the incident at Balmoral took place, an internal document had been quietly signed. There was no press release. There was no public announcement. But within the royal system, it carried the weight of authorization. That document granted Tom the right to conduct surveys and limited use of certain areas within royal estates, with the stated purpose of promoting British culinary culture internationally. At first glance, it sounded reasonable. At a time when the British royal family was attempting to modernize its image, combining heritage with cultural activities could be seen as a strategic move, but the problem lay in how it was carried out. There was no broad consultation, no consensus from all key members, and most importantly, no clearly defined limits were publicly stated. That meant, in practice, Tom's authority was almost unchecked, and that was precisely the point Princess Anne could not accept. The relationship between Anne and Camilla had never truly been smooth. For decades, they maintained a fragile balance, where polite smiles concealed deep disagreements. Anne, with her traditional mindset and absolute loyalty to the legacy of Queen Elizabeth II, always viewed the role of the monarchy as a sacred duty. To her, every castle, every ceremony, every symbol carried a value that could never be commercialized. Meanwhile, Camilla held a more pragmatic view. She understood that times had changed, and that to survive, the monarchy could not rely solely on the past, but beneath that reasoning lay another motivation, one rarely spoken aloud. It was the desire to secure a position for her own children, especially Tom Parker Bowles. Before every door to power closed, in a system where royal blood still determined everything, people like Tom always stood at the edge. No title, no official role, yet directly connected to the center of power through Camilla, and that created a dangerous gray area, where power was not clearly defined but could still be exercised. The contract worth £5 million that Tom signed with commercial partners was the clearest evidence, according to leaked documents. This project was not simply a chain of restaurants, it was a global brand, using the image of royal estates, especially Balmoral, as its core symbole. Photographs, stories, even spaces that once held the deepest privacy, were all included in the development plan. And that was what enraged Anne. Because Balmoral was not just a location, it was living memory. It was where the family had witnessed its most important moments, from joy to loss, turning it into a marketing tool. In Anne's eyes, was nothing short of betrayal. But what was even more striking was the response, or rather the lack of response, from King Charles III in the days following the Balmoral incident. No official statement was issued by the king. No denial, no defense. Only a prolonged silence. A silence that made every speculation grow stronger. So, Anne, that silence was not neutral. It was a signal that Camilla was not acting alone, that what was happening might have been known, even approved at some level, and if that was true, then this conflict was no longer simply between Anne and Camilla. It had become a confrontation with the very structure of power within the monarchy. In that context, the decision to bring the matter into the open was no longer extreme. It became strategic. Anne understood that if she remained silent, if she allowed everything to continue behind closed doors, then Balmoral would gradually lose its original meaning. From a symbol of privacy and tradition, it could become a brand, a product, a name used to sell, and once that process began, there would be no way to reverse it. That was why Anne's actions were not merely a personal reaction, they were a declaration, a warning that there were still boundaries that could not be crossed, no matter how strong the pressure to modernize might be. But the biggest question remained: how far could Anne go in this battle, when her opponent was not only Tom Parker Bowles, but an entire network of power surrounding Queen Camilla? And while all eyes were watching every next move, one thing had become clear. The silence of King Charles III was no longer a safe option, because to Anne, it meant permission, and if she did not act now, Balmoral would not just be changed, it would be redefined, in a way she could never accept. There were no heated arguments after the night at Balmoral Castle, no late-night family meetings, and no recorded attempts at reconciliation between Princess Anne and King Charles III. Instead, Anne chose an entirely different path, a path that was cold, but decisive, and irreversibly. She turned to her private lawyer. Within the royal system, that was a declaration of war, because once a matter entered the legal arena, it was no longer under internal control. It became a case, something that could be examined, analyzed, and judged by both the justice system and the public. The lawsuit was drafted with remarkable speed, no excess, no ambiguity. Every line carried clear legal meaning. Yet behind it was an unmistakable message: illegal use of royal property and violation of the privacy of national heritage. It was not just an accusation. It was a definition, and the person targeted was none other than Tom Parker Bowles. When the lawsuit was officially filed with the court in Edinburgh, everything began to move at a pace that even those involved could not keep up with. A summons was signed, a legal process was activated, and then the most symbolic moment arrived. On a gloomy afternoon, within the grounds of a royal residence, court officials appeared. They carried no hesitation, no avoidance. In their hands was a sealed and stamped court order. Queen Camilla was present. According to witnesses, the moment the door opened and the document was handed directly to Tom happened right in front of her. There was no time to prepare, no chance to control the situation, only a sudden silence filling the space. Tom, who had once stood in the Balmoral banquet hall with near-defiant confidence, was now facing a completely different reality. He was no longer the host, he was the defendant. Camila, in that moment, was said to be unable to hide her shock, not because she did not understand the risks, but because she did not expect Anne to go that far, and King Charles III. His reaction was even more complex. When news of the lawsuit reached him, it was not just a legal issue. It was a direct strike at the family structure he had tried to preserve for years. His sister, long seen as a pillar of stability, had now crossed an unspoken line. She had not simply opposed, she had openly confronted, and that created an unprecedented situation. For the first time in centuries, a royal princess had taken legal action against a relative of the queen consort. This was no longer an internal dispute. It was a legalized battle, where every detail could be brought into the light. In that context, Charles's role became extremely delicate. He could not publicly side with Camilla without damaging his image as a guardian of tradition. But he also could not support Anne without creating an irreparable fracture in his own marriage. That hesitation, once again, appeared in the form of silence, but this time, the silence was no longer strategic. It became a dangerous void. Where speculation began to spread, the media quickly moved in. Anonymous sources started to emerge, details about the £5 million contract, about the internal document signed by Camilla, about the party at Balmoral. All gradually came together into a complete picture, and the public, as always, was drawn in across forums. The question was no longer simply who was right or wrong. It was what the monarchy was becoming, a symbol of tradition, or a brand being reshaped to fit the modern age. In that context, Anne's actions were seen in two completely opposing ways. Some viewed her as the last defender of core values. Others believed she had pushed the family into an unnecessary crisis. But regardless of perspective, no one could deny one thing. Anne's decision had created a shockwave. It did not only shake personal relationships, it forced the entire system to confront questions that had long been avoided. Where is the line between public and private? How far can heritage be exploited? And who has the right to decide that? As those questions still hung in the air, another detail began to draw attention. The response from Buckingham Palace. The entire nation waited. A statement, an explanation, a sign that the monarchy was still in control. But what they received was worse than silence. There was no official announcement in the first days. No spokesperson stepped forward to calm public concern. Instead, there were scattered moves, unverified sources, and a growing sense that inside the palace, everything was slipping beyond control. And in that void, the story continued to escalate, because when power does not speak, others will speak in its place. And this time, it was not only Anne, not only Camilla, but an entire system being pulled into a confrontation with no clear end. The shockwave that began in Edinburgh was only the beginning. Its aftershocks were spreading, step by step, into places that had never been touched before. The meeting was called in silence, but its weight was undeniable to everyone in the room. Sandringham House that afternoon was filled with a cold atmosphere so deep that even the fire burning in the fireplace could not warm it. The walls, covered with portraits of ancestors, seemed to watch every movement, as if history itself were silently witnessing the moment. This was not an ordinary meeting. There was no secretary, no advisors, only members of the family, and an issue no one could avoid any longer. King Charles III stood near the window. His back to the rest of the room, the dim afternoon light filtered through the glass, casting long shadows across the floor. He said nothing. He did not turn around. But his silence this time was no longer strategic. It felt like helplessness. Across from him, Queen Camilla stood straight, her hands clasped together as if trying to steady herself, but her eyes could not hide the tension. Facing her was Princess Anne, maintaining her familiar posture, upright, composed, and almost entirely unreadable. There was no need for a long introduction. Camilla broke the silence first. "Anne, you are destroying everything Charles and I have built." Her voice was not loud, but sharp enough to cut through the stillness. It was not just a reproach. It was an accusation. Anne did not respond immediately. She let the silence linger, long enough for Camilla's words to echo once more in the room. Then she stepped forward, her gaze fixed on her opponent. "No. You are the one selling what does not belong to you. Balmoral is the breath of my mother, not a private kitchen for your son." The reply carried no anger. It was cold, precise, and almost ruthless. That was what made it heavier than any shout. Camilla tightened her hands. A brief flicker of lost control crossed her face, but it quickly disappeared. She stepped forward, her voice firmer. "You speak of legacy, but you forget the world has changed. If we do not adapt, we will be left behind. What I am doing is not destruction. It is protecting the future." A familiar argument. Modernization, adaptation, survival. But in this context, it was no longer just a viewpoint. It had become a line of battle. Anne tilted her head slightly, as if weighing each word. "The future cannot be built by selling the past." The sentence was short, but enough to close every attempt at justification, because the issue had never been whether change was necessary. It was how far that change should go, and who had the authority to decide. While the two women confronted each other, King Charles III remained where he was pate, his back still turned. But his silence was no longer invisible. It had become the center of the tension. He was trapped. On one side was the wife he had chosen after years of struggle. On the other was his sister, who had stood beside him from the beginning, who understood the meaning of every tradition, every ceremony, and between them was a conflict that could not be reconciled. If he spoke, he would lose one of them. If he remained silent, he might lose both. It was a dilemma no king would ever want to face. But the truth was, he was already in it. Camilla turned toward Charles, her voice now carrying a note of urgency. "Charles, you cannot let this continue. This is not just about Tom. This is about everything we are trying to build." There was no response. Anne did not look at him either. She seemed to have accepted that the answer would not come from him. And in that moment, the balance of power in the room began to shift. Because when the one at the top does not decide, the power to decide moves to others. Anne understood that. Camilla understood it as well, and both knew that time was running out. The confrontation did not end with an agreement. There was no handshake, no promise to resolve it internally, only a heavy silence as each person left the room, carrying their own calculations. But if one looked closely, one thing was clear. Anne had not come to persuade. She had come to confirm that her fears were real, to confirm that the changes taking place had moved beyond the limits she could accept, and most importantly, to confirm that she would have to see this through to the end. On the other side, Camilla did not retreat. The look in her eyes as she left the room was not that of defeat. It was the look of someone preparing for the next move. As for Charles, he remained there longer than anyone else. Alone. By the window, looking out at the garden, slowly fading into darkness. No one knew what he was thinking, but one thing was certain. His hesitation had created a void, and that void was being filled. Outside the room, the gears of another plan had already begun to turn, because while Charles was still caught between love and duty, another figure, the heir to the throne, was not waiting. Prince William had observed, had evaluated, and was now preparing to make a move that could determine the entire outcome, a move that would not be loud, not chauve, but powerful enough to end the conflict in a way no one in that room could have anticipated. Ladies and gentlemen, if the confrontation in the tea room at Sandringham House was where emotions reached their peak, then what followed carried an entirely different tone. No more arguments, no more direct declarations. Instead, there were quiet, precise, decisive moves. Coming from someone who had barely been at the center of the controversy before, Prince William. William did not choose to publicly support Princess Anne. He understood that any public move could push the situation beyond control, but that did not mean he stood aside. On the contrary, he began to act in a way that only those who truly understand the structure of royal power. In the weeks that followed, a chain of evidence began to be assembled, quietly, without leaks, but precise enough to form a case that could not be denied. At the center of that case was a detail that seemed minor, yet carried extremely serious legal weight: the use of royal helicopters for personal purposes. According to the documents provided, Tom Parker Bowles had repeatedly used aircraft owned by the monarchy to travel between locations connected to his business project. These flights were not part of any official schedule. They were not approved through standard procedures, and most importantly, their costs were recorded in an unclear manner within internal reports. In a system where every expense must be strictly controlled, this was not just an oversight. It was a violation. When this evidence was delivered to Anne's legal team, the direction of the case began to shift. From a dispute over the use of space, it became a matter involving the misuse of public assets. And once that element entered the file, the seriousness of the case increased significantly. The hearing in Edinburgh took place in an atmosphere of unprecedented tension, not only because of the identities involved, but because of what could be exposed if the case were pursued further. When the judge read the interim decision, the room seemed to hold its breath. All activities of Tom Parker Bowles at Balmoral Castle were suspended immediately. It was not a final verdict, but it was enough to trigger a chain reaction. Commercial partners began to withdraw. Ongoing negotiations were frozen. And more importantly, a possibility began to circulate in behind-the-scenes discussions: the possibility of expanding the investigation into related financial funds. At the center of those concerns was Queen Camilla. Although she was not directly named in Tom's operations, her role in signing the internal document meant she could not remain entirely separate, and in a legal system where every decision can be traced, the risk of deeper scrutiny was very real. That was the point at which Camilla was forced to make a choice: continue the confrontation and accept the risk of a full-scale audit, or step back, making a strategic retreat to protect what remained. Based on what followed, her choice became clear. There was no official statement, no admission of wrongdoing, but sources confirmed that Camilla agreed to terminate all of Tom's access to Balmoral, at least while the case remained in effect. It was a retreat, but a necessary one. And then, the most symbolic moment of the entire story took place. On a gray morning, while mist still covered the grounds of Balmoral Castle, Tom Parker Bowles left not as an honored guest. He left under the escort of royal security. There were no crowds, no media, only watching eyes. Staff members who had served the estate for generations, stood quietly observing. In their gaze, there was no anger, only a cold distance. A clear divide between those who belonged to this place and those who merely passed through. It was the moment when everything became clearer than ever. Power can be borrowed, influence can be built, but legacy, the very thing Balmoral represents, is not something that can be easily possessed. On the other side, Princess Anne did not appear. She did not need to witness it. For her, the outcome had already been achieved. It was not a personal victory. It was the re-establishment of a boundary. As for King Charles III, he remained silent, but this time, his silence carried a different meaning. It was no longer hesitation. It felt like acceptance, an acknowledgement that the balance had shifted in a way he could not fully control. And Prince William, though absent from every image related to the case, was perhaps the one who understood that best. His move did not simply resolve a crisis. It sent a message that the next generation was ready to act when necessary, and that they would not hesitate to use every tool available to protect what they believed was right. The case may have closed on paper. Activities may have been suspended. The parties may have stepped back for now. But what had happened could not be erased, because within the monarchy, a fracture had formed, and once such a fracture appears, it is no longer only about the present. It becomes a sign of deeper changes, unresolved conflicts, and a future no one can predict with certainty. The case may have ended in court, but the real battle, the battle over power, over legacy, and over the definition of monarchy in a modern age, may only just have begun. There are stories within the royal family that do not end when a verdict is delivered. They continue to live, quietly and persistently, as a reminder that power lies not only in what is made public, but also in what is kept behind closed doors. The events at Balmoral Castle are one of them. It is not merely a legal dispute. It is a turning point. A moment that forced the British royal family to confront a question it had avoided for far too long. Where does the true boundary of power lie? For decades, the presence of those outside the direct royal bloodline was managed with careful balance. They could enter the family through marriage, become part of its public image. But their real power was always limited by unwritten rules. That was how the system survived. A balance between tradition and adaptation, between bloodline and modernity. But the story of Tom Parker Bowles pushed that boundary to its breaking point. For the first time, a man without royal blood, without an official title, was able to access and exploit one of the most sacred symbols of the monarchy for personal purposes. And more importantly, he did not act in the shadows. He acted with confidence, with the belief that he had the right. That belief did not appear on its own. It was built on a new reality, where personal relationships began to carry greater influence within the structure of power. Queen Camilla, through her position, had opened a door that had never existed before. A door that allowed people like Tom to move closer to the center of power, but without the responsibilities that should have come with it. And that imbalance created the crisis. The response of Princess Anne was not merely personal, it was a systemic correction. By bringing the issue into the open, by using legal tools instead of internal mechanisms, she established a new precedent. That power within the monarchy cannot rely solely on relationships. It must be defined, limited, and protected. That is why this case matters. It did not stop at Balmoral. It affected the way the monarchy would operate in the future. It sent a clear message that no matter how much the times may change, there are still boundaries that cannot be erased. But behind all of these analyses, there remained another aspect, one that was rarely spoken about, yet deeply personal. One late afternoon, when all the noise had faded, Princess Anne appeared at the resting place of Queen Elizabeth II. There was no entourage, no ceremony, only silence. A light wind passed through, carrying the familiar chill of the Highlands, Anne stood there quietly for a few seconds, as if searching for the right words. Then she gently bowed her head, her voice barely more than a whisper. "I will keep this place at peace." It was not a promise for the public, not a political statement. It was a personal commitment between a daughter and the memory of her mother. From the outside, that moment might have seemed small, but within the context of the entire story, it carried profound meaning, because it showed that behind every firm decision, every decisive action, there was still a deeply human motivation. It was emotion. It was memory. It was the desire to protect what could never be replaced. That was what defined Anne's role in this entire event. She was not someone seeking power. She did not need to prove her position. But when the system was threatened, when core values were violated, she became the one who stood forward to protect them. Quietly, but with unwavering resolve, a true guardian in every sense. In a monarchy that is changing, where image is increasingly important, where media and public opinion hold greater influence than ever before, that role has become rare, and because of that, it has become even more important. On the other side, the consequences of the incident continued to spread. Internal regulations were being reviewed. Authorities that had once been granted informally were being tightened, and most importantly, a new awareness was beginning to form. Not every change is progress. Some changes, if left uncontrolled, can erode the very foundation upon which the system is built, and when that happens, the cost will not be just a lawsuit. It could be the loss of identity. The story of Balmoral, therefore, will not be easily forgotten. It will be remembered not as a scandal, but as a lesson, a warning that even in the oldest institutions, boundaries must still be protected, because in the end, the crown is not only a symbol of power, it is a symbol of responsibility. And this story will always remain a reminder that the crown may tolerate love, but it will never tolerate disrespect. The confrontation between Princess Anne and Tom Parker Bowles, on the surface, may appear to revolve around a castle, a party, or a commercial contract. But when each layer of the story is examined, what remains is not a dispute over property. It is a quiet battle to preserve the soul of the British monarchy against a wave of commercialization that is seeping into every corner of the institution. When values once considered untouchable begin to be measured in money, the boundary between heritage and product becomes more fragile than ever. In that context, Anne's actions were not simply a firm response, they were a declaration that there are still those willing to stand up to protect what cannot be replaced, not for reputation, not for power, but for a belief that tradition is not a burden of the past, but the very foundation that allows the crown to continue to shine. Once that foundation is eroded, everything that remains becomes only form, a carefully constructed stage, but one lacking depth and true meaning. And perhaps that is what makes the story at Balmoral Castle so thought-provoking, because it does not only reflect an internal conflict, it raises a question about the future of an entire monarchy. What do you think about the firm stance of Princess Anne? Is Queen Camilla being too indulgent toward her son? Share your thoughts in the comments. Do not forget to like and subscribe to follow the next episode, when all eyes will turn to Prince William and his secret plan on the path toward the throne. Prince William stood motionless by the tall palace window, where heavy raindrops poured down without pause, casting a cold gray shadow over everything. The light behind him stretched his silhouette across the stone floor, forming a lonely figure that seemed almost cut off from the outside world. In his hand was an old piece of paper, its edges worn, as if it had been buried in darkness for many years before finding its way back. His fingers gripped it tightly, trembling without concealment, not from the chill of the rain, But from the weight of what was about to be revealed, the monarchy does not collapse because of politics. It collapses because of secrets nurtured from within the cradle of power, and at this moment, what you are witnessing is not an ordinary man. This is the rare tear of a future king. Not from loss, but from something far more cruel: betrayal. The dry sound of an envelope tearing cut through the silence like an invisible blade. William did not hesitate any longer. The paper unfolded, and in that instant, everything seemed to stop. The imagined camera moved closer, each word appearing clearly. Cold and unforgiving. You do not carry the blood of cowardice, but your father does. No one knows exactly where this letter came from. No official seal, no archive record. But what makes it dangerous is not its origin, it is its consequence. If these words are true, they do not simply break a relationship. They have the power to shake the image of King Charles III, and beyond that, the trust that an entire nation has placed in the monarchy. The question now is no longer who is right or wrong. It is about choice. If you were in William's position, when the truth could destroy your own father's throne, what would you do? Remain silent to protect the family, or speak out to free yourself? Comment number 1 if you choose truth, and number 2 if you choose duty. The rain had not stopped when Prince William left the palace and made his way toward Clarence House. The grey sky felt as heavy as his mind, where the questions raised by that letter still had no answers. He did not come here for ceremony, nor for any official meeting. The reason was simple, almost unquestionable. A set of documents related to a charity that he needed to review, but deep down, William understood that something else was pulling him here. A vague yet persistent instinct. Clarence House was quieter than other royal residences. It carried an atmosphere of age. As if forgotten by time, long corridors, dim yellow lights, and a silence so deep that every footstep echoed clearly. William walked faster than he intended. As if trying to outrun the invisible sense of being watched, the assistant had already left early. No one stopped him. No one questioned him. Everything unfolded too easily. Almost suspiciously, he turned into a rarely used corridor, where wooden doors remained closed under a thin layer of dust. It was here that a small mistake occurred. Or perhaps it was not a mistake at all. William paused before a different door. No nameplate. No sign of use. Yet the lock was not secured. He pushed it gently. The door opened with a creak that was nearly swallowed by the silence. It was the sitting room that once belonged to Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother. A room sealed for many years since her passing. No one had a reason to enter anymore. And no one wanted to. But now, William stood inside. The air was thick with the scent of aged wood and faded perfume. Everything remained untouched, as if time itself had stopped. An armchair near the fireplace, portraits on the walls, and in the corner, a classic dressing table covered in a thin layer of dust. That was what drew his attention. William stepped closer, his gaze fixed on the main drawer. Something felt wrong. He pulled. It would not open. A stubborn resistance, as if it had been locked from within. He hesitated for a brief moment, then applied more force. A sharp click broke the silence. The drawer opened. But not only that, a panel behind it suddenly shifted, revealing a hidden compartment no one had known existed. Inside, there was not much, only a single envelope, tied with a red ribbon that had darkened over time. It lay there neatly, as if placed deliberately for someone specific to find. William picked it up. His heart beat faster. On the surface of the envelope, the handwriting was clear and unmistakable. To William, when you are old enough to endure. There was no official seal, no royal insignia. That made it more dangerous than any classified document. He opened it without hesitation. The paper inside had yellowed with age, but the writing remained clear. The sender signed the name Paul, Paul was not an unfamiliar name. A former servant who had worked in the palace for many years before leaving in silence and passing away shortly after, he never appeared in the press. No statements. No scandals. A man almost invisible in the official history of the monarchy, and perhaps for that reason, what he wrote carried even greater weight. The letter was not long, but every line felt heavy with a buried secret. Paul wrote that he had remained silent for 28 years, not because he did not want to speak, but because he understood the cost of truth in this world. He wrote about a night, the night before Princess Diana stepped into the marriage that would change her life forever. According to him, Diana pleaded, not for fame, not for status, but for something very simple, a chance not to enter a marriage that she already knew was a mistake. But that plea was refused, not with comfort, and not with hesitation, but with a cold sentence so harsh that it haunted Paul for the rest of his life. William stopped when he reached that part. The lines seemed heavier. Paul did not write exactly what was said, but the way he described it was enough for the reader to feel the cruelty, a refusal that was not only personal, but one that reflected a system where emotion had no place before duty. What mattered most was not the story itself, but why it had been hidden. If this had only been a personal memory, it would not have been stored in a hidden compartment, inside a sealed room. With a message clearly addressed to William, that suggested that someone had known, and that person wanted to ensure that at the right moment, the truth would be delivered to the right person. William folded the letter, but his mind could not stop. Everything began to connect in a disturbing way. The first letter, the words about betrayal, and now the story of Diana, they were no longer separate fragments. They were forming something larger, more complex, and more dangerous. In the final line, Paul wrote a sentence that he must have known would change everything. This letter is only a clue. If you truly want to know the truth, find the one person who can explain it all. The name mentioned was not long, but it was enough to make William pause. Princess Anne. The car sped through the dense night, headlights cutting across empty roads leading to the quiet countryside where Gatcombe Park stands. Prince William did not turn on music, did not make any calls, and allowed no sound to interrupt the storm of thoughts in his mind. Every detail he had just uncovered at Clarence House was no longer isolated. They were connecting in a way that left no turning back. The final name in Paul's letter was not a random suggestion. It was a door, and William chose to walk through it. When the gates of Gatcombe Park opened, everything inside appeared calm. Almost suspiciously so. A soft yellow light came from the main house. Not too bright, but enough to suggest that this place never truly slept. William stepped out of the car, the cold night wind cutting through him, but it did not slow him down. He walked straight inside without announcing himself. Princess Anne was sitting by the fireplace when he entered. She did not turn immediately, only placed her teacup down gently, as if she already knew exactly who had arrived. No surprise, no questions, only a heavy silence that lasted several seconds before she spoke. William did not waste time. He stepped forward and placed the letter on the table in front of her. No long explanation, just a look, and that was enough. Anne looked down at the envelope, her gaze lingering longer than usual. A quiet sigh escaped her. Soft, but enough to crack the composure she always maintained in public. At first, she refused. Not with anger, but with a short and firm sentence, "Some things are better left buried." But William did not step back. He was no longer the boy who accepted prepared answers. He stood there, silent but unyielding. As if that silence itself forced Anne to face the past. Finally, she closed her eyes for a brief moment, then opened them. When she spoke again, her voice had changed. It was no longer the voice of a royal protecting the institution, but of someone who had kept a secret for far too long. Anne did not begin with Diana. She began with the memos, 14 of them, drafted in secrecy, signed by King Charles III when he was still Prince of Wales. These documents were never made public. They did not exist in any official archive accessible to the public. They were stored in a separate system, completely removed from what is called royal history. According to Anne, these memos were initially presented as part of a crisis management strategy, a way to control image, to protect the stability of the monarchy as the marriage between Charles and Princess Diana began to fracture, but in reality, they went much further. It was not only about infidelity, not only about personal conflict. The documents outlined a detailed plan to reduce Diana's influence over the two princes, step by step, systematic, calculated, from controlling visitation schedules to shaping internal narratives, even to how psychological reports were written and archived. William stood still as he listened. Memories he once believed were scattered began to take clearer form. The times he was separated from his mother with explanations that seemed reasonable, the moments when Diana was not allowed access to her children in the way she wished. According to Anne, none of it was accidental. The most shocking part was how Diana was described in those memos, not as a devoted mother, not as the beloved public figure, but as an individual redefined within internal records as unstable, lacking the ability to raise her children according to royal standards, an image constructed deliberately, so that if necessary, it could serve as a legal basis to limit her role. Anne did not justify it. She did not deny it either. She only said that at the time, those involved believed they were doing what was necessary to protect the institution. But the way she paused after that sentence said everything. Some decisions, even when justified by duty, leave consequences that cannot be erased. William felt as if everything around him was shifting, not because he had heard something new, but because he now understood his entire past in a completely different way. The gaps in his memory were no longer random events. They were the result of a script, written in advance, carried out step by step, and protected by the silence of those in power. Anne looked at him for a long time before speaking her final words. She knew that once this truth was spoken, it could never be taken back. And perhaps she had been waiting for this moment as well. William said nothing when he left Gatcombe Park, but inside his mind, everything had changed. He no longer saw the past as a series of personal memories. He saw a structure, a system, a plan, and for the first time, he realized that his childhood had not only been shaped by circumstance, it had been designed in advance, inside sealed rooms, within memos never made public. Buried deep beneath Windsor, the heavy stone gates of Windsor Castle closed behind Prince William with a dull echo, as if the place itself was swallowing the last of his doubts. What he had heard at Gatcombe Park was no longer a vague story. It had become a clear direction. And now, he stood at the place where real secrets were kept. The path to the archive led deep beneath the Round Tower, a space that even many members of the royal family had never entered. Flickering fluorescent lights cast broken reflections against the cold stone walls. The smell of old paper and damp metal filled the air, heavy enough that each breath carried the weight of compressed history. The hum of ventilation fans echoed continuously. The only sound that remained, a reminder that this place was still active, still guarding what was not meant to be seen. William did not need to ask for directions. He knew exactly what he was looking for. Rows of metal shelves stretched out, labeled by code rather than name. This was not where official history was kept. This was where alternative versions of the truth were stored. He stopped at a drawer marked with a simple code, meaningless to outsiders. But to him, it stood out. Operation Protection. His fingers touched the cold metal handle. In that moment, he understood that once he opened it, nothing could be undone. But he pulled it anyway. The file inside was thicker than expected. Pages were arranged neatly, numbered carefully, as if this was not a secret to be hidden, but a plan executed with precision. William turned each page, his eyes moving quickly, but missing nothing. The numbers appeared first, not emotional descriptions, not long explanations, just expenses, a long list of invoices, payments to media firms, image consultant, and individuals who never appeared in public. The total was clear: £2.5 million, a number too large to be coincidence. These payments stretched from 1992 to 1996, the period when the marriage between Princess Diana and King Charles III began to fracture publicly. But what made William pause was not the amount, but the purpose listed beside each entry: media influence operations, image control, reduction of Diana public impact. Each phrase was written in neutral language, almost emotionless, but when placed together, they formed a picture so clear it was chilling. This was not simply a response to crisis, it was a campaign designed to reshape how the public perceived a person. William continued turning the pages. Internal notes, meeting summaries, brief but decisive directives. There was no room for hesitation, no sign of disagreement. Everything pointed toward a single goal: protect the image of the Prince of Wales at any cost. Then he saw it, a draft speech, printed on official royal paper. At the top corner was the name Charles. The original content did not match what the public had once heard. It contained passages of regret, words that came close to an apology to Diana. Not perfect, but enough to show some level of acknowledgement, but all of it had been changed. Lines of red ink cut across the paragraphs, striking out sentence after sentence. In the margins were short notes, written quickly but clearly. Do not show weakness. Do not admit fault. Emphasize duty. The removed passages were replaced with firm statements, almost cold in tone. No trace of personal emotion remained. Only role, responsibility, image. William held that page longer than any other document, not because it was more important, but because it captured the exact moment. A choice had been made, not in words, but in action, a decision recorded in red ink, impossible to erase. In that moment, everything became clear in a way he could not deny. This was no longer a story about family misunderstandings. It was a series of deliberate decisions repeated over time, moving in the same direction. And that direction did not always place family first. The space around him seemed to narrow. The hum of the ventilation continued steadily. But now it sounded like a cold reminder that what he held in his hands was real. Not speculation, not second-hand accounts, evidence. William placed the file down, but did not remove his hand immediately. He stared at the pages, as if searching for something that could change the conclusion he had reached, but there was nothing. Everything was consistent. Everything led to the same point. He had grown up believing that some things were beyond control, that certain events were simply the result of circumstance, but now he had to face the possibility that many of them had been arranged, not by fate, but by people, and that person was not a stranger. When William left the archive, he did not take any documents with him. He did not need to. Every detail was etched into his mind, clearer than any copy. What he had found was not just answers, it was a burden. All the evidence was now in his hands, even if not in physical form, and for the first time, he realized that his role was not only that of an heir to the throne. He stood in the middle of a choice, with no prepared script, because to protect the institution, he might have to protect a father who had once been willing to sacrifice his own wife, just to secure the stability of the crown. The Scottish rain fell heavily as the car carrying Prince William entered the grounds of Balmoral Castle. The landscape remained as quiet as ever. But tonight, that silence carried a different weight. No longer just a royal retreat. Balmoral felt like a stage where an unavoidable truth was waiting to be revealed. William stepped out of the car without guidance. The cold stone corridors led him directly to the library, where a soft yellow light spilled through a partially closed door. When he pushed it open, the first thing he saw was King Charles III, sitting alone in an old leather chair, a book open in his hands, though his eyes were not on the pages. Charles looked older than the last time William had seen him, not only because of time, but because of a deep exhaustion, as if every burden he had tried to conceal was now visible in every line of his face. He looked up at the sound of footsteps, his gaze resting on William longer than usual. As if he had already anticipated the reason for this meeting, there was no greeting, no formality. William walked straight to the table and placed the file down. The sound of paper against wood echoed sharply in the silence. "Did you spend money to make my mother look insane?" The question was not raised loudly, but it was sharp enough to cut through every layer of pretense. Charles did not answer immediately. He looked at the file, then back at William. The silence stretched to the point of discomfort. This was not ordinary avoidance. It was the moment of deciding whether to remain silent or face everything. Finally, Charles gently set the book aside. He exhaled slowly, as if each word that followed had to be drawn from somewhere deep. "I was forced. William, the Crown demands sacrifices that you do not yet understand." The answer was not a denial, but it was not a full confession either. It existed in between, where responsibility and personal choice blend into something impossible to separate. But for William, it was not enough. He stepped closer, his eyes fixed on his father. "So Harry and I were part of that sacrifice too." This time, his voice was no longer fully controlled. It carried restrained anger, not only from what he had just discovered, but from memories that were now being rewritten in his mind in an entirely different way. Charles did not respond immediately, but this time, his silence was no longer defensive. It was collapse, his shoulders lowered, his gaze drifting away from William for a brief moment, as if he no longer had the strength to maintain the image he had carried for so many years. When he spoke, his voice had changed. "I was too weak." There was no immediate justification that followed, just a short sentence. But enough to break the entire wall of defense. Charles did not look directly at William as he continued. But every word was clear. "I knew what they were doing. The men in gray suits, they said it was the only way to protect everything, to keep it all from falling apart, and I was not strong enough to say no." That unofficial name was not unfamiliar. The men in gray suits, powerful advisors behind the scenes. Figures who never appeared before the public yet had the ability to shape the most critical decisions. For years, they had been a vague concept, but now they had become an undeniable part of the story. A single tear rolled quietly down Charles' face, not dramatic, not loud, but enough to change the entire atmosphere of the room. This was no longer a king defending his decisions. This was a man facing the consequences of what he had failed to do. William stood there, motionless for several seconds. Everything he had been searching for, every answer he had followed step by step, was now laid out before him. But instead of bringing relief, it only made everything heavier, because the truth was not only in the actions that had taken place, it was in the choices. And in this case, the choice had not favored family. William did not say anything more. There were no questions left that could change what had already been admitted. He looked at his father one last time, not with explosive anger, but with a deep and quiet disappointment that was far more painful. For the first time, he did not see a king standing before him. He did not see the head of an institution that had lasted for centuries. He saw a man who had not been strong enough to protect those closest to him. William turned and walked out of the room. No one stopped him. No one called his name. The door closed behind him, cutting that space off completely from the outside world. When he stepped outside, the Scottish rain had not stopped. The cold drops fell against his face, blending with emotions he could not name. But his steps did not slow. He had his answers, but those answers were not an ending. They were the beginning of another choice. More difficult, more dangerous, and now he was heading toward the one person he believed could help him understand what to do next. The rain seemed to follow Prince William all the way back to Kensington Palace, like a veil that could not wash away what he had just witnessed at Balmoral Castle. But when the door closed behind him, the space inside was entirely different, warm, quiet, and most importantly, real. Catherine, Princess of Wales, was waiting for him. No rushed questions, no panic, just a warm cup of tea placed on the table, as if she already knew that what he needed was not advice, but a place to pause. William stepped in, his gaze resting on her longer than usual. For a brief moment, he hesitated, but then everything he had held inside throughout the journey began to surface. He told her everything, leaving out nothing, from the first letter, to the sealed room, to the confession at Balmoral. Each story, each piece, once spoken, was no longer a scattered suspicion. It became a continuous flow of truth, impossible to turn back from. Kate did not interrupt. She simply listened, her eyes never leaving him, as if anchoring him in place. When he finished, the room fell silent, not the heavy silence of Balmoral, but a necessary pause for everything to settle. Kate gently placed her hand over his. The gesture was simple, but enough to bring him back. We cannot change the past, but you can promise that George will never have to find letters like these. Her words were not comfort. They were direction, a way of looking forward instead of being trapped in the past. And in that moment, William understood that his choice was no longer only about what had happened. It was about what must never happen again. That night, William did not sleep. He sat alone in his study, in front of the draft speech for the upcoming mental health event, a document that had been carefully prepared, complete, proper, and entirely within royal standards. But now, it felt empty. He read each line again, familiar words, safe language, phrases repeated countless times before, but after everything he had learned, they carried no meaning. They were just another layer of silence. William picked up a pen. Without hesitation, he began crossing things out, one sentence at a time, one paragraph at a time. Words designed to offend no one disappeared. In their place, he began to write again, not in the language of an institution, but in the voice of a human being. He did not mention names. He made no direct accusations, but every sentence carried a clear message. That silence is not always strength. That hiding the truth protects no one. It only prolongs pain. When the day of the event arrived, the atmosphere in the hall was, as it always had been, formal, controlled, perfectly arranged. But beneath that surface, there was an unspoken anticipation. William stepped onto the stage, the lights shining directly at him, blurring everything below. He began to speak, not following the old script, not in the familiar rhythm. His voice was slower, but firme. Each sentence was not just to fulfill a duty, but to make a statement. Then he paused for a brief moment, his eyes lifted, looking straight ahead, not just at the audience, not just at the cameras, but as if directed at someone specific. Silence is not strength. It is a wound. The sentence was not long, but it echoed clearly in the space, impossible to misunderstand. It was not a slogan. It was a declaration, a line drawn between past and future. The reaction did not come immediately, but the shift had begun, not through applause, but through the way the message spread, repeated, analyzed, and placed within the context of what many had long suspected but never confirmed. William left the stage without looking back. He did not need to see the reaction. He had said what needed to be said. That night, when he returned to Kensington, he no longer carried the same weight as before. Not because everything had been resolved, But because he had made his choice, from the ashes of buried secrets and hidden truths, a new direction had begun to take shape. Not perfect, not easy, but clearer than ever. A monarchy is not defined only by ceremony and tradition, but by how it faces itself. And this time, at least one man chose not to remain silent. The afternoon settled gently over the garden behind Kensington Palace, where Prince William walked slowly across the green lawn, his children holding tightly to his hands. There were no stage lights, no prepared speeches, only a father and his children, walking through a rare moment of peace in a world full of turmoil. Yet that simple image carried a meaning deeper than any royal ritual, because after everything that had been revealed, after the letters, the files, and the confessions that could not be taken back, what remained was not power. It was choice. William was no longer just the heir to the throne. He was a man standing before the chance to redefine how the monarchy faces truth, not by hiding it, but by acknowledging it, not through silence, but through courage. For decades, the British monarchy had survived on unspoken rules, where image was sometimes placed above people. But if there was one thing this story had made clear, it was that the cost of that exchange always remained quiet but persistent, and perhaps the next generation would no longer accept that as inevitable. The true strength of the crown does not lie in gold or ceremony. It lies in the ability to live truthfully, even when that means facing the most difficult realities. And what about you? Do you believe that William will become the king who completely changes history? Subscribe and stay with us for the next episode, where another question will be revealed. What did Prince Harry know before he left? The church bells rang, deep and prolonged, like a farewell to the past. Interwoven with that was the image of the coronation of Camilla Parker Bowles, magnificent and regal, yet interrupted by the sorrowful eyes and tears of Diana Spencer. On one side stood glory, on the other a memory that had never been laid to rest. And between those two opposing worlds, a question began to emerge. Do you believe in a love that endures through the years? Or is it all just a carefully calculated game of power set in motion long ago? In the year 2024, the United Kingdom was shaken by increasingly visible fractures within the royal family. People spoke of the rebellion of Meghan Markle, of the meaningful silence of Catherine Middleton, but very few noticed the shadow that stood behind every frame. Camila, the woman who spent more than 3 decades rising from a position of public scorn to the pinnacle of palace power, a journey built not only on love, but on patience, strategy, and moves that were never revealed. There were whispers that she would not accept anyone shining brighter than her, that relationships once thought unbreakable, from the brotherhood between Prince William and Prince Harry to the fragile bonds among the royal wives, had all been bent into a new order, an order in which the final legacy of Diana was gradually fading. And before we open that oak door, where unacknowledged secrets are waiting, I want to ask you one thing. Do you believe Camilla is a woman who endured for love? Or is she the one quietly controlling everything? Comment 1 if you believe in love, and 2 if you believe in a plan that has never been revealed. 20 years. A span of time long enough for a person to completely change their fate, and long enough for history to be rewritten in an entirely different way. Within the United Kingdom, there was a campaign that was never officially announced, yet its traces appeared everywhere. Those in the media gave it a cold name, Operation PB, the abbreviation of a plan whose goal was not to build an image, but to reshape the memory of an entire nation. After the death of Diana Spencer, the public did not just grieve, they were angry. And in that anger, the name Camilla Parker Bowles became a symbol of betrayal. Opinion polls at the end of the 1990s revealed a shocking figure. Her approval rating dropped to around -15%, a number that was not just low, it was a verdict. In the eyes of millions, she could never be accepted, let alone become queen. But real power does not lie in the emotions of the crowd. It lies in the ability to shape those emotions over time. And that was when the campaign began. There was no press release, no official statement, only closed-door meetings inside media offices, where leading public relations experts in Britain were brought in. They were not asked to defend Camilla. They were given a far more difficult task: to make the public forget why they once hated her. Millions of pounds were poured into sophisticated strategies. Camilla's image gradually changed. From a woman behind scandal, she appeared more often in charitable activities, quiet, reserved, never competing for the spotlight, a model completely opposite to what the public once believed. Carefully selected photographs, articles with a softer tone, stories of devotion, of patience, of a woman willing to stand behind to support her man, Charles III. This was not a random transformation. It was a long-term strategy. Step by step, they blurred the image of Diana in this story, not by denying it, but by shifting the focus from personal tragedy to royal duty, from pain to stability. And in that process, Camilla was no longer the one who broke a marriage. She was redefined as a woman who had waited, endured, and ultimately simply stood in her rightful place. 20 years. 20 years for a story to be rewritten without anyone realizing they were reading a different version of the truth. The public grew tired of the past. New generations grew up without carrying the memory of Diana as a personal wound. And that was when the campaign entered its final phase: normalization. No more controversy. No more outrage. Only acceptance. When Camilla Parker Bowles officially became queen, the reaction was no longer a wave of anger like 20 years before. It was silence. And in the world of power, silence can sometimes be more valuable than support. But do not mistake that silence. It does not mean everything has been forgiven. It only means the campaign has succeeded, because power does not need to be loved. It only needs not to be opposed. And when looking back at the entire journey, one question becomes clearer than ever. Was this truly just a story of enduring love, or was it a calculated game, where time itself was used as the most dangerous weapon? Because not everyone has the patience to wait 20 years, and not everyone has the resources to spend millions of pounds just to change how the world sees them. But Camila did. And when the campaign ended, she did not just change her image, she changed the way history would remember her. But every story of power follows a rule: when the original goal has been achieved, ambition does not stop. It simply changes direction. And that is where everything becomes more dangerous. Because once power is firmly in hand, Camilla's target is no longer the public. Those outside have been won over, or at least silenced. The real threat now comes from within, from younger faces, more beloved figures, and those who possess what she took 20 years to obtain, the natural support of the public. One name begins to emerge as an undeniable counterweight: Catherine Middleton. The woman often called the jewel of England, the one the public embraced almost from the very beginning, the one who did not need a 20-year campaign to be accepted, and also the one who, in the eyes of many, holds the heart of the royal future. In a game where spotlight cannot be shared, the existence of Kate is not just an advantage for the monarchy, it can become a threat. And when you have spent your entire life securing the highest position, you do not easily allow anyone to overshadow it. The question now is no longer what Camilla did to gain power, it is what she will do to keep it. And the answer may be more unsettling than anything that came before. In every game of power, there is always a piece that makes the one in control cautious. Not because that piece has acted, but because it holds the potential to change the entire board. And within the royal family, that name is none other than Catherine Middleton. The woman the public calls by a name full of meaning, the White Rose of England, a symbol of elegance, composure, and near perfection in the public eye. but that very perfection becomes a threat. Unlike Camilla Parker Bowles, who spent decades regaining acceptance, Kate entered the royal family with something no public relations campaign could ever buy: natural affection. From her earliest appearances beside Prince William, she quickly won the hearts of the public. No scandal, no controversy, only the image of a modern woman who still respects tradition, a perfect balance the monarchy has always sought, and that is precisely the problem, because in a system where attention is a finite resource, Kate Radiance inevitably casts a shadow over others, especially the woman who spent 20 years reaching her current position. Camilla could not fail to notice this, and according to many behind-the-scenes sources, caution quickly turned into a form of subtle control. It did not begin with public orders. It began with ritual, rules that seemed harmless, long-standing traditions that every member of the royal family must follow. But for Kate, they gradually became an invisible cage: regulations on clothing, standards on public appearances, unspoken rules about not exceeding her role, all of it tightened in a noticeable way. There are whispers that Camilla actively emphasized the revival of old rituals, not to protect tradition, but to draw a clear boundary. Kate may be loved, but she must not surpass the position of a future queen, at least not yet. That restraint is not easy to detect from the outside. The public still sees a perfect Kate, always smiling at the right moment, always appearing flawlessly composed. But behind those images, the pressure continues to grow, because every step must be calculated, every word must be controlled, not because she lacks ability, but because there are invisible limits that cannot be crossed. And then, one detail began to raise questions: 180 days. An unusually long period in the world of royalty, where every appearance is carefully measured. Catherine Middleton almost vanished from the media. No image, no events, no clear explanation, only silence. In that void, rumors began to spread. Some believed it was a matter of health. Others spoke of a need for privacy. But there were also more daring theories that this absence was not entirely a personal choice, that as Charles III faced health challenges, the internal power structure of the royal family was being adjusted, and in that process, figures with strong public influence could become elements that needed to be controlled. There is no public evidence, but in a system where information is tightly controlled, absence can sometimes speak louder than presence. From another perspective, that disappearance coincided in a striking way with the moment Camilla strengthened her position. As the king reduced his public appearances, the role of the queen became more prominent, and in such a sensitive period, reducing attention on other figures could be seen as a strategic move. What is notable is that when Kate returned, everything seemed unchanged. The smile remained perfect. The composure remained intact, not a single visible sign of what may have happened behind the scenes. But that very perfection led many to question, was it natural? Or was it the result of a system of control operating flawlessly? Because true power does not need to be displayed, it reveals itself through what cannot be seen. And in this case, what cannot be seen is far too much. The difference between Camilla and Kate is not just generational, it lies in how they approach power. One had to fight to obtain it. The other seems destined to inherit it, and in any system, that difference inevitably creates conflict. Camilla understands that public sentiment can change. She has lived through that herself, and for that very reason, she understands the value of controlling an image. And Kate, with her almost absolute public support, is a factor that cannot be underestimated. Perhaps that is why rituals that seem outdated have been revived, not because they are necessary, but because they are useful. They create structure, and within a rigid structure, every individual has a place. No one is allowed to step beyond it, but every form of control has its limits. Because public affection is not something that can be easily extinguished, It can be blurred. It can be diluted, but it rarely disappears completely. And that is precisely what keeps Kate a unique figure, a symbol that, even when restrained, cannot be replaced. The question is, how long can this restraint last? And when the moment of transition truly arrives, who will hold real control? But if with Kate, Camilla chose to tighten control through ritual and image management, then with someone entirely different in background and personality, that strategy no longer works. Because there are people who cannot be controlled by old rules, and when faced with them, power must use a different method, more ruthless, more direct. If with Kate, Camilla used ceremonial restraint, then, with a free-spirited American like Meghan Markle, she chose a far more ruthless weapon, isolation and division. If Kate is a white rose restrained by classical rituals, then the arrival of Meghan Markle was like a strange wind blowing straight into the thick walls of the monarchy. Not born into nobility, not raised within rigid rules, Meghan brought with her a completely different world, where freedom and individuality are not things to be hidden, and that is exactly what made her a dangerous variable in the eyes of those who hold power. At first, everything seemed to follow a fairy tale script. Meghan entered the royal family beside Prince Harry, with enormous global media attention. A wave of curiosity, mixed with expectation, spread across the United Kingdom. But in a short time, that picture began to crack. Negative articles appeared with an unusually high frequency, no longer praise. Instead came suspicion, criticism, and stories told in an entirely different direction. One number startled many observers: 67 negative articles within a single week. Not a month, not a quarter, just 1 week. Headlines relentlessly focused on Meghan. From the way she spoke, to the way she behaved, to speculation about her character and ambition, a media campaign that many believe could not have occurred naturally without a steady flow of information from within. And in behind-the-scenes whispers, one name began to surface: Camilla Parker Bowles. There is no public evidence. But in a system where information is a tool of power, controlling the flow of information also means controlling how a person is perceived. Meghan was not the first to face tabloid pressure, but what made her situation different was the speed and intensity of the negative wave. It did not resemble a natural media reaction. It resembled an organized campaign, every small story amplified, every mistake scrutinized, and every action interpreted in the most negative way possible. Meanwhile, Meghan had almost no opportunity to respond, because within the royal family, there is an unspoken rule: never explain, never complain, never engage with the media battle. A rule that can protect an image in many situations, but can also become a trap when the opposing side controls the entire narrative. Then, a sensitive detail began to emerge: rumors of conversations surrounding the skin color of an unborn child, Archie Mountbatten Windsor. A topic sensitive enough to shock, yet vague enough to resist clear verification. These pieces of information spread, were discussed, speculated upon, and eventually became part of a larger narrative. In an environment where every detail can be turned into a weapon, such rumors do not only cause personal harm, they shape how the public sees the entire story. Meghan was no longer a woman entering the royal family with hope. She was gradually portrayed as a controversial figure, an outsider who could not integrate, a disruptive force to an established order. The question is, who benefits from that image? From a power perspective, weakening Meghan's image also means protecting the existing structure. A woman who is free, unbound by old rules, can become a source of inspiration for change. And in a system built on tradition, change always carries risk. Camilla understands that better than anyone. She was once outside the system. She was once criticized by the public, and for that reason, she understands that the fastest way to protect her position is not to change the system, but to ensure that no one else can challenge it. The tabloids, in this context, are not just a tool, they are a weapon capable of shaping public opinion without direct confrontation, and when used strategically, they can weaken a person without any visible action. Meghan was gradually isolated, not only in the media, but within the very environment she lived in. Relationships became strained, distances became more visible, and in the end, the decision to leave the royal family was no longer a shocking choice. It became an almost inevitable outcome, but the story does not end there. Because in every power struggle, removing an opponent is not just an ending. It is also a message, a warning to those who remain, that this system is not easily changed, and anyone who tries will pay a price. What is striking is that even after leaving, Meghan's image continued to be contested. Old stories resurfaced, negative narratives persisted, as if the campaign was not only meant to push her out of the royal family, but also to ensure that she could never return with a stronger image. In this entire story, what troubles many people is not how Meghan was treated. It is the reason behind it all. Why would a woman who has reached the highest position still feel the need to eliminate potential threats? Why do women who enter the royal family, instead of being protected, have to face such intense pressure? And why does history seem to be repeating itself in such a disturbing way? Because, if one looks closely, what happened to Meghan is not entirely new. It carries similarities to a story that once shocked the world, a story about a woman who was deeply loved, placed inside an unforgiving system, and ultimately became a victim of that very system. A name whose memory has never truly disappeared, Diana Spencer. Many people ask why Camilla appears so harsh toward her daughters-in-law. The answer may not lie in the present, but in a shadow from the past that has never faded. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, there are ghosts that never leave. Not because people do not want to forget, but because the memory is too powerful to be erased. Within the royal family, the name Diana Spencer still exists as an irreplaceable symbol, not just a woman who has passed away, but a legacy that lives in the hearts of the public, and that, according to many theories, is what has made her a problem for those who seek to fully control the royal narrative. If we look back at the journey of Camilla Parker Bowles, a pattern begins to appear. She does not confront the past directly. She does the opposite. She allows the past to become fragmented, blurred, and gradually replaced by new stories, and within that entire strategy, the legacy of Diana becomes the final target. But how do you erase a symbol that millions of people still revere? The answer may lie in two individuals who carry Diana blood and memory, Prince William and Prince Harry. They are not just two princes. They are two living pieces of Diana's legacy. When they stand together, they represent an image the public has always longed for: continuity, unity, and a future that could heal the wounds of the past. But if those two pieces are separated, everything changes. In recent years, the fracture between William and Harry is no longer a rumor. It has become a reality openly discussed. Rare joint appearances, distangles, an undeniable gap. And then, one number began to be mentioned as the clearest sign of that breakdown. 1,000 days. 1,000 days in which Prince Harry has had almost no real communication with his father, Charles III, and his brother, a period long enough to turn disagreements into a divide that cannot be bridged, long enough for shared memories to be replaced by opposing perspectives. In an ordinary family, that would already be a tragedy. But within the royal family, it carries far greater meaning, because when Diana, two sons no longer stand on the same side, her legacy is divided as well. One part becomes tied to William, to duty, to tradition, to the path of succession. The other part becomes tied to Harry, to rebellion, to questions, to the desire to change the system. Two completely different paths, two different interpretations of the same mother. And when the public is forced to choose how to see it, the unity that once defined Diana's strength begins to disappear. There are those who believe it is simply the result of personal differences, the pressures of royal life, individual choices. But there are also more daring theories, suggesting that this division may not be entirely natural, that in a system where every detail is calculated, allowing such a powerful symbol to remain whole could be a risk. If Diana continues to be seen as a perfect figure, every comparison will always disadvantage those in power. But if that legacy is fragmented, debated, and placed into different contexts, its strength will diminish. And the most effective way to achieve that is to let her two sons walk opposite paths. There is no need for direct destruction, only the need to let differences grow, to let misunderstandings remain unresolved, to let distance widen, and eventually, to let them become the storytellers of two different versions of the same story. In that context, the role of Camilla Parker Bowles once again comes under the light of speculation, not through evidence, not through confirmation, only through a chain of events that raises questions. She is the one who understands the value of public image better than anyone. She is the one who once faced constant comparison with Diana, and she is also the one who spent decades changing how the public sees her. If anyone understands the importance of controlling the narrative, it is her. And if anyone recognizes that Diana's legacy remains a force capable of shaking the current order, it is also her. But in all of this, what stands out most is not what is said. It is what is left unsaid. The silence between William and Harry, the absence of moments of reunion, the growing differences in the way they appear before the public, all of it creates a picture in which the legacy of Diana is no longer a unified whole. It becomes two parallel stories, and when a symbol is divided, its power is no longer what it once was. Perhaps it is simply the effect of time. It may also be the result of personal choices, but it cannot be ruled out that in a game of power, victory does not always come from creating something new. It comes from weakening what already exists. If that is true, then the number 1,000 days is not just a detail, it is a milestone, a sign that a legacy has been successfully divided, and in the world of royalty, where everything carries symbolic meaning, that can be seen as one of the greatest victories any strategist could hope to achieve. But every victory has its cost, because when a legacy is divided, it is not only the past that is affected, the future will never be the same, and the final question still remains. Were these events a natural sequence, or the result of a plan calculated in silence, a plan whose consequences will extend across generations? And if that is the case, then the shadow of Diana, even when divided, has never truly disappeared. All the pieces we have just explored, from a 20-year media campaign, to the invisible restraint placed on Catherine Middleton, to the controversial isolation of Meghan Markle, and finally the division between Prince William and Prince Harry, no longer seem like separate stories. They connect into a larger picture, a picture of power, of control, and of the price that must be paid to remain at the top of one of the oldest institutions in the world. At the center of it all is Camilla Parker Bowles, a woman once rejected by an entire nation, once seen as a symbol of betrayal after the death of Diana Spencer, yet that same woman patiently, quietly, and persistently rewrote her story. Step by step, she moved from a shadow of public rejection to the highest position a woman in the royal family can reach. From a power perspective, it is an almost absolute victory. She overcame public opinion. She overcame the past. And in the end, she placed upon her head a crown that few once believed she could ever reach. But every victory has two sides. Because power can be built through strategy, but respect is built through emotion. And public emotion, though it can be guided, never truly disappears. It only settles, waiting for the right moment to return. The questions still remain about the role of the media in shaping perception, about the pressures faced by women who marry into the royal family, and about the division between Diana's two sons. These are not merely rumors or theories. They have become part of how the public understands the entire story, and within that picture, Camilla victory becomes more complex. Because a crown can be granted through ceremony, but true recognition comes from the hearts of the people, and that is something no campaign can ever fully guarantee. Windsor Castle still stands, majestic and steadfast as a symbol of endurance, but behind those thick stone walls, invisible cracks have begun to form. Not an immediate collapse, but fractures that are quiet, prolonged, and difficult to repair. Perhaps Camilla has won the battle for power, but the greater question lies elsewhere. Has she truly won the hearts of the people, or is it all merely a temporary acceptance, a silence of compromise rather than genuine forgiveness? In the end, Windsor Castle still stands, but its soul has been fractured. Camilla may have claimed the priceless crown, but she will forever live beneath the shadow of questions that history has never answered. Is royal power worth a broken family? Can a position compensate for distances that can never be repaired between those bound by blood? And were these events truly the necessary price for the survival of a monarchy? The answer may not lie in what we see today, but in how history will tell this story in the years to come. Thank you for joining this journey into the hidden corners behind royal doors. If you wish to continue exploring untold secrets of royal dynasties around the world, do not forget to like and subscribe so you do not miss what comes next. What if I told you that, just minutes ago, the palace quietly enacted one of the most brutal decisions in recent royal history? A decision so severe, so absolute, that it effectively erases a member of the royal family from every privilege, every protection, and every lifeline she once relied on, because yes, it is now officially confirmed, Sarah Ferguson, the Duchess of York, has been completely cut off from all royal benefits, effective immediately. This isn't a minor adjustment or a standard budget review. This is a sudden severance. No financial support, no security, no access to estates, staff, or medical care tied to the crown. Overnight, a woman who survived cancer, scandal, divorce, and decades of scrutiny has been pushed out of the royal system she once served and suffered for. And the biggest question echoing through Buckingham right now is simple. Why? Insiders report a late-night emergency meeting with senior courtiers, followed by an unusually blunt internal memo. There was no ceremony, no warm wording, just a direct order cutting Sarah loose. Some sources claim this move is tied to her recent health scares. Others whisper it was driven by political motives, and a few believe this is only the first step in a much larger restructuring of the monarchy, one that might involve removing more unnecessary members. But here's the part that no one can ignore. Why was this decision executed in complete silence? Why now, and who exactly pushed it through? Before we go deeper into the hidden motives behind this unprecedented action, I want to hear from you. Do you think Sarah Ferguson is being targeted, or is the palace hiding something much darker? Comment your thoughts below because what comes next may change everything. Now, let's get into the full story. To understand why the palace moved with such shocking brutality, we need to go back to when the warning signs were already forming long before the public noticed anything unusual. Here's what they don't want you to know. Inside the royal household, Sarah's situation wasn't viewed as a sudden crisis. It was seen as the slow, inevitable unraveling of a woman caught in the tightening grip of royal rules, financial catastrophe, and shifting political tides. When King Charles ascended to the throne, he brought a governing philosophy his advisors had anticipated for decades. A streamlined monarchy, smaller, sharper, and far less forgiving of individuals who carried what they called reputational risk. Under Queen Elizabeth, Sarah had always been an exception. She was welcomed at family gatherings, allowed to remain at Royal Lodge with Prince Andrew, treated gently despite her missteps. Elizabeth operated with grace, with memory, with sentiment, but Charles inherited a different world, a world where online scrutiny is merciless, where political pressure is relentless, where the institution could no longer afford what one senior aide quietly called nostalgic allowances. And here's the uncomfortable truth that changed everything. Unlike Andrew, Sarah held no title of Her Royal Highness. Unlike working royals, she had no public role to justify security or housing support. And unlike the newer generation, William, Catherine, and their children, she represented a past version of the monarchy, one weighed down by controversies the crown was desperate to bury forever. Behind palace walls, discussions about Royal Lodge began much earlier than anyone realized. The rising maintenance costs, the future use of grace and favor residences, the legal structure tying Andrew to the property. Each time these issues surfaced, Sarah's name appeared as an unavoidable complication. Without an HRH title, without duties, without a defined institutional purpose, she was an anomaly in a system built entirely on hierarchies. But tradition and cost weren't the only forces driving the shift. Here's where it gets dark. Political figures in Westminster began pressing the monarchy quietly but firmly to address lingering concerns connected to the Epstein fallout. The public, especially those who remembered the scandals of the 1990s, increasingly questioned why a non-working divorced duchess continued living in a Crown estate property. The palace noticed, they logged the polling numbers, they recognized the pattern. Sarah was becoming a symbol of everything Charles's modernization plans sought to eliminate. Can you see it now? The walls were already closing in. The decision was no longer if, but when. And as these pressures converged, legal, financial, reputational, political, the once small conversations about Sarah's future grew sharper, more hurt, and impossible to avoid. Catherine's discovery. But there's someone else in this story. Someone whose quiet observations revealed just how serious this situation had become. Princess Catherine. The first real signs of trouble didn't come from headlines or scandals. They came from subtle, easily overlooked anomalies that only those closest to the royal system noticed. And for Catherine, whose life had been shaped by decades of protocol and public expectation, these irregularities around Sarah Ferguson began to feel like warning bells nobody else wanted to hear. It started during a routine briefing at Kensington Palace. Catherine overheard two staff members discussing Windsor properties. One mentioned that Royal Lodge maintenance cost projections had doubled again. The other added with uncomfortable hesitation, "The complication remains. Sarah still living there. Still not a working royal. Still tied to Andrew's diminishing position." Catherine didn't intervene. She simply paused, absorbing the tone. Because she knew when palace staff speak tentatively, something deeper is always brewing. Weeks later, another inconsistency surfaced. Catherine received a briefing pack summarizing public sentiment toward different royal family branches. Most was predictable: strong support for the Wales family, cautious optimism around Charles's modernization. But one graph caught her attention: an unexpected spike in negative sentiment associated with the York household, not toward Beatrice or Eugenie, who remained privately respected. Specifically toward Sarah, the phrasing in the analysis was telling, "Public perception reflects unresolved associations and outdated expectations." Catherine understood exactly what that meant. Then came the moment that changed everything. During a spring charity event, Catherine greeted well-wishers along the rope line when an older woman leaned in and gently asked, "Dear, why is the Duchess of York still in that big house if she's not working for the crown? It doesn't look quite right, does it?" Catherine smiled politely, offering a diplomatic reply. But inside, she felt a tightness forming. When ordinary citizens voice the same, concerns private advisors whisper, the gap between public understanding and palace silence has become too dangerous to ignore. Meanwhile, inside Windsor, the atmosphere had shifted dramatically. Staff who once described Andrew and Sarah's arrangement as odd but functional now used different language: strained, unsettled, uncertain. Even more revealing were the briefings about foreign press coverage. American outlets were quietly linking Sarah back into the Epstein narrative because of her past emails, including the infamous one calling him a supreme friend and the revived congressional inquiry. Catherine knew how catastrophic this was. Once an individual becomes part of an international scandal discussion, the Crown's risk assessment changes completely, and Sarah had no role, no institutional shield, no functional justification to keep her within the royal framework. Late that summer, Catherine was shown an internal document summarizing external reputational threats. Sarah was listed prominently. The reasoning was stark: non-working royal with unstable finances, public visibility and unresolved associations, invites scrutiny inconsistent with modernization strategy. Do you understand what that means in royal terms? It was the beginning of the end. The strategic meeting. By the time the decision was finalized, conversations inside Buckingham Palace had shifted from quiet concern to strategic urgency. The question was no longer whether action should be taken, it was how far the Crown was prepared to go, and at the center of this transformation stood Queen Camilla, a woman who understood better than most how fragile the monarchy's public image could be. Camilla's mornings often began with thick folders of press summaries, but in recent months, a disturbing pattern had emerged. Major American outlets were no longer focusing solely on Prince Andrew's downfall. They were turning their attention to Sarah, articles in the Washington Post, segments on MSNBC, late-night discussions on CNN, all asking pointed questions about why the Duchess of York still occupied a Crown Estate residence while carrying reputational risks linked to Andrew's scandals and her own financial disasters. The tone was shifting from curiosity to open criticism, and for a monarchy hyper-aware of its international image, this development mattered profoundly. Camilla called a private meeting in the Green Drawing Room, a space quiet enough to avoid casual eavesdropping. Those invited included Sir Edward Chapman, Fiona Lyle, and Rupert Kane, senior advisors with decades of crisis management experience. She opened with characteristic calm, but the urgency in her voice was unmistakable. Public patience is not endless, nor is institutional tolerance. Sir Edward unfolded a document summarizing the amplification of international coverage, mentions of Sarah's financial troubles, the Epstein connection, and the revived congressional inquiry were rising sharply in American media cycles. Even mainstream British journalism, once cautious about pushing too hard on Sarah, was now framing her presence at Royal Lodge as a symbol of inconsistency. Then Princess Anne joined the discussions, and she didn't mince words. We're trying to streamline the monarchy, not drag the past forward with us. Anne had always respected Sarah personally, but she believed institutions survived only when they followed rules, not memories. William, briefed separately at Kensington Palace, echoed the sentiment in his measured way. We cannot continue carrying burdens that do not belong to the future we are building. But the most revealing insight came from the communications wing. Analysts presented Camilla and Charles with data showing a sharp rise in negative sentiment among viewers over 50 inches the United States, a demographic loyal, deeply engaged and often nostalgic for the Diana-era monarchy. The data was devastating. A young communications staffer, reviewing engagement metrics, offered an insight that silenced the room. People aren't just watching this as royal drama, they're watching it as a moral question. How much responsibility does a family bear for the actions of someone linked to them? Camilla and Charles reviewed the draft statement. The language was crisp, restrained, deeply institutional. It didn't attack Sarah. It didn't reference scandals. It framed the decision as procedural, necessary, aligned with long-term restructuring. But beneath its calm tone, anyone familiar with royal subtext could see its true meaning. The crown was stepping away permanently. Before finalizing, Camilla made a suggestion rooted in her own experience. We must ensure this does not read as punishment. It must read as policy. Several lines were rewritten to emphasize neutrality and precedent. Inside the palace's private offices, a quiet understanding settled. The decision was irreversible, and its impact would echo far beyond Windsor and Buckingham Palace. The announcement, the full palace statement went live, a meticulously worded document that rippled across the world within minutes. It was short, polished, and unmistakably final. The Crown confirmed that effective immediately, Sarah Ferguson would no longer receive housing provisions, security consideration, or transitional support from the royal household. Every line felt like a door slamming shut. For Sarah, the impact was immediate and devastating. She was sitting at a small writing desk in the corner of a London hotel suite when her phone erupted with notifications. She had moved there quietly days earlier, sensing something decisive was coming. But not knowing how hard it would land, when she saw the official Buckingham Palace header appear on her screen, she froze. For a moment, she simply stared at the announcement, reading it twice, as if the words might shift the second time around. They didn't. What struck her first wasn't the loss of Royal Lodge that had been foreshadowed for months. It was the tone, the absence of warmth, the formality, the unmistakable message that the Crown was drawing a clean, unbridgeable line between Sarah Ferguson and the institution she had once married into. Regardless of the years spent rehabilitating her reputation, the charity events, the children's books, the public resilience, none of it mattered. Now, in the eyes of the monarchy, she was no longer part of its future. Across newsrooms worldwide, the reaction was shock mixed with grim recognition. The palace's modernization strategy under King Charles had always hinted at a leaner, more focused royal structure. But nobody expected the shift to land so sharply and so publicly on the Duchess of York. The timing felt surgical. Andrew was already being relocated to a smaller property. The Epstein investigation in the United States was accelerating. Pressure from Parliament to ensure ethical clarity around royal associations had reached its highest point in years. For observers, it was clear Sarah had become a liability. The Crown could no longer afford to defend. The global media storm intensified as pundits recounted her long list of setbacks, her financial entanglements including the failed Pegasus Bitcoin venture, the infamous email calling Epstein a supreme friend, her charity partnerships now framed as a career cut short by association and misjudgment. Even her personal resilience, once admired, became part of a tragic narrative about a woman who had been offered second chances but never found solid footing. The daughter's desperate plan, but while the world dissected the public fallout, something far more personal and far more desperate was unfolding in the shadows. Beatrice and Eugenie had been preparing for this moment. According to sources close to the sisters, they were devastated but unsurprised. They had known the announcement would be definitive, and they had taken steps quietly, urgently to prepare their mother's escape route. Their property in the coastal region of Comporta, Portugal, had already been readied. Staff arranged temporary accommodations. Local contacts helped secure privacy upon arrival. Make no mistake, this wasn't a vacation plan. This was a relocation plan. A survival plan. The sisters moved with military precision, determined to ensure their mother had somewhere safe, quiet, and controllable to land. But beneath the practical tasks lay a deeper, more heartbreaking fear. that once Sarah left the UK, the distance between her and the monarchy would become permanent, irreversible. Meanwhile, inside the palace, advisors felt a strange mixture of relief and apprehension. Relief because a lingering institutional dilemma had finally been resolved. Apprehension because Sarah remained unpredictable, historically outspoken, a woman who had never disappeared quietly. Her financial instability made her vulnerable to book deals. Her long relationship with Andrew meant she had knowledge that could unsettle the monarchy further if ever revealed, and her reputation as a woman who refused to fade away made her next steps impossible to predict. The hidden motives. Now we arrive at the question everyone's asking. But nobody's answering. What are the real motives behind this decision? Because if you think this is simply about modernization or financial efficiency, you haven't been paying attention. Let me break down what's really happening behind those palace walls. Motive 1. The Epstein shadow. The revived congressional inquiry in the United States isn't just examining Andrew. Investigators have begun asking questions about financial connections, communications, and associations that extend to Sarah, her past emails, her business dealings, her proximity to figures under scrutiny. All of it creates exposure the Crown cannot tolerate. By severing ties with Sarah now, the palace creates legal distance. If she's investigated, questioned, or implicated in any way, the monarchy can truthfully claim she has no official connection to the institution. That's not coincidence. That's strategy. Motive 2. Financial liability. Sarah's financial history is a minefield. The failed business ventures, the mounting debts, the questionable partnerships. Each one represents potential embarrassment for the Crown. But here's what's truly alarming. Sources suggest Sarah may have been seeking financial assistance from the royal household to cover legal fees and security costs. The palace had to make a choice: continue propping up someone with no official role or cut ties completely. They chose severance over support. Motive 3. The American audience. The palace is acutely aware of American sentiment, and American viewers, especially those over 50, who represent a massive engaged audience, have been increasingly vocal about the York situation. Polling data showed this demographic questioning the monarchy's judgment in maintaining ties with Sarah given the controversies. For an institution that depends on international goodwill and soft power, losing American support is unthinkable. This announcement was as much for Washington and New York as it was for London. Motive 4. William's succession planning. William is thinking decades ahead. He's building a monarchy for George, Charlotte, and Louis. And in that vision, there's no room for the complicated, scandal-tainted figures of the past. Sources close to William suggest he's been the strongest voice pushing for clean breaks. Not out of cruelty, but out of calculated necessity. Every lingering controversy from the previous generation becomes a weapon that can be used against the future. Motive 5. The Portugal connection. Why Portugal? Why Comporta, specifically? Because it's quiet, isolated, and far from British tabloid scrutiny, because it allows the palace to say Sarah has relocated abroad for personal reasons without revealing she's essentially been exiled. Portugal isn't just a fresh start. It's a strategic containment. Inside the palace, the hours following the announcement carried a tension that settled into every corner of the royal ecosystem. Within minutes, the legal office convened. Advisors reviewed Crown Estate lease structures and policies governing non-working royals. One lawyer summarized it with devastating clarity. Her Royal Highness status is gone. Her support structures are gone. Under current statute, there is no pathway back. At Windsor, the reality had already begun reshaping Prince Andrew's world. The logistics team confirmed he would be relocated to a smaller property before Christmas, a downsizing framed as routine restructuring. Though everyone understood the symbolism, Andrew would remain under the Crown's roof, Sarah would not. At Kensington Palace, William studied the developments with thoughtful silence. He carried no personal grudge against Sarah, but understood the political risk tied to her financial instability and proximity to Andrew's scandals. Privately, staff noted, William seemed relieved more than distressed. A lingering uncertainty had been resolved. Catherine's perspective, though quieter, was equally grounded. She sympathized with Sarah. Both women had endured the tabloid machine's brutality, but Catherine also knew the palace could not shield a figure whose presence complicated modernization efforts. In her view, letting Sarah step away, however harsh the optics, was the only sustainable option. The practical nightmare. Without royal support, Sarah would no longer qualify for security coverage, an immediate concern given renewed public interest in her past. The Home Office confirmed she would need to arrange her own security abroad. The financial assessment was equally grim. Without housing provisions, without security support, without the safety net she'd relied on for decades, Sarah would need to generate significant income immediately. And here's where it gets truly concerning. A financially desperate Sarah Ferguson, with intimate knowledge of royal operations, personal relationships, and private conversations, represents exactly the kind of risk that keeps palace advisors awake at night. Book deals, tell-all interviews, documentary participation. Each represents a potential minefield. The palace had severed ties, but they hadn't eliminated risk. They'd arguably increased it. The daughters' heartbreak. Beatrice and Eugenie found themselves caught in an impossible position. Daughters torn between institutional necessity and maternal protection. They understood the palace's decision. They'd seen the mounting pressures, but understanding didn't ease the emotional devastation of watching their mother be formally expelled from the only world she'd known for nearly 4 decades. According to sources, both sisters reached out to their mother within minutes of the announcement. The conversations were brief, emotional, and focused on immediate practicalities, because in crisis, the York women do what they've always done. They act, they protect, they survive. The preparations accelerated. Documents were delivered discreetly. Bank accounts were reviewed. Legal counsel was engaged for the Portugal transition. Every detail mattered because one misstep could expose their mother to dangers. The palace was no longer obligated to shield her from. But beneath all the logistics lay a question neither sister wanted to voice. Once their mother left British soil, essentially exiled by the institution their grandmother once led, would she ever truly come back? Global reaction. From which country or city are you watching this moment unfold? Because this story is being interpreted completely differently depending on where you're sitting. In America, viewers see this as the monarchy finally holding itself accountable to modern ethical standards. Even if painfully late, in Britain, the response is more divided. Older generations remember Sarah fondly and see this as unnecessarily harsh. Younger audiences view it as long overdue institutional house cleaning. In Europe, particularly in countries with their own monarchies, royal watchers are analyzing this as a template for how modern crowns handle legacy complications. In Commonwealth nations, the reaction ranges from sympathy to frustration that the monarchy continues generating drama when it should be focused on meaningful service. Your perspective matters because how this story resonates globally will influence how historians ultimately judge this decision. Leave a comment below telling me where you are watching from and what's your honest reaction. Sarah's silent response. Sarah remained in that London hotel suite. She hadn't issued a statement, hadn't appeared publicly, hadn't even posted on social media. A silence that, for a woman known for her communication, spoke volumes. Those closest to her described someone in a state of processing shock mixed with steely determination. She had survived scandals before, weathered divorces, financial ruin, and public humiliation. But this was different. This wasn't a scandal she could rehabilitate from or a misstep she could apologize for. This was an institutional rejection, absolute and irreversible. Friends report she spent hours on the phone with her daughters, with legal advisors, with a handful of people who remained truly loyal. She reviewed documents, made lists, planned next steps with the methodical focus of someone who understood the severity of her situation. Because Sarah Ferguson may be many things, but she's never been passive, and as night deepened over London, one truth became increasingly clear: the palace had made its move. Now the world was waiting to see how Sarah would respond, the monarchy's gamble. For King Charles and his advisors, the decision to sever ties with Sarah represents both a victory and a massive gamble. The victory: they've eliminated a complication that was becoming increasingly untenable, sent a clear message about modernization priorities, created legal and political distance from potential future scandals. The gamble: they've also created a loose cannon, a financially vulnerable, potentially angry ex-royal, with decades of insider knowledge and nothing left to lose. History shows us that exiled royals don't always go quietly into the Portuguese sunset. The Duke and Duchess of Windsor, Princess Margaret in her later years, even Diana in the final year of her life, separated from the institution but still possessing the power to shake it. Sarah has that same power now, multiplied by modern media, social platforms, and an international audience hungry for royal revelations. The palace's strategy assumes Sarah will accept her exile gracefully, fade from view, and allow the monarchy to move forward without her. But what if she doesn't? What if financial desperation, personal anger, or simple human frustration leads her to start talking to journalists, documentarians, or authors who would pay significantly for her story? What if the palace just created their own worst nightmare? What this means for us, beyond the royal headlines, this story offers profound lessons about power, loyalty, and reinvention. Lesson 1. Unresolved problems don't disappear. They compound. Lesson 2. No structure built in one season lasts forever. Lesson 3. Institutions prioritize survival over individuals, always. Lesson 4. Sometimes reinvention requires a forced break. The hidden truth? This announcement isn't the end of Sarah Ferguson's story. It's the beginning of a completely new chapter. For nearly 40 years, Sarah has existed in the shadow of the monarchy, defined by her marriage to Andrew, judged by royal standards, constrained by institutional expectations. Now, for the first time since 1986, she's completely free of those constraints, free to speak, free to write, free to build a life entirely on her own terms without worrying about palace approval or royal protocol. Is that liberation or devastation? The answer probably depends on what Sarah chooses to do next. If she retreats quietly and lives out her years in Portuguese obscurity, then the palace wins completely. But if Sarah emerges as a voice, writing books, giving interviews, participating in documentaries that reveal uncomfortable truths about royal life, then this decision might be remembered very differently as the moment the monarchy created its most dangerous adversary by giving someone who knew too much absolutely nothing left to lose. Final thoughts. Sarah Ferguson's fall from royal grace isn't just a headline. It's a human story about resilience, consequence, and the brutal mathematics of power. Yet, beneath the tragedy lies something potentially transformative. Portugal may not have been her dream, but it offers distance, safety, and a chance to rebuild without the constant shadow of royal expectations. For a woman who has lived most of her adult life beneath the harsh glare of public opinion, that might be its own kind of liberation. For the monarchy, this decision marks a deliberate step toward the future King Charles has envisioned, a crown that is smaller, more accountable, more aligned with modern expectations. Power structures may define the rules, but individuals define their stories. Sarah Ferguson has been many things: controversial, resilient, unpredictable, flawed, human, but she has never ever been silent. And now that the palace has spoken firmly, finally, fatally, the world waits to see how she will respond. What she will reveal, who she will become without the walls of Windsor to define her. In the end, the decision to cut off all royal benefits for Sarah Ferguson was not just a cold announcement from the palace, but a declaration that anyone once considered part of the royal family can be removed from the circle of power at any moment. Although the reasons made public sound reasonable, it is clear that behind them lie motives. The palace does not want to mention meetings that never appeared on the official schedule, unusual changes inside the royal office, and especially the calculated silence of several high-ranking figures. All of it creates the sense that this story still has many layers that have yet to be uncovered. Sarah was once part of the royal family, once devoted her name and her image for many years. The fact that she was removed so decisively shows that there are things the palace wants to bury very deeply. Thank you for staying with us until the end of the video. What do you think is the real reason behind this decision? Leave your opinion in the comments. And do not forget to subscribe to the channel so you can continue exploring the hidden corners of the British royal family with us. If I told you that everything inside Buckingham Palace just changed in the last 5 minutes, would you believe it? Because according to multiple insiders, King Charles has quietly set into motion a decision that will transform the future of the monarchy. And the person at the center of this political earthquake is none other than Prince William, while the palace is scrambling to maintain silence. Sources confirm that the king has begun the formal process of passing the crown to his eldest son, a move so sudden and so disruptive that Queen Camilla is reportedly furious beyond words. The tension has been building for months, behind the polished balcony appearances and carefully arranged public smiles. The royal household has been fighting a silent war. Charles's declining health, William's rising authority, and Camilla's increasing attempts to consolidate power have collided into a breaking point. But no one expected the king to move this quickly. No one expected William to be summoned to a private meeting just hours before the decision leaked. And certainly no one expected Camilla to be completely excluded from the discussion. Insiders claim that Camilla confronted the king immediately after discovering the truth, accusing senior courtiers of orchestrating a palace coup to sideline her permanently. But the reality may be far more complicated. Some say Charles wants stability. Others say William demanded clarity. And a few believe that damaging information about Camilla's political influence pushed the king to act before it was too late. What we know for sure is this: a transition of power is unfolding, a queen is enraged, a future king is stepping forward, and the entire monarchy is bracing for impact. Because tonight, the crown has shifted, and nothing inside Buckingham Palace will ever be the same again. The fog hung heavy over Balmoral Castle on the morning of November 18th. L'Ancien Ling Archewu, wrapping the Scottish estate in a shroud of grey that seemed to mirror the somber mood within its ancient walls. King Charles sat alone in his private study, the room where Queen Victoria had once conducted affairs of state, where generations of monarchs had wrestled with decisions that shaped nations. Before him lay a single sheet of paper, the words typed in formal legal language that belied the revolutionary nature of its content. It was an instrument of abdication, prepared in absolute secrecy by constitutional lawyers sworn to confidentiality, a document that would end his reign barely 3 years after it had begun. The decision had not come suddenly, though its formalization had accelerated in recent weeks. Charles had ascended to the throne in September 2022, at the age of 73, already the oldest person ever to assume the British crown. He had waited longer than any heir in the nation's history. spending decades preparing for a role that seemed perpetually just beyond reach. When it finally came, following his mother's death at Balmoral, he had embraced it with determination and energy that surprised those who had questioned whether he possessed the stamina for the demands of modern monarchy. But 3 years of relentless duty had taken a toll that could no longer be ignored or minimized. The health issues had begun subtly, fatigue that lingered despite adequate rest, a persistent cough that antibiotics could not fully resolve, joint pain that made standing through lengthy ceremonies increasingly difficult. His medical team had initially attributed these symptoms to age and stress, prescribing rest and adjusted schedules. But when routine scans in September revealed abnormalities requiring further investigation, the situation became far more serious. The diagnosis, delivered privately in early October, was not immediately life-threatening but was progressive and would require treatment incompatible with the demands of his constitutional role. Charles faced the prognosis with the stoicism bred through decades of public service and personal crisis. He had survived the dissolution of his first marriage under brutal media scrutiny, weathered the death of Diana and the public grief that followed, endured years of being portrayed as an eccentric waiting impatiently for power he did not deserve. He had rebuilt his reputation painstakingly, married the woman he loved despite fierce opposition, and finally assumed the throne with genuine public support. The idea of surrendering the crown after such a brief reign felt like cosmic cruelty, a final joke at the expense of someone who had already endured more than his share of humiliation and disappointment. But Charles was nothing if not dutiful. He understood constitutional monarchy in ways few others could. Having studied its requirements and limitations for 7 decades, he knew the crown required not just symbolic presence, but active engagement, mental acuity, and physical stamina to maintain the relentless schedule of duties that sustained the institution's relevance. He had watched his mother serve with dedication until her final days. While he admired her commitment, he had also seen how her determination never to abdicate had created awkward situations in her final years when age diminished her capacity. Yet duty demanded continuation. The constitutional lawyers had explained the precedent carefully. Britain had not seen a voluntary abdication since Edward VIII in 1936, an event so traumatic it had reshaped the monarchy and was still referenced as a cautionary tale nearly 90 years later. Edward's abdication had been driven by desire to marry a divorced woman, a personal choice that put individual happiness above duty. What Charles contemplated was fundamentally different, stepping aside not for personal gratification, but because medical reality made continuing irresponsible. The distinction mattered enormously in how such an action would be perceived and whether the institution could survive it intact. He had confided in only a handful of people: his private secretary, who had served him for 22 years, the Archbishop of Canterbury, 2 senior constitutional experts whose discretion was absolute, and eventually William, whose reaction would determine whether this path was even possible. The conversation with his eldest son had occurred 3 weeks earlier in this same study. During what was publicly described as a routine private visit to Balmoral, Charles had presented the medical realities without embellishment, shown William the documentation, and explained the prognosis and treatment requirements. He watched his son's face cycle through shock, denial, grief, and finally reluctant acceptance as the implications became clear. William had begged him to seek additional opinions, to explore every possible treatment option that might allow him to continue. But when those alternatives had been exhausted and the medical consensus remained unchanged, William had reached the same conclusion. Continuation was not sustainable. What followed had been the most difficult negotiation of both their lives. William, at Patruzec, Chitre, had expected to have at least another decade, perhaps 2, before assuming the throne. He had 3 young children, The youngest, barely 7 years old, Catherine was still recovering from her own health challenges, regaining strength but not yet fully restored. The idea of becoming king while his children were still in primary and secondary school, while his wife remained fragile, felt overwhelming. But duty, that inexorable force that had shaped both their lives since birth, left no room for personal preference or convenient timing. Camilla's discovery. Queen Camilla had discovered her husband's intention in the worst possible way, by accident, through overhearing a conversation she was never meant to witness. She had returned to Balmoral unexpectedly, early from a visit to a local hospital, cutting the engagement short because of a migraine. Entering through a side entrance to avoid staff fuss, she had been walking toward the private apartments when she heard voices from Charles's study. The door was slightly ajar, and her husband's voice, heavy with emotion, carried into the corridor. "I have no choice," she heard him say. "The treatment protocol is incompatible with the demands of the role. I must step aside while I can do so with dignity rather than wait until circumstances force the issue." Camilla froze in the hallway, her blood turning cold as the implications crashed over her. She heard William's voice responding, discussing timelines and announcements, talking about transition planning and constitutional requirements. They were planning an abdication. Her husband, who had waited his entire life to be king, who had endured decades of preparation and criticism, who had been on the throne less than 3 years, was planning to surrender the crown, and he had not told her. She stood paralyzed, listening to them discuss how to inform her when the appropriate moment might be, how she might react. They were talking about her as though she were a problem to be managed, rather than a partner who deserved to be consulted. When she finally pushed open the door, both men fell silent, their expressions confirming that what she had overheard was exactly what it seemed. The confrontation that followed was described by those who heard raised voices through heavy doors as volcanic. Camilla's fury was comprehensive and devastating. She raged at Charles for excluding her from a decision that would fundamentally alter her life and identity. She demanded to know how long he had been planning this, how many people he had consulted while keeping her deliberately ignorant. She accused him of cowardice, of abandoning the responsibility they were meant to share, of caring more about his legacy than about their partnership. Charles attempted to explain, to outline the medical realities, to help her understand that this was not choice but necessity. But Camilla was beyond reason, beyond comfort. She had spent 20 years fighting for acceptance, enduring comparison to Diana, weathering public opinion that ranged from grudging tolerance to active hostility. She had finally achieved the position of queen consort, had begun to make the role her own, had started to feel that perhaps she had earned her place, and now, after barely 3 years, it was being ripped away. She would go from queen to queen dowager, from consort to the current king to widow equivalent of a former king, a demotion in everything but technical title. What enraged her most was the timing. Had Charles's reign lasted a decade or more, she could have accepted abdication as a reasonable response to declining health in old age. But 3 years felt like a cruel joke. Barely enough time to warm the throne before surrendering it. She felt cheated of the role she had sacrificed so much to obtain, robbed of the opportunity to truly make her mark as queen. The charities she had championed, the causes she had promoted, the carefully constructed public image she had built, all of it would be diminished by the brevity of her tenure and the manner of its ending. Her anger toward William was even more intense. She accused him of pushing his father toward abdication, of being impatient to assume power, of prioritizing his own timeline over his father's well-being. The accusation was unfair, and she likely knew it even as she made it. But rage seeks targets, and William was conveniently present. He attempted to defend himself, to explain that he had argued against abdication, that he had begged his father to explore every alternative. But Camilla was not interested in his explanations. She saw in him the person who would benefit from her loss, who would ascend while she descended, whose wife would become queen while she became a footnote. The confrontation ended with Camilla storming from the study, retreating to her private rooms and refusing to see or speak to Charles for 3 days. The household staff moved carefully through the castle, aware that something catastrophic had occurred, but uncertain of details. Meals were sent to separate rooms. Schedules were adjusted to prevent accidental encounters. The King and Queen of the United Kingdom were not speaking, and the tension radiated through every corridor and chamber of the estate. Charles, miserable and guilt-ridden, threw himself into finalizing the abdication plans, perhaps finding in bureaucratic details a distraction from emotional devastation. When Camilla finally emerged from her self-imposed isolation, it was not with acceptance but with strategy. She began making calls to her own advisors, to friends with legal expertise, to people who might help her understand her options and rights. She discovered that as queen consort, her position was entirely derivative of her husband's. If he abdicated, she had no independent constitutional role. She would retain the title Queen Camilla for life, as the widow equivalent of a former king, but she would have no official duties, no platform, no purpose beyond that which she could construct independently. Everything she had built was tied to Charles's position, and when he stepped down, her relevance stepped down with him. The institutional machinery engages. While the personal drama unfolded at Balmoral, the machinery of constitutional transition began grinding into motion. The Prime Minister was briefed in a private meeting at Downing Street. The conversation protected by protocols that ensured no record would be kept and no staff would be present. The governmental response was carefully neutral. Ministers understood that the Crown's continuity mattered more than any individual monarch, and a smooth transition from father to son posed far fewer constitutional complications than a prolonged decline in a king unable to fully execute his duties. Political calculation favored support for abdication, though no politician would say so publicly. The Archbishop of Canterbury convened a small group of senior clergy to discuss the theological and ceremonial implications. The coronation of Charles had occurred barely 2 years prior, an elaborate ceremony costing millions and watched by billions globally. The idea of conducting another coronation so soon felt excessive. Yet William's accession would require formal recognition and blessing. Discussions began about creating a modified ceremony, something that acknowledged the solemnity of the moment, without the full pageantry of a traditional coronation. The balance between maintaining appropriate dignity and avoiding the appearance of wasteful repetition required careful consideration. Constitutional experts grappled with questions that had no modern precedent. What would be Charles's title after abdication? Would he remain a Councillor of State, or would that role pass exclusively to working royals in the new reign? Where would he live? Given that sovereign residences would transfer to William, what financial arrangements would apply, and how would they be funded? The sovereign grant was designed for the reigning monarch, not for a living former king. Every question spawned additional complications, each requiring resolution before any public announcement could be made. The palace communications team, brought into the planning at this stage, began crafting the narrative that would accompany the announcement. The messaging needed to emphasize duty and continuity, to present the abdication as responsible stewardship rather than abandonment. They drafted statements highlighting Charles's dedication to the crown, his determination to ensure the monarchy's strength by facilitating transition while he could still guide it, his confidence in William's readiness to assume the throne. Every word was tested against potential public reaction, adjusted to minimize shock while maintaining honesty about the medical realities driving the decision. Security services conducted their own assessments. An abdication would create a period of vulnerability, a moment when the established order was in flux and various groups might seek to exploit uncertainty. Threats were evaluated, protection details adjusted, contingencies planned for scenarios ranging from political protests to potential violence from extremist groups. The transition itself would be a massive security operation, requiring coordination across multiple agencies and jurisdictions. Plans were developed in secret, ready to be activated the moment the decision became public. Behind all the institutional preparation lay a fundamental question nobody wanted to articulate directly. Would the public accept this? Edward VIII's abdication had traumatized the nation, created a constitutional crisis, and permanently stained the monarchy's reputation. That abdication had been driven by selfish desire. But even a medically necessary abdication carried risks. Would the public understand Charles's reasoning, or would they view it as weakness? Would they accept William and Catherine as king and queen despite their relative youth, or would resentment at losing Charles so soon poison the transition? Public opinion research conducted carefully to avoid revealing the true purpose provided mixed signals that reassured no one. The decision was made to inform certain key family members before any public announcement. Princess Anne was told first, her practical nature and institutional knowledge making her feedback valuable. Her reaction was supportive of Charles but concerned about Camilla, whom she had come to genuinely respect despite their complicated history. She volunteered to speak with the Queen to help her understand that this was not betrayal, but medical necessity. Prince Edward was informed next. His response was characterized by sadness for his brother, but acceptance of the logic. Sophie immediately began thinking about how to support Catherine through the transition, knowing the younger woman would need guidance from someone who had navigated royal life successfully. Prince Harry presented a unique challenge. Relations remained strained despite occasional reconciliation attempts. But his position as son of the former king and brother of the incoming king meant he could not be left uninformed until the public announcement. The notification was handled delicately, with assurances that his security concerns would be considered in transition planning and that he would be welcomed at any ceremonial events he chose to attend. His response, conveyed through intermediaries, was supportive of his father's decision while maintaining distance from institutional matters. He would not oppose the abdication, but neither would he involve himself in planning or public advocacy for it. Camilla's campaign. As the abdication planning progressed toward an announcement date tentatively set for mid-December, Camilla launched her own campaign to prevent or at least delay the transition. She began with appeals to Charles's sense of duty, reminding him of the sacred vows made at his coronation, the promises to serve until death. She argued that medical treatment had advanced remarkably, that his condition might be manageable with proper care, that abandoning the throne after such brief tenure would damage the institution he claimed to be protecting. Her arguments were passionate and grounded in genuine belief that abdication was wrong. When appeals to duty failed, Camilla shifted to personal arguments. She spoke about their relationship, the decades they had waited to be together openly, the short time they had served as king and queen. She reminded him how hard she had worked to earn public acceptance, of the causes she had championed, of the difference she was beginning to make. The abdication would truncate all of that, reduce her tenure to a historical footnote, waste the goodwill she had painstakingly accumulated. Did he not owe her the chance to complete what she had started? Charles, torn between love for his wife and conviction that abdication was necessary, tried to show her alternative paths forward. She could continue charitable work independently, maintain patronages and public engagements as Queen Dowager, have resources and platform, perhaps even more freedom, without constitutional constraints. But Camilla rejected these reassurances as hollow comfort. Queen Dowager was a title for widows, she argued, a designation that emphasized what had been lost rather than what remained. She had not fought for decades to be queen, only to have the role stolen after 3 years. Her most potent weapon was emotional manipulation, deployed with the skill of someone who understood Charles's vulnerabilities intimately. She wept about feeling abandoned, about being excluded from a decision that affected her profoundly, about watching her husband surrender the position he had been born to occupy. She questioned whether his medical team was being overly cautious, whether he was using health as an excuse to escape responsibilities he found burdensome, whether he was sacrificing their partnership to smooth William's path to power. The accusations hurt precisely because they contained slivers of uncomfortable truth Charles could not entirely dismiss. She also began lobbying others who might influence the king's decision. She appealed to Princess Anne, arguing Charles deserved support from his siblings in resisting pressure to abdicate. Anne, characteristically blunt, told Camilla that while she sympathized, Charles's health had to take precedence over anyone's desires, including Camilla's own. She reached out to longtime friends of Charles, hoping they would counsel him against abdication. Most responded with sympathy, but refused to interfere. Most controversially, Camilla attempted to appeal directly to William, requesting a private meeting without Charles present. The meeting at Clarence House, with only the two of them present, was later described as intensely uncomfortable. Camilla asked William to refuse the crown, to insist his father continue ruling, to prioritize Charles's emotional well-being over institutional convenience. William, maintaining respectful composure despite the awkwardness, explained that he could no more refuse his constitutional duty than she could demand his father continue in a role his health made unsustainable. Camilla left convinced William was eager to become king regardless of the cost to his father or stepmother. The campaign created an impossible situation for Charles. He loved his wife deeply, understood her anger and disappointment, wanted desperately to give her what she sought, but he could not ignore medical reality or subordinate constitutional responsibility to personal desire. The tension between these competing demands left him exhausted and miserable, caught between the woman he loved and the duty he could not escape. Friends who saw him during this period described a man aging visibly, the stress compounding the health issues that had prompted the abdication in the first place. The announcement and its aftermath. The announcement came on 10 December in a televised address from Windsor Castle that interrupted regular programming across the nation. Charles sat alone at a desk, the setting deliberately intimate rather than grand and ceremonial. His appearance shocked those who had not seen him recently. He looked older than his 77 years, tired and drawn, the toll of recent months evident in his face. When he spoke, his voice carried the weight of emotions barely held in check. He began by expressing love for his country and gratitude for the privilege of serving as king. Even briefly, he acknowledged that his reign had been shorter than anyone anticipated, shorter than he had wished. Then he detailed the medical realities that necessitated his decision, speaking with candor, unusual for royal communications. He explained that his condition required treatment incompatible with the demanding schedule and responsibilities of monarchy, that continuing would be irresponsible to the nation and unfair to the institution. He had consulted widely and assured viewers the decision, while painful, was correct. Charles spoke with evident pride about William, describing his son's preparation, dedication to duty, and deep love for the nation. He expressed confidence that William and Catherine would serve with distinction and honor, that the monarchy would be strengthened by the transition despite its unexpected timing. He asked the British people to support the new king and queen with the same loyalty and affection they had shown him and his mother before him. His voice broke as he thanked Camilla for her partnership and patience in supporting him even through this difficult decision that affected her so profoundly. The response was immediate and overwhelming. Social media platforms crashed under the volume of traffic. News organizations scrambled to provide context and analysis. Constitutional experts were dragged from dinner parties to television studios to explain what would happen next. The public reaction was complex and divided. Many expressed sympathy for Charles's health situation and admiration for his willingness to prioritize the monarchy's strength over personal desire to continue ruling. Others felt cheated, having waited so long for his reign only to see it end almost before it began. Some questioned whether abdication was truly necessary, or whether he was being pushed out by younger royals eager for power. Camilla was conspicuously absent from the announcement, her absence noted by every commentator and observer. Official statements said she was supporting her husband privately, but those close knew she had refused to appear alongside Charles, had insisted she could not pretend to support a decision she believed fundamentally wrong. Her absence spoke volumes about the state of their relationship and the depth of the rift the abdication had created. In the days following, she maintained her scheduled engagements but appeared diminished, going through the motions with none of her usual energy or warmth. The transition period was set at 6 weeks, allowing time for necessary constitutional procedures and ceremonial preparations without drawing out the process unnecessarily. William and Catherine moved into intensive briefings, absorbing information about constitutional responsibilities, security protocols, international relationships, and the thousands of details that comprised modern monarchy. Both appeared overwhelmed but determined, understanding that circumstances had forced upon them a role they had expected to assume decades in the future. Catherine, still not fully recovered from her own health challenges, visibly struggled with the demands while maintaining a composed public presence. The ceremony of transition, held on 25 January 2026, was deliberately understated, not a full coronation, but a solemn service of recognition at Westminster Abbey, attended by dignitaries and family without the elaborate pageantry that had marked Charles's coronation. Charles himself participated, formally transferring authority to William in a moment fraught with symbolism and emotion. When father placed the crown on son's head, both men had tears streaming down their faces. The personal pain of the moment overwhelmed protocol and dignity. Camilla watched from the congregation, her expression a mask that revealed nothing of her internal turmoil. In the immediate aftermath, Charles and Camilla retreated to a private estate in Scotland, away from public view and media speculation. The plan was for rest and adjustment, allowing them both to process the magnitude of what had occurred and to find new equilibrium in their changed circumstances. But those close to the couple reported that the relationship remained strained, that Camilla's anger had not dissipated, that she struggled to accept her diminished role and continued to blame both Charles and William for what she viewed as an unnecessary surrender. Charles, meanwhile, faced his own adjustment challenges, having spent his entire life preparing to be king, having finally achieved the role. Stepping away created an identity crisis no amount of planning could fully prepare him for. He was no longer the sovereign, no longer the final constitutional authority, no longer the person everyone turned to for decision and direction. He was a former king, a living reminder of abdication, a figure without clear purpose or defined role. The loss of identity was profound and disorienting, compounded by guilt over how his decision had hurt Camilla and disrupted William's family life. The new reign and old wounds. King William V's reign began under circumstances no one had anticipated. At 43, he was young by monarchical standards, yet burdened by responsibilities that would challenge someone decades older. Catherine, now Queen Consort, faced even steeper challenges. She had expected years to prepare, time to fully recover her health and strength, a gradual transition into increased duties. Instead, she was thrust immediately into the most visible position in the nation, while still fragile from illness and treatment. The pressure was immense and unrelenting. Their children faced the most dramatic adjustment. Prince George, at 12, suddenly became heir to the throne. Princess Charlotte, and Prince Louis, found their lives transformed overnight. Security increased dramatically. Media attention intensified. The families struggled to maintain normality while adapting to a new reality that intruded on every aspect of their lives. William's first months as king were characterized by careful continuity mixed with subtle changes. He maintained most of his father's appointments and policies while quietly beginning to implement his own vision for a streamlined, more focused monarchy. The number of working royals was reduced. Public spending on royal activities was scrutinized more carefully. The emphasis shifted toward younger generations and future sustainability, rather than honoring traditions that no longer served clear purpose. These changes were presented as natural evolution, but everyone understood they represented William's distinct vision, different from what Charles had pursued during his brief reign. The relationship between William and his father remained cordial but complicated. They spoke regularly, with William seeking Charles's advice and Charles offering guidance when asked. But an underlying tension persisted, unspoken but palpable. Charles struggled with watching someone else occupy the role he had prepared for all his life and occupied so briefly. William felt perpetual guilt about benefiting from circumstances he had not created or desired. Both tried to maintain an appropriate relationship while navigating emotions that protocol and family loyalty required them to suppress rather than fully express or resolve. Camilla's situation became increasingly difficult as months passed, and the reality of her changed circumstances settled in. As Queen Dowager, she maintained certain patronages and continued some public work, but the platform and resources available to her were dramatically reduced. She was no longer a central figure in national life, but rather a historical footnote, the woman who had been queen consort for 3 years before her husband's unprecedented abdication. The brevity of her tenure and the manner of its ending defined her legacy in ways she found unbearable. Her relationship with Charles deteriorated further during the first year after abdication. Living together in reduced circumstances, no longer united by shared public role, they discovered that the partnership that had endured scandal and opposition struggled when stripped of the purpose that had sustained it. Camilla could not forgive Charles for the abdication, for ending her time as queen before she felt she had truly begun. Charles, dealing with his own grief and identity crisis, had little emotional reserve to support his wife through her parallel struggles. They grew distant, maintaining appearances when necessary, but living increasingly separate lives within their shared household. The most painful aspect for both was watching William and Catherine succeed in roles that had been theirs so briefly. Every successful engagement, every positive media coverage, every public triumph for the new king and queen felt like an implicit criticism of what Charles and Camilla had surrendered or lost. Rationally, they understood institutional success was positive, regardless of who occupied the throne. Emotionally, it was agonizing to watch others flourish in positions they had barely begun to make their own before circumstances forced them aside. Public perception of the abdication evolved over time. Initial shock gave way to acceptance, then to something approaching appreciation for Charles's willingness to prioritize institutional health over personal pride. His decision was increasingly viewed as selfless rather than weak, as evidence of devotion to crown over ego. But this positive reframing offered little comfort to Camilla, who remained convinced the abdication had been unnecessary and premature. The divergence between public narrative and her private conviction deepened her sense of isolation and bitterness. The health issues that had prompted the abdication proved more manageable than the initial prognosis, suggested a development that both validated Charles's caution and made Camilla's anger more acute. If treatment was working and his condition stabilizing, she argued, then the abdication had indeed been unnecessary. Charles could have continued ruling while managing his health, could have given them both more time to serve and solidify their legacy. That the abdication could not be undone. That William was now king and would remain so regardless of Charles's health improvements, made the situation even more frustrating and irreversible. 2 years after the abdication, Charles and Camilla separated quietly. The arrangement was announced through a brief palace statement that emphasized it was an amicable decision to pursue different paths while maintaining respect and affection. The truth known to those close to them was that Camilla could not forgive or move past her anger, and Charles could not bear the constant reminder of how his decision had destroyed his wife's dreams and damaged their relationship beyond repair. The separation was sad, but inevitable, the final casualty of an abdication that had been medically necessary but personally devastating. Charles lived out his remaining years in increasing isolation, maintained contact with his sons, but never fully recovered his sense of purpose or identity. He pursued scholarly interests, wrote extensively about environmental causes he had championed for decades, and occasionally appeared at ceremonial events when protocol required. But he remained a figure out of time, a king who had ruled too briefly to be remembered for accomplishment and who had abdicated under circumstances that, however justified, marked him permanently as the monarch who had given up the crown. When he died at 84, the public mourning was genuine but muted, recognition of a complicated figure who had served dutifully but whose reign would always be overshadowed by its unprecedented end. Camilla outlived him by several years, maintaining her separate existence, continuing charitable work, and cultivating relationships with her children and grandchildren, who remained her primary source of joy and purpose. She never reconciled herself to what had been taken from her, never fully accepted that the abdication had been necessary, never stopped believing that she had been cheated of the role she had fought so hard to obtain and had barely begun to truly occupy. In her final years, when asked about her time as queen consort, she would simply say it had been too brief, the words heavy with all the bitterness and regret that 3 years on the throne in a lifetime of longing could not resolve or redeem. In the late night of the 9th of March, in the pitch-dark corridors of Buckingham Palace, where every stone holds centuries of secrets, a shadow moved silently toward the tightly locked room. No sound, no echo of footsteps, only a racing heartbeat in the darkness. The safe opened in silence, and just 7 minutes later, a document worth tens of millions of pounds disappeared. No fingerprints, no cameras captured it, no clear evidence at all. But what shook the entire royal family was not the theft itself, but the name mentioned first. The prime suspect was Queen Camilla. A theft that seemed impossible had occurred right at the heart of the most heavily guarded power center in England. Not a professional thief from outside, not a random break-in. Every sign pointed to a far more terrifying scenario. A conspiracy from within, a power struggle hidden behind royal smiles, and possibly betrayal from those closest to the throne. What is notable is that this is not a baseless story circulating on social media. This is a real incident, referenced in internal reports, never before seen by the public. More than £50 million were at risk. The honor of the royal family was on the line. And the secrets, if exposed, could shake the entire monarchy. So, the question arises, was Camilla truly the mastermind behind it all? Or was she merely a pawn in a much larger scheme? What do you think? Comment 1 if you suspect Camilla, 2 if you believe she is innocent. And right now, we will step into a 30-minute journey uncovering the full truth. The morning of the 10th of March began like any other day at Buckingham Palace. Weak light filtered through tall windows, reflecting off the long, cold corridors. Security staff changed shifts, checking each area with near-perfect precision. None of them imagined that in just a few minutes, a discovery would send the entire royal security system into the highest state of alert. Around 7:20 in the morning, a veteran security officer entered the private quarters of Princess Anne. This area was classified at the highest security level, accessible to only a select few. At first, everything seemed completely normal. The door showed no signs of forced entry. The lock was intact, but the moment he stepped inside, he immediately stopped. The air in the room felt wrong. The safe, which was always sealed completely and checked twice daily, stood wide open. No signs of tampering. No alarms had been triggered overnight. The heavy metal door had opened quietly, as if by itself. In that moment, the officer realized this was no ordinary incident. This was an unprecedented situation. Within minutes, the entire area was sealed off. The senior security team was called urgently. All camera footage was reviewed frame by frame. But what sent chills down their spines was not what they saw, but what they did not see. No images captured a break-in. No one appeared unusually in the corridors overnight. No alerts came from the sensor system. Everything was perfect to a terrifying degree. When the safe was inventoried, the true shock emerged. A classified document, marked top secret, had disappeared. It was not a piece of jewelry, not a symbolic item. It was a detailed financial dossier concerning the transfer of more than £50 million from the King's private fund, a document not only of enormous monetary value, but also containing sensitive information about the royal family's internal financial structure. If this information fell into the wrong hands, the consequences would go far beyond financial loss. It could trigger political scandal, power disputes, and even shake public trust in the entire institution. The question arose immediately. How could such an important document vanish without leaving a trace? Security experts quickly reached a terrifying conclusion. The perpetrator was not an outsider. This was not a break-in. This was an action carried out by someone who knew every layer of palace security. Someone who knew the safe's exact code, knew when surveillance was least observed, knew the movements of royal family members and security staff. In other words, this was an inside job, a betrayal from within. The deeper the investigation went, the darker the picture became. Those with access to this area could be counted on one hand, and all of them held extremely sensitive positions. Names began to be listed, checked, and cross-referenced. But each name revealed a complex web of relationships, where loyalty and ambition sometimes no longer had clear boundaries. No one spoke it aloud, but everyone understood. This was not just a theft. This could be the beginning of a much larger crisis. Meanwhile, information about the incident was kept strictly confidential from the public. Not a single line leaked outside. But inside the palace, the atmosphere had changed completely. Suspicion crept into every conversation. Watching eyes appeared even among those who had once trusted each other implicitly. A silent question echoed in the minds of everyone involved. If someone could take a document worth more than £50 million without leaving a trace, what else could they do? And more importantly, what was their true purpose? To understand why this document was so important, and why it could become the focal point of a major conspiracy, we need to go back just a few days. To understand why the disappearance of this dossier carried such weight, we must rewind time to just a few days earlier. In a private room deep inside Buckingham Palace, it was a quiet afternoon, but the atmosphere was unusually heavy. No assistants, no secretaries, no recording or note-taking devices were allowed in the room. Only two women, sitting opposite each other, with a secret that could change the course of the entire royal family. Princess Anne arrived first. She stood by the window, gazing out over the gardens behind the palace, but her mind was clearly elsewhere. When the door opened softly, Catherine entered. There were no elaborate greetings as usually expected, only a slight nod. Enough for both to understand that this meeting was far from ordinary. Anne broke the silence first. Her voice was calm but firm, carrying the weight of a responsibility she could share with no one else. She spoke of a decision recently made at the highest level, a decision even many royal family members were not aware of. King Charles had secretly entrusted her with a special task, to transfer a massive sum from 50 to 60 million pounds from the king's private fund to Catherine for management, not for personal spending, not for familiar royal ceremonies, but for a purpose much greater. It was a long-term strategy, an effort to reshape the image of the monarchy in the eyes of the modern public. The funds would be used for large-scale charitable projects, initiatives with the potential for real impact, not only in England but globally. And Catherine, with her approachable, youthful image and public admiration, was seen as the most suitable person to lead it. But because of that importance, everything had to remain completely confidential. Anne explained the reasoning clearly. If this information leaked too soon, it could be misunderstood. The public might think the monarchy was trying to buy influence. The press could spin it negatively. Worse, outside forces could attempt to intervene, manipulate, or sabotage the plan before it even began. Catherine listened silently. Her expression shifted gradually, from surprise to contemplation, and finally to determination. She understood the responsibility placed upon her. This was not merely a financial task. It was a test of trust, leadership, and her role in the future of the monarchy. Anne placed a dossier on the table. It was the same dossier that would later disappear. Inside were all the details of the transfer, figures, terms, allocation plans, everything encrypted and secured at the highest level. Even a small mistake could lead to unpredictable consequences. The two women discussed matters for nearly an hour. They spoke of strategy, risks, and how to maintain secrecy in an environment where every eye followed their every step. No notes were kept, no other witnesses. When the meeting concluded, Catherine left first, carrying a heavy but hopeful responsibility. Anne stayed a few more minutes. She placed the dossier in the safe in her private room, locking it herself, an action that seemed simple, but it was the final step in protecting a secret worth tens of millions of pounds. Everything seemed perfectly controlled, but what neither of them knew was that during their conversation, every word, every important detail, might not have remained secure. Somewhere, out of their sight, there was a silent presence, an ear listening, someone who knew exactly what to look for. And when the moment came, that person would not miss the opportunity. What neither of them realized was that an ear was eavesdropping on everything they said. From the outside, Queen Camilla always appeared calm, controlled, and authoritative, a woman who had weathered many storms to reach the highest position alongside the king. But behind the palace doors, where no cameras and no ceremonial smiles existed, the story was entirely different. A story of worry, of pressure, and above all, the fear of being replaced. In recent months, the name Catherine had appeared ever more frequently in the media. The public called her a symbol of a modern monarchy. Her charitable projects were praised. Every appearance drew more attention than anyone else in the family. Even internally, her influence was growing noticeably. And for Camilla, this was not merely a generational shift. It was a real threat. Because in the monarchy, power does not come solely from titles. It comes from control. Control of the image, control of finances, and most importantly, control of decisions that shape the future. When information about the private meeting between Princess Anne and Catherine began to reach Camilla, at first she considered it a routine exchange. But her intuition warned her that something much larger was happening, something she was not supposed to know. And it was precisely being left out of the loop that made Camilla unable to remain idle. No one knew exactly how. But on that day, Camilla found a way to access the information she needed, perhaps through a forgotten device, perhaps through an intermediary within the service network, or simply a small gap in the security network that seemed flawless. But the result was undeniable. She had heard the entire conversation, every number, every plan, every detail about the 50 to 60 million pounds. And most importantly, she understood its true significance. It was not merely a charitable project. It was a strategic move to transfer influence, a way to place Catherine at the center of the royal future. If the plan succeeded, Catherine's soft power would increase considerably, and in that case, Camilla's role would gradually be overshadowed. In that moment, a decision formed, not a direct confrontation, not an official prevention, but an action in the shadows, a move subtle enough that no one could trace its origin, but strong enough to disrupt the entire plan before it could unfold. Camilla could not carry it out herself, and she knew that any trace directly linked to her would be a disaster, so she chose the safest route, through an intermediary, someone outside the royal family, no obvious connection, someone capable of linking to the outside world without arousing suspicion. The contact was made quickly and discreetly. No messages, no direct calls, only signals transmitted through multiple layers of intermediaries. And the mission was clear: retrieve the dossier from Princess Anne's safe. Nothing more, nothing less. Leave no trace. The intermediary understood this was no ordinary task, and to ensure success, he approached a well-known name in the underground world: Victor Kane. Victor was no ordinary thief. He was an expert in trace-free break-ins, jobs that even the most advanced security systems could not detect. His record was nearly empty. No criminal convictions, no clear identity, but in the underworld, the name alone was enough to make many wary. When he received the offer, Victor asked few questions, only one: what is the target? And when he learned it was a safe inside Buckingham Palace, he remained silent for a few seconds. Then he nodded. The plan was laid out with near-perfect precision. The break-in would occur on the night of the 9th of March, a time when the palace's movement schedule was least variable. The camera system would be monitored. But Victor had a way to avoid every frame, not by disabling it, but by never appearing in the shot. He had the safe's code. He had the layout of the area, and most importantly, he had information about when no one would be present in the room. That night, everything went according to plan. Victor moved through the palace like a shadow. No sound, no trace. He opened the door without breaking the lock, approached the safe, entered the code, took the exact dossier, touched nothing else. Within minutes, the task was complete. But in the very moment of leaving, a small mistake occurred, a detail seemingly insignificant, yet decisive. Victor did not close the safe door, perhaps in haste, perhaps overconfident in the perfection of the plan, or simply a rare moment of negligence in his near-flawless career. But the consequence was unchangeable. The safe door was left open. A single sign, but enough to shatter perfection. The next morning, when the security staff discovered it, everything began to change. An investigation was triggered, questions were asked, and layer by layer, the secrets began to unravel. The plan, once thought flawless and built on silence and absolute control, had begun to show its first cracks. And that small mistake opened the door to a confrontation no one could have anticipated. The plan seemed perfect, but that tiny error opened the door to Anne and Catherine's investigation. As soon as she discovered the safe wide open and the dossier missing, Princess Anne realized time was no longer on her side. But instead of launching a public investigation that could cause panic, she made a bolder decision: keep everything silent, and involve only one other person in the secret: Catherine. Their meeting was quick. No ceremony. No delay. When Anne explained everything, Catherine did not show panic. On the contrary, her eyes grew colder than ever. This was no longer a simple assigned responsibility. This was a battle she had to join. And if they erred, the consequences would extend beyond money. The first thing they did was access the internal camera system. But instead of making an official request, they used a private channel known to very few. The footage from the night of the 9th of March was extracted. Every frame was slowed down and analyzed in meticulous detail. At first, everything appeared completely normal. The corridors were empty. No unusual movement, no stranger in sight. But then Catherine was the first to notice something amiss. A gap. A missing segment of data lasting exactly 7 minutes. It was not a camera turned off. It was not a signal interrupted. It was a period that simply did not exist within the system. 7 minutes. Exactly the time required for a professional to complete a full break-in. Anne said nothing. But she understood clearly what it meant. This person did not just know the system. He had manipulated it. A level of knowledge that could only come from inside or from an extremely precise source. They moved on to the next step. Interrogation. Not in the official way. No interrogation rooms. No recordings. Only private conversations disguised as routine checks. Each security staff member, each servant with access to the area, was called in. Questions were asked gently. But no reaction went unnoticed. Most revealed nothing of note, until a small detail began to emerge. One staff member recalled that on that night, he had sensed something strange in the east corridor. Not a sound, not a sight, but a feeling difficult to explain, as if someone had passed through, leaving no clear trace. That information led Anne and Catherine back to the scene. This time, they did not just look. They observed every centimeter of the floor, every corner of the walls, every detail a normal eye might miss, and then they found it. A very faint footprint, almost invisible unless viewed under special light. Not the type of shoes used by palace staff, matching none on the official list. At the same time, another discovery was made: a strand of hair caught on the edge of the table near the safe. Not belonging to Anne, not belonging to anyone regularly in the room. 2 small pieces of evidence, but enough to change the course of the investigation. The samples were sent for analysis through a secure channel. No official record, no administrative trace, and the results returned faster than expected. Both the footprint and the DNA from the hair led to a single name: Victor Kane. The moment the name appeared, the room grew heavy with tension. Anne had heard of him. A man who executed trace-free operations. And if he had truly been in the palace, it could mean only one thing. Someone had brought him in. What happened next was swift and decisive. No announcements, no prior warning. Victor was apprehended in an anonymous apartment in the outskirts of London. When restrained, he did not resist. He remained silent, observing, as if anticipating this very moment. The interrogation began that very night. At first, Victor said nothing. He remained silent, eyes cold, as if no question concerned him. But Anne was not easily fooled. She did not threaten. She did not force in the usual way. She simply presented the evidence, one by one. Precise, irrefutable, the footprint, the hair, the 7-minute gap. Each detail was like a cut, gradually breaking Victor's shell of silence. And then he began to speak. Not much, but enough. He admitted to the break-in, admitted to taking the dossier. But when asked who was behind it, he gave only one name: Marcus. No surname, no title, just a name. But to Anne, that was more than enough. Marcus was no stranger. He was one of Camilla's closest aides, a man always present at her important events. Someone trusted absolutely. In that moment, all the pieces began to fall into place. Information leaked. The intruder had insider knowledge. An intermediary could access the outside world. And a name connected to the center of power. Catherine looked at Anne. No words were needed. Both understood what they were facing. This was no longer a single theft. This was an organized conspiracy. And possibly, it led straight to someone they never thought they would confront. But they also understood something else. From this moment on, every step had to be taken with extreme caution. One small mistake could bury the truth forever. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the palace, Someone began to realize that the net was tightening, and that person would not sit idly by. But Camilla did not sit idly waiting to be exposed. As the first signs of the investigation began to appear, Queen Camilla understood that everything was slipping out of control. She did not need direct reports to realize it. She only needed to observe how the security staff changed their duty schedules, how some areas were restricted, and especially the unusual silence from Princess Anne. All of it pointed to one thing: they knew more than they were supposed to. Camilla's first reaction was not anger. It was panic, not the kind of panic shown outwardly, but a violent undercurrent within. She understood fully the gravity of the situation. If the connection between Victor, Marcus, and herself were exposed, the consequences would be irreparable. Not just reputation, not just position, but her entire existence within the royal family, and so she acted. The first order was given discreetly. Marcus had to disappear from view, not to leave the royal family, but to be transferred to a different position, less noticed, less involved in internal affairs, a change disguised as a routine personnel move. But to those who understood, it was a severing of ties. Next was the camera system. Camilla knew the 7-minute gap had been discovered, but she also knew that not all the data was in Anne and Catherine's hands. There were still recordings, system logs that could be further exploited, and if someone patient enough tried, they could trace how the system had been tampered with. So, an unofficial order was sent. Delete part of the data. Not all, as that would be too obvious. Only carefully selected segments. Enough to obscure traces. Enough to create confusion during analysis. At the same time, another strategy was activated. Rumors. Within 24 hours, a story began circulating inside the palace. That perhaps this was an external break-in, that a professional criminal group had found a way past security, that this was a vulnerability to be fixed, not a betrayal from within. The story did not appear in the press, not yet, but it seeped into conversations, hallways, staff lounges, and just as Camilla predicted, it began to create distraction. When there are too many hypotheses, the truth becomes harder to grasp. But her boldest move lay elsewhere. Publicly, just days after the incident, Camilla appeared at a charity event. Completely composed, a light smile, confident eyes, every gesture perfectly controlled. No one could detect any trace of worry. And then, in a carefully calculated moment, she spoke, not directly mentioning the theft, but enough for all involved to understand. She spoke of the necessity of protecting the royal family from saboteurs. She emphasized loyalty, responsibility, and not allowing outside forces to weaken the system. It was a subtle move. By positioning herself as the protector, she placed herself beyond suspicion. By criticizing an invisible enemy, she redirected the thoughts of those observing. And most importantly, she sent a silent message to anyone investigating, that she was still in control. But beneath that perfect exterior, pressure was mounting by the hour. Camilla knew that what she had done could only buy time, not erase traces entirely. Once the investigation had begun, it would not stop until answers were found. And with each advance by Anne and Catherine, the distance between truth and concealment narrowed. What she could not control were the things that had left the palace, for while data could be deleted, statements could be distorted, money could not. The flow of funds to transactions, financial movements, all left a trail. And once someone traced them, every layer of disguise became meaningless. It was the only weakness in an almost perfectly constructed plan, and it was a point Camilla had not yet addressed. However, irrefutable financial evidence brought everything crashing down. As layers of disguise were gradually peeled away, Princess Anne and Catherine realized they needed evidence that could not be denied. Not speculation, not testimony, but something that could withstand any pressure. And the answer, in the end, lay where few would look: money. Through a secure financial channel, they began tracing unusual transactions in the days before and after the theft. At first, everything seemed carefully hidden. Small transfers, scattered, with no clear connection. But when pieced together, a pattern emerged. A chain of transactions led to an intermediary account, and from there, a single, prominent sum. Unmistakable. £50,000. That sum had been transferred just a few hours before the night of the 9th of March. The recipient was none other than Victor Kiney. But what chilled Anne and Catherine was not the amount, but its origin. The sending account was directly linked to an internal fund, part of Camilla's close personnel group. Not direct proof, but a thread clear enough that it could not be dismissed as coincidence. When all the pieces were placed together, the picture was complete. Victor was the executor, Marcus was the intermediary, and behind them, a name they had suspected from the beginning, but never wanted to believe was real. The report was prepared that very night, not through any official channel, only one copy, sealed and delivered directly to King Charles. When he read it, the room fell into a long silence. No one spoke, but everyone understood that the next moment would change everything. The confrontation was arranged immediately afterward. No press, no advisors, only 4 people in a private room at Buckingham Palace: King Charles, Princess Anne, Catherine, and Camilla. The tension was almost palpable. Anne spoke first. She presented the full chain of events, from the theft to Victor, to Marcus, and finally the £50,000 transaction, each detail given precisely, without emotion, but enough to carry undeniable weight. Catherine said little, but her eyes never left Camilla. When it was over, all eyes focused on one person, Camilla. For the first few seconds, she did not react. Her face maintained its usual calm. Then a very small change appeared. Not panic, not collapse, but acceptance. She did not deny, but she did not admit it directly. Instead, she spoke a sentence, slowly, clearly, as if prepared in advance. "I only want to protect the family from poor decisions." The words fell into the silence like a knife. No explanation, no justification, but enough to confirm everything. King Charles closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them, his gaze had changed. No longer the husband, but a king. The decision was made on the spot. Camilla would not be stripped of her title, but she would lose control over part of the internal finances. Private communication channels would be monitored more closely, and her personal security team would be completely restructured. It was not a public punishment, but it was a clear limitation. A silent message that power, once abused, must always have a price. The room remained quiet as it ended, but everyone understood that, even though the truth had been revealed, its repercussions would continue long after. The story closed not with a public scandal, but with carefully controlled silence. After everything that had happened, the sum of more than £50 million was finally transferred successfully to Catherine. Charitable projects were implemented as planned. New campaigns began appearing in the media, projecting an image of a modern, approachable, and responsible royal family. From the outside, everything seemed back on its normal course. There was no sign that just a few days earlier, an internal crisis had nearly shaken the entire system. But inside Buckingham Palace, everything was no longer the same. Trust, once fractured, cannot be easily repaired. Cautious glances, pause in conversation, and decisions weighed more carefully than ever were all signs of an unhealed wound. Camilla retained her title, still appearing in public with her usual composure, but her power was no longer complete. Meanwhile, Catherine stepped into a new position, not only as a symbol, but also as a holder of part of the royal family's financial future. Princess Anne, standing at the center of it all, made a choice that not everyone could make. She chose truth over silence, chose to protect the long-term interests of the royal family, rather than maintain a false stability. And while that decision was strategically correct, it also carried unavoidable consequences. A silent confrontation, a division that time might soothe, but could hardly erase completely. In the royal world, where everything is always covered by ceremony and tradition, what we see is only the surface. Behind it lies far more complex stories, where power, loyalty, and ambition are always intertwined. Now you know the full story. Do you still hold your original opinion? Comment number 1 or number 2 below and tell me who you think suffered the most in this case. Do not forget to like if you found the story dramatic. Subscribe and turn on notifications so you do not miss the next royal drama. See you next time. Prince William and Queen Camilla have never shared a truly warm relationship. For William, Camilla's name is forever tied to the greatest tragedy of his life, the collapse of his parents' marriage. He grew up watching Princess Diana, his beloved mother, drown in pain, betrayed, isolated, and deeply wounded. And in his eyes, Camilla was the spark that ignited all of that heartbreak. For this reason, even when Charles openly brought Camilla into his life, even when she was officially crowned queen beside him, the scars in William's heart never fully healed. Now, that already tense relationship has erupted once more, as William is said to have exposed a secret money-making scheme linked to Camilla. This revelation has not only intensified the conflict between them, but has also raised troubling questions in the public's mind. Why would a member of the royal family be involved in shady financial dealings? And does this point to a hunger for power and ambition long hidden behind Camilla's composed facade? For William, this truth feels like the final straw, forcing him to confront the woman he has never accepted. More than anyone, he understands that every move Camilla makes has the power to tarnish the dignity of the monarchy and to trample upon the sacred memory of his late mother. In today's video, we will uncover the full story behind this secret money scheme, delve into the fraught relationship between William and Camilla, and explain why this shocking revelation could spark one of the biggest earthquakes the British royal family has ever faced. In the cozy western study of Clarence House, where father and son had shared secrets for years, Prince William's anger boiled over like a storm, ready to break. He slammed a pile of penalty slips onto the wooden desk, each one a piece of paper screaming injustice. "Dad," he said, his voice sharp as a knife, "this isn't about keeping things in order. It's outright robbery." King Charles frowned deeply, his forehead creased with worry. He listened as William laid it all out: harsh fines imposed on servants for minor mistakes at dinner, money deducted directly from their paychecks. Charles promised to monitor the situation and investigate, but he urged William to stay quiet for now. "We don't want a scandal ripping through the palace," he whispered. But William couldn't let it go. The ghosts of the past haunted him. His mother, Princess Diana, had been hurt by secrets and lies hidden behind royal walls. He refused to repeat that mistake, deciding to investigate on his own. He pretended it was a routine check of palace finances. Locking himself in a quiet room, he dove into stacks of financial records. The spreadsheets, filled with numbers and codes, were like a puzzle. As he sifted through them, a shocking fact emerged. In just 3 months, over 48 pond sterling, 000, had been collected from servant fines. Not a penny went to palace improvements or staff training. Instead, it flowed into a hidden bank account, controlled solely by Queen Consort Camilla. Heart racing, William called the head accountant, whose voice trembled on the line. It was her order. "Your Highness," he admitted, She said it was for operational improvements, but no money has been spent on that yet. William felt a fire ignite within him. This wasn't about enhancing the palace, it was a scheme for Camilla to siphon cash for her own escape plan. Building a secret life, far from the throne's troubles, using money squeezed from those who could barely afford it. William grabbed the thick file of evidence and marched to Camilla's office. His footsteps echoing like thunder down the hall. The door flew open, and he tossed the dossier onto her desk. "Look at this," he growled. "Almost 50 pounds. 000. Taken from hard-working servants who are scared stiff. All sitting in an account you control. What kind of upgrade is that?" Camilla didn't flinch at first, leaning back with a sly smile, as if dealing with a petulant child. "Oh, William," she said mockingly, "you're making a mountain out of paperwork. I'm just enforcing rules, something your dear mother never quite mastered." The jab at Diana hit like a punch, but William stood tall. "Don't you dare bring her into this," he shot back. "If you think this is a witch hunt, fine, but without real proof. Stop now, or you'll regret it." His eyes burned with resolve. "I'll uncover every dirty secret you think you can hide behind that smile." Camilla's words only fueled his determination. Quietly, he enlisted Tobias, a sharp financial expert from the royal treasury he trusted implicitly. Together, they followed the money trail like hunters tracking prey. It led to a fake company in Thailand, a shell to hide shady deals. From there, the funds were funneled to build a lavish villa in Cornwall, complete with a hidden tunnel to the sea perfect for slipping away unnoticed. The smoking gun, emails from Camilla's office, signed with her name, instructing, "Take the funds from the dinner rules and send them out on time." It all clicked. The cruel penalties weren't about discipline, they were a money-making machine, turning servants' sweat and fear into bricks for her private dream home. A sanctuary free from Charles and the palace's crumbling power games, built on the suffering of those she exploited. William compiled every piece of evidence into a thick folder labeled simply, "The Truth." He sealed it and hid it in a safe spot. His mind made up. When Kate asked that night, her voice soft with concern, "What now? Love?" He replied firmly, "I'm calling a press conference. The whole world needs to hear this." The air crackled with tension. Family bonds were about to snap under the light of honesty. Would the throne survive the fallout? Or would this spark change everything forever? The explosive reckoning. The morning sun spills over London. But inside Clarence's house, a storm brews. The grand hall pulses with restless energy, its golden chandeliers casting a glow over 30 journalists from Paris to Prague, their cameras locked on the royal emblem above. Today is no ordinary press call. Never before have King Charles, Queen Consort Camilla, and Prince William faced the world together on such a stage. The air crackles with secrets waiting to burst. A tension so thick it could choke the room. What truth is about to unravel the monarchy's polished facade? William strides to the podium first, clutching the thick file, his face resolute. A man driven by a fire no one saw coming. Camilla follows, her blue gown a mask of elegance, but her eyes betray a flicker of exhaustion, as if sensing the ground shifting beneath her. Charles enters last, his step slow, heavy with dread, as if whispering, "This cannot be stopped." The trio sits, the silence deafening, every gaze fixed on what comes next. William seizes the microphone. No notice, no hesitation. His voice rings clear, slicing through the hush like a blade. "Today, we lay the truth bare for the people, for history, for our family." He flips open the file, revealing a bombshell, an audit exposing 48 pounds. 000 siphoned from the palace's humblest workers, fined for trivial errors like a misplaced fork or a dropped napkin. The money didn't bolster Clarence House, it vanished into shadowy Thai bank accounts. Gasps ripple through the crowd as he holds up damning proof. Bank transfers linked to Camilla's trusted political advisor, Malcolm Harrow, and deeds to a secret Cornish villa with a hidden sea tunnel. These harsh rules, William accuses, his eyes burning into Camilla, were a cover to build your private empire, funded by the sweat and fear of those you deemed invisible. Camilla leans forward, her composure a fragile shield. Are you turning clerical errors into a national scandal? William, she snaps, her voice laced with mockery. But William is relentless, presenting emails signed by her hand, funding from dinner rules. Disperse on schedule. The words hang like a noose. Her own orders betraying her. The room freezes. Journalists scribble furiously. Phones capturing every second. Charles looks down, his silence louder than words, unable to meet the gaze of his son or wife. Camilla's lips part, but no defense comes. The truth's weight crushes her defiance. The conference ends in a suffocating hush. Charles rises first, walking away without glancing at Camilla. A stark departure from his usual chivalry. William remains, his gaze unwavering, as if he's already seen the future. Within hours, the world erupts. 20 million views flood online platforms, with headlines screaming, Queen Consort's secret scheme exposed. Articles from London to New York paint Camilla not as royalty, but as a cunning manipulator. Her regal image shattered, the oppressed servants, once cowed by her rules, feel their chains dissolve. Their whispers become a roar, heard across the globe. This seismic revelation fractures family ties, leaving Clarence House forever changed. William's stand promises a monarchy reborn, rooted in fairness over fear. But the intrigue deepens. Can a crown endure when built on hidden betrayals? What would you do if a leader you trusted preyed on the vulnerable for personal gain? The shadowy spark. Picture Clarence House, that grand old palace in London where kings and queens have lived for centuries. Every hallway and sparkling chandelier murmurs tales of love, betrayal, and power plays. But now, beneath the opulent facade, a sneaky fight brews quiet and cutting, like a knife hidden in the dark. At its center stands Camilla, the formidable queen consort, wielding her authority to control the palace's everyday workers' maids, butlers, and cooks who keep things running smoothly. With strict new rules, she's forcing them to toe the line, docking their hard-earned wages for minor mistakes. Why? To secretly amass cash for her dream hideaway, a cozy retreat far from the throne's uncertain future, independent of anyone's approval. She's cunning, twisting loyalty into fear while smiling as if nothing's wrong. But there's a twist. Prince William, the heir, watches from the shadows. His heart still aches for his mother, Princess Diana, lost too young. Her kindness, her defiance of rigid royal ways, and her advocacy for the underdog fuel him now. With fire in his eyes and Diana's spirit guiding him, William is ready to pull back the curtain on the lies. He's no longer just observing, he's digging deep, piecing together clues that could blow everything open. A showdown brews. On one side, honor, doing what's right, and protecting the weak. On the other, a hunger for control, no matter who gets hurt. It's a nail-biter with the royal world at stake. Who will emerge victorious? And who will crash under the weight of their schemes? Clarence House isn't just a building, it's a living storybook. Built in the 1820s, witness to wars, weddings, and scandals. Its lights, like warm hugs from the past, cast long shadows where secrets hide. Imagine walking its polished floors, feeling history's weight, while London's buzz fades outside. Camilla, once the other woman in Charles and Diana's messy split has climbed to the top. But power can corrupt. Her rules are invisible chains. A servant drops a spoon. Fined, coughs at dinner. Pay cut. It's all under the guise of maintaining class. But really, it's her way of stocking a secret piggy bank for a villa abroad. Sunny beaches. No paparazzi. No palace drama. She's playing a long game, thinking no one notices the staff's scared eyes or her growing pile of cash. Enter William, the hero in waiting. Not your typical prince trained as a pilot. Father to 3. Husband to Kate, but Diana's loss haunts him. She was the people's princess, embracing the sick, fighting for fairness. Seeing Camilla's tricks, William feels that old anger rise. He gathers proof quietly. Notes from upset workers. Odd money trails. It's a detective story, with him as the sharp-eyed sleuth. Honor means standing tall. Speaking truth. As Diana taught, ambition is Camilla's drive to grab what she wants. Stepping on toes. As whispers turn to shouts. The palace shakes. Will Charles side with his wife or son? How far will William go? Perhaps a global reveal. One wrong move, and the crown could wobble. The iron fist descends. Imagine Clarence House's dining hall, glowing like a fairy tale. Golden chandeliers drip light like molten honey, bathing a 2 6-foot table draped in creamy silk with golden threads. Every detail screams perfection. Governed by ancient royal culinary principles, water glasses aligned with precision, forks angled just so, dessert knives measured to the inch, appetizers spaced like stars. It's a place of calm, like a quiet church where Charles, William, Kate, and their 3 children once shared warm laughter over cozy dinners. But now, that peace is shattered, replaced by chilling tension disguised as modern discipline. The mastermind is Camila, who rose from scandal to grip the palace tightly. On a sultry August evening, as the family gathers, she rises with the grace of a seasoned queen, folding her napkin with deliberate care. Her voice, smooth as velvet but sharp as a blade, cuts through the room, introducing the royal dining regulation. She declares, her words binding every servant, to uphold the monarchy's flawless image. Any slip at this table, misplaced spoons, careless chatter, a phone's buzz, a cough will cost part of your pay. The air turns heavy, like a storm about to break. Servants lower their heads, eyes fixed on the cold marble floor, its icy sheen mirroring their fear. William and Kate exchange stunned glances. The rule dropped like a thunderbolt, no discussion, no warning, effective immediately. Camilla sits, her faint smile hiding a quiet victory, as if laying the first stone of a fortress built on fear and control. Beneath her poised exterior lies a darker secret. This discipline isn't about perfection, but a sly plan to siphon money from the humblest workers to fund a lavish villa far from England's shores, a private haven free from Charles's fading affection and the palace's shaky power games. In her sharp mind, true freedom comes from quietly collecting coins from those too scared to speak up. That night, as platters of juicy Scottish salmon gleam, the first crack in her plan appears. Young Marion, a nervous new servant still finding her way, fumbles a sauce bottle, splashing a drop onto Princess Charlotte's plate, unnoticed by the family, but caught by Camilla's hawk-like gaze. She orders, "Write it down," her voice icy. Later, Marion finds an envelope. £50 fine for a sauce mishap? Her heart sinks. That money was for her sick mother in Yorkshire. In the shadowy staff quarters, whispers of anger ripple. They docked me £80 for standing wrong. An older worker hisses, "Soon we'll all be penniless." This single spill sparks a quiet rebellion. The servants' fear grows, but so does their desperation, their stolen wages piling into Camilla's secret fund. William, watching from the sidelines, senses something rotten. Memories of Diana's kindness to staff stir his resolve. Why is Camilla tightening her grip so cruelly? What's she hiding? As the hall's golden glow dims under her rules, a storm brews, one that could expose her scheme and shake the monarchy to its core. Whispers of despair. The dining hall's elegance crumbles under Camilla's gaze. Young Marian, a fresh-faced waitress thrust into service after family tragedies in Yorkshire, trembles while uncorking sauce, splattering a droplet onto Charlotte's plate. The royals overlook it, but Camilla's piercing stare commands, "Note it." Her tone is a frozen blade. Later, an envelope arrives. £50 fine for sauce protocol violation. Marian's eyes well with tears in the cramped staff quarters that some could mean skipped meals for her ailing mother. An elder servant mutters, £80 last week for improper tea-pouring stance. We'll all be destitute soon. The fines cascade like a relentless storm. Within weeks, 4 veteran staff vanish without fanfare, including beloved nanny Agnes. Relocated for a minor side dish blunder, William's suspicions ignite during a French banquet prep. Witnessing a wine steward's 2-inch glass misalignment earn Camilla's venomous glare. Days later, Oliver drops a cloche in the echoing hall, no harm done. Yet he's docked £160. A week's wages. Desperate, he risks taboo by texting William at midnight. Can't endure this hell. The message pulls William into the fray. Undercover chats reveal horrors. Penalty slips for laughing at a child's tale, £70. Napkin slips, £100. Even half-month deductions for breadcrumbs. A butler laments the shift from warnings to instant cash grabs. A maid weeps over Elsie's firing for a wine menu mix-up. Her fate unknown. Sleepless nights plague William. Diana's words haunt him. Monarchy thrives on kindness, not fear. The poison of dread taints every meal, eroding the palace's soul. Azair, husband, and son of a silenced icon. William vows to unearth the truth, transforming whispers into a roar for justice. Prince William and Camilla's uneasy dance. Beneath the polished surface of royal life, tension weaves through the bond between William and his stepmother, Camilla. Their relationship, etched with unease and mistrust, carries the weight of a complicated past. Yet flickers of change hint at a fragile truce. Royal watcher Christopher Anderson reveals William once merely tolerated Camilla, whose poised exterior masked a fear of his intensity. Their first meeting was so unnerving. She needed a gin and tonic to steady herself, a vivid snapshot of their rocky start. The strain runs deep, rooted in loyalty to Princess Diana, William's beloved mother, whose memory looms large. A family friend shares that William and Harry harbored distrust of Camilla, their hearts tethered to Diana's legacy. This wasn't just personal, it was fueled by whispers of betrayal. The brothers discovered Camilla had leaked stories to the press to polish her image, painting herself as the gracious new royal figure. Each headline felt like a jab, deepening their reluctance to accept her. For years, vulnerability was a luxury they couldn't afford around her. Their conversations clipped, their walls high, yet time softens sharp edges. The friend notes a thaw in William's stance, a pragmatic piece less about affection and more about function. Kate, the steady Princess of Wales, played the alchemist. Unlike William's initial frostiness, Kate approached Camilla with warmth, never brushing her off or treating her as an outsider. Her kindness bridged the gap, nudging William to see Camilla as family, not foe. The journey hasn't been easy. Scars of loyalty and loss linger. William and Harry's devotion to Diana casts a long shadow, making every step toward Camilla a negotiation with the past. Amid broader royal storms, like tensions with Harry and Meghan, William and Kate crave calm. Kate's refusal to let resentment fester has held this delicate balance together. But can a relationship born in suspicion fully bloom into trust? Camilla's early press maneuvers left a mark. While William may share polite smiles at gatherings, the ghost of those leaks hovers. Is this bond genuine or a diplomatic dance to preserve the monarchy's image? Kate's influence suggests hope, but can William ever truly open his heart to the woman who stood in his mother's shadow? What does it take to mend a fractured family under the world's scrutiny? Can loyalty to one memory coexist with a new reality? Echoes of justice. In the hushed sanctuary of King Charles's study, time poses, marked by the relentless tick of a pendulum clock. 3 days after William's earth-shaking press conference, Clarence House feels like a stage where history pivots, bathed in the glow of antique lamps. The room holds memories of father-son confidences, now heavy with unspoken truths. Charles stands at the window, staring at the garden where Camilla's red roses once bloomed, now uprooted, as if nature rejects her legacy. Turning to William, his eyes carry regret. "You've done what I never could," he murmurs, his voice blending awe and sorrow. "You chose truth over the facade I guarded too long." With a solemn nod, Charles hands William a leather-bound dossier embossed with the royal crest, granting him dominion over palace finances, every coin, from servant wages to banquet budgets, now under his vigilant gaze. Then the revelation. Camilla, the once unyielding queen consort, has been banished to a secluded countryside manor, her title stripped of public duties, her presence erased from royal life. It's a velvet prison for a woman whose ambition burned too brightly. A silent exile louder than any decree. That dawn, as mist clings to Clarence House's stones, a discreet convoy slips through the rear gates. Servants, once paralyzed by Camilla's glares, line the velvet-draped corridors, their faces alight with quiet triumph. Camilla walks alone, a stark figure in a plain coat, clutching a modest handbag, her regal aura dulled, her steps heavy with defeat. Her sunken eyes betray a woman who foresaw the end but couldn't escape it. The oak door shuts with a final click, sealing her from the palace she once ruled. Her opulent gowns, glittering jewels, and every trace of her reign vanish, as if she were a fleeting specter. The servant's silent stares speak volumes. The tyrant is gone, and freedom breathes anew. William acts swiftly, a prince reborn as protector. The suffocating royal dining regulation, Camilla's tool to siphon funds, is abolished. Its cruel fines are erased like a nightmare dispelled by dawn. Servants penalized for trifles like a misplaced spoon or a stifled cough receive their wages back, bolstered by a 15% raise and fairer perks. Those unjustly dismissed, like Nanny Agnes, return to open arms, their dignity restored. Resignation letters turn to pleas for return. Staff writing, "We believe in this new dawn." William strides through bustling kitchens and gleaming halls. No entourage, just a leader among his people. To a tearful veteran servant, fearing fleeting change, he pledges, "I won't just listen. I'll fight for you." His words, simple yet ironclad, rekindle trust in a monarchy once shadowed by fear. The world watches, spellbound. Headlines anoint William, the guardian of dignity. His quiet resolve, a blazing beacon. A candid snapshot, William clasping a returning servant's hand. No red carpet? Just raw sincerity spreads like wildfire, touching millions. Social media hums, the image a symbol of a crown reclaimed by compassion. The press conference's shockwaves, amassing 20 million views overnight, cement William's stand as a turning point. a defiant cry against hidden greed in gilded halls. Camilla fades into a whisper of history. Her Cornish villa, funded by servant tears and traced to shady tie accounts, lies abandoned. Its secret sea tunnel razed by local decree. Her assets, frozen, tell a tale of ambition undone. Rumors swirl. She resides in a modest cottage, bereft of aids, perhaps seeking solace in Swiss therapy. Her name, once synonymous with power, now echoes as a cautionary legend of overreach and moral decay. On a rain-soaked autumn afternoon, William lingers at the dining hall's threshold. Once Camilla's stage for silent terror, now laughter spills freely, glasses clink without dread, and servants move with ease. No longer haunted by fines, the head chair, her former throne, stands empty, a poignant emblem of a storm past. The palace pulses with life, its soul restored, yet the saga's shadow lingers, whispering a question. Would you stand for a leader who builds their empire on the broken backs of the powerless? Share your thoughts on this enthralling royal drama. The dry metallic sound echoed through the darkness, each sharp click of an old lock tearing apart the suffocating silence inside Windsor Castle. William's breathing grew heavy and rapid, as if every heartbeat was urging him to cross a line he had never dared to touch for years. And then, the hidden door opened. There was no ceremony, no warning, only the raw truth laid bare before his eyes. From that moment on, the order of the British royal family would never remain the same again. William stood frozen. His gaze settled on objects so familiar it hurt. Treasures once closely tied to Princess Diana. Items the world believed had been lost or swallowed by history, were now carefully arranged inside a room that had never appeared on any official map. This was no coincidence. This was a deliberately buried secret, and the one holding it was none other than Camilla. But the real question was not just about the objects, it was about how they got there. According to internal sources, at exactly 2 in the morning, unmarked crates were transported into this area. At the same time, every security camera signal in the western corridor suddenly vanished for nearly 12 minutes, a gap long enough to conceal anything. William was no longer an observer. He had become a seeker of truth, a son tracing the footsteps of his mother through a labyrinth of power and silence. Before we go deeper into the room that seemed erased from every record of existence, I want to hear your thoughts. Comment 1 if you believe William has the right to break every rule to reclaim justice for Diana. Comment 2 if you think Camilla's actions are simply her way of preserving royal history in her own manner. What William saw behind that hidden door was not the beginning. Everything had started earlier, during long nights when most residents of Windsor Castle were deep in sleep, when the corridors were lit only by dim yellow lights and the echo of patrol footsteps. It was during those seemingly quiet moments that the first strange signals appeared. Subtle yet clear enough to make some people unable to ignore them. The first person to speak up, even in a very limited scope, was a long-serving guard named Harris. He was not the type to be easily stirred by sensational stories. 30 years of service in the royal security system had shaped in him an almost absolute caution. Yet it was precisely that caution that made his account more compelling than ever. According to Harris, at exactly 3 in the morning, on nights with no official schedule announced, unusual movements would appear in the western corridor of the castle. These were not hurried footsteps or routine patrols. They were carts, covered completely with thick black cloth, moving slowly through narrow hallways. There were no identification marks, no transport lists. Most importantly, no one in the security team had been informed in advance of their presence. The people operating these carts never revealed their faces clearly. They kept their distance, avoided the light, and always ended their route in the western area, a place rarely visited, At first glance, everything could be explained as part of an internal operation, a discrete process meant to protect sensitive royal assets. But Harris began to suspect something when he noticed a detail repeating with almost absolute precision. At exactly 3 in the morning, not a minute earlier, not a second later, the security camera system in that area would malfunction simultaneously, not a complete shutdown, but interference. The images became distorted and unstable, as if an invisible force was directly manipulating the signal. 15 minutes. That was the duration in which the entire western area fell into a blind zone. 15 minutes was enough for a cart to move from a side gate to any room without leaving a trace. 15 minutes was enough to erase all evidence of an operation that was never meant to exist. When Harris reported the incident, the response he received was not an urgent investigation. Instead, he was told to remain silent. The camera malfunction was recorded as a routine technical error. Brief, dry notes, as if someone had deliberately minimized the problem. For a man like Harris, this was the clearest sign that something was wrong. In a system where every mistake had to be traced to its source, a recurring failure left unresolved was almost unacceptable. William did not learn about this immediately. It took months before the scattered pieces began to connect, and he finally accessed Harris's account through an intermediary source. And at that moment, everything began to change. Because William did not just listen, he verified. He requested access to security system data over several consecutive weeks. The results were impossible to ignore. Every night, at exactly 3 in the morning, the signal from the western camera cluster was interrupted for a period ranging from 12 to 15 minutes. There were no repair reports, no detailed technical records, only a perfectly cut sequence of missing data, as if it had been designed in advance. But what truly haunted William came from another discovery, one that seemed unrelated. While reviewing the architectural plans of Windsor Castle, he noticed an anomaly never mentioned before. On the official map, the western area contained a void, not a mislabeled room, but a space that did not exist on paper, even though the overall structure clearly indicated that something had to be there. For a structure documented and preserved over centuries, such an illogical gap could not occur naturally. Every corridor, every wall, every room had been measured and recorded with near absolute precision. So why was there a part of the castle unaccounted for? And more importantly, why did that missing space align exactly with the area where the strange signals appeared every night? William began asking questions he had never dared to face before. Was this merely an error in data storage? Or a deliberate concealment? Were those black-covered carts transporting something into a place that officially did not exist? And if that room truly existed, who had the authority to control it? The deeper he dug, the more he realized he was entering a labyrinth where every path was designed to mislead. The answers he found were never complete. Every piece of information came with a new gap. And in the world of royalty, those gaps were rarely accidental. They were the result of decisions made in silence, meant to protect secrets that were never meant to surface. There was one thing William understood clearly at that point. If he stopped, everything would remain buried, as it had for years. But if he continued, he would have to face truths that could shatter not just the image of an individual, but the very foundation his family stood upon. And then, on a night when everything seemed to repeat like a scripted sequence, William decided not to remain on the outside. He chose to follow. He chose to step into the darkness that had previously existed only in redacted reports. But he did not know that the void on the map was only the first door. Behind it was not just a room, but an entire network of secrets protected by absolute silence. That gap on the map was only the beginning of a labyrinth of lies. William was no longer in the position of an observer. After everything he had uncovered from Harris's account, from the systematically interrupted camera signals, and especially from the illogical void on the architectural map, He understood that the truth would not reveal itself from the outside. There was an invisible boundary within the royal family, where every secret was guarded by tradition, power, and silence. And that night, William chose to cross it. There was no ceremony, no permission. Only the cold glow of a computer screen reflecting on his tense face, in a sealed room, isolated from the main living quarters. William began accessing the digital security system of Windsor Castle. This was not a place for an heir to the throne. This was the domain of engineers. Security experts, people who operated in the shadows without ever being named. But William did not come here as a prince. He came as a son, searching for the truth about his mother. The data that appeared did not provide immediate answers. Instead, it raised more questions. The footage from the western area had not been deleted, but shifted. A 15-minute segment had not disappeared entirely, but had been overlaid onto a different time frame. This created the illusion that everything was functioning normally. But in reality, a gap had been deliberately created. William paused at a repeating data sequence. At exactly 3 in the morning, the signal was disrupted, not off by a second. There was no technical report explaining this phenomenon. For a system so tightly controlled, such precision could only come from intentional interference. He said nothing, but in his mind, a thought began to take shape. This was not an error. This was a layer of camouflage. But technology was only half the story. The other half lay within the walls of the castle itself, where history was carved into every smallest detail. William returned to the western corridor, where Baroque patterns stretched endlessly along the walls like a repeating symphony. Soft curves, interwoven laurel branches, forming a symmetry so perfect it seemed impossible to deviate. Almost. William stopped, his eyes fixed on a section of pattern that seemed ordinary, but upon closer inspection, he noticed a slight misalignment, a laurel branch that did not fully match the rest, a detail anyone else might overlook. But in a structure like Windsor, where every millimeter was controlled, this deviation could not be accidental. He returned again and again. Morning, afternoon, and finally night. Each time, he saw the same thing, unchanged, not an illusion. It was a sign. The rain came like a perfect curtain, masking every movement. Raindrops struck the windows, creating a continuous sound, enough to swallow any noise from within. This was the moment when the security system became most vulnerable, and also the moment when the truth could finally emerge. William stepped into the western corridor. There were no guards with him, no bright lights, only darkness and the sound of rain. He stopped in front of the laurel relief. The wall was cold and solid, as if it had not been touched for years. William raised his hand, tracing every line, the delicate curves, the meticulously carved details, and then he felt it. A small ridge, very small, almost non-existent. His heartbeat quickened. Part of him wanted to stop, because if he continued, there would be no turning back. But the other part, the part driven by everything he had seen, would not allow him to stop. William pressed lightly. A low sound echoed, nearly swallowed by the rain. The wall began to move, not fast, not sudden. It slid inward slowly, as if it too hesitated. A gap appeared, and then a scent emerged. Not the smell of an abandoned room, not the dampness of time. It was the scent of rose perfume, light, delicate, yet clear enough to awaken a memory long buried. William froze. It was Diana's scent. Impossible to mistake, impossible to replace. A fragrance tied to childhood memories, to rare moments when he felt peace in a world full of pressure. And now, that scent existed in a place that should not exist. This could not be a coincidence. No one could recreate that exact scent without direct access to personal belongings. And that led to a larger question. Why were Diana's things here? William stepped through the opening. The light inside was dim, but enough for shapes to slowly emerge. Glass cabinets, storage boxes, framed photographs arranged with intention, not chaotic, not hastily hidden. Everything was placed precisely, like an exhibition space. But this was not a public museum. This was a hidden place. William moved deeper. Each of his footsteps echoed softly on the floor, creating a strange sound in the stillness. He stopped in front of a glass case. Inside was a familiar object, something he never thought he would see again. He did not need to touch it to know. Everything here belonged to Diana. Not just a part, but a great many things, as if someone had gathered every fragment of memory, every trace of her, and preserved them in this room, not to remember, but to control. William said nothing, but in his mind, every piece began to connect. The black-covered carts, the periods of camera interference, the gap on the map, and now this room. These were not separate events. They were a system built to conceal the existence of this place. In the world of royalty, where everything follows rules, creating a space like this could not be an impulsive act. It required power, patience, and a purpose strong enough to justify every risk. William stood in the middle of the room, realizing something with clarity. This was not just about the past. This was about obsession, and by crossing that forbidden line, William had stepped into a museum of obsession. William stood motionless in the hidden room. But the feeling was no longer the initial shock. It had turned into a weight pressing against his chest, as if the air itself had thickened with things that were never meant to exist. He understood that he had not only entered a concealed space, but had stepped into a portion of his mother's memory that had been taken and rearranged by someone else's will. Everything in this room was too neat, too ordered, to resemble a normal storage place. It felt like a silent stage, where the past had been framed and forced to remain still. William moved toward the first row of glass cabinets. His eyes fell on the jewelry resting on dark velvet. Soft, golden light reflected off metal and gemstones, creating a beauty that felt disturbingly cold. He did not need to look long to recognize them. These were not unfamiliar objects. They had once appeared in moments when the whole world watched Diana. Photographs, galas, public appearances, all of it came rushing back with a single glance. He leaned closer, his gaze shifting from observation to confirmation. These were not similar items. These were the originals, exact in every detail. And according to official records, many of them had been reported lost long ago, leaving no trace. William began to count, not because he wanted to, but because he needed a number to face the truth. His counting was slow and steady, but the deeper he went, the heavier the feeling became. Each piece of jewelry was not just an object, but evidence that someone had collected, preserved, and hidden everything that belonged to Diana. When he stopped, the number was clear in his mind. 74. Not a few lost items, not a system error. This was a complete collection, preserved almost perfectly. That led to only one conclusion. This was deliberate, prolonged, and carried out by someone with enough power that no one would question it. William stepped back, trying to steady his thoughts, but the more he looked, the more he saw something even more disturbing. These items were not forgotten. There were no signs of time, no dust gathering. Everything had been carefully maintained, as if someone returned here regularly, checking, adjusting, ensuring everything remained in its place. This was not a forgotten place. This was a maintained system. He continued moving, his eyes scanning every part of the room. Then he stopped when he noticed something different. At the far end, separated from the cabinets, was a portrait hanging alone on an empty wall. There was no elaborate frame, no direct lighting, yet its isolation made it stand out more than anything else. William walked closer, each step slow, as if he were entering a memory he was not ready to face. As the distance closed, the image became clearer, and he felt his throat tighten. It was Diana, but not the Diana the public had known, not the familiar gentle smile, not the radiant eyes seen before cameras. The woman in the painting wore a cobalt blue gown, a strong color that only emphasized the loneliness in her gaze. Her eyes were not directed at the viewer. They drifted somewhere distant, as if she were trapped in a world no one could reach. William stood there for a long time. He had never seen this portrait, and that was unusual in his position. He should have known every official image related to Diana. If this painting existed, it had never been allowed to appear. A cold thought began to form. This was not just about keeping objects. This was about controlling how Diana was remembered, controlling the image, controlling the emotion, and perhaps controlling the story itself. He looked around the room again and realized something undeniable. Everything here revolved around that portrait. The jewelry, the artifacts, all of it moved like satellites around a single center. But that center did not represent tribute. It represented possession. A surge of anger rose within William. No longer doubt or curiosity. This was appropriation, not just of objects, but of memory, of a person, of a legacy. He stepped back, his eyes still fixed on the painting, and then he noticed a detail he had overlooked. Right beneath the portrait, near the floor, was a stack of old books. They were neatly placed, yet not protected like the other items. William crouched down. A thin layer of dust suggested they had been there for a long time, but not entirely forgotten. He reached out, feeling the aged leather covers, still firm. Notebooks. He opened the first one. The pages made a soft sound as they turned, and the moment the first lines appeared, a different feeling spread through him. If the jewelry were objects taken and held, these words were a voice, thoughts, things never spoken aloud. William did not need to read everything to understand their importance. These were not ordinary notes. They were fragments of truth, things that may have been hidden, distorted, or never allowed to exist. He tightened his grip on the notebook, clearly sensing a boundary had just been broken. What he held was not only about the past, it could change the present. His eyes lifted once more to the portrait above. On one side, an image controlled; on the other, a voice never heard. Two things existing in the same space, yet completely opposed. And in that moment, William's anger no longer remained an emotion. It became a decision. His anger turned into action as he opened the dust-covered diaries beneath that portrait. William did not take long to realize that the diaries beneath the portrait were not merely personal notes. From the very first pages, their structure was unusual. These were not scattered emotional entries, but systematic records, interwoven with names, timelines, and financial details written with a chilling level of precision. It made him understand almost immediately that he was not just reading Diana's memories, but accessing a layer of truth that had never been made public. He flipped through the pages faster, but without missing anything. Names appeared repeatedly, private meetings, phone calls that had never been officially recorded. All of it gradually formed a network. And then a phrase appeared, not highlighted, but enough to make William stop. Operation Moonlight. He read it again, more slowly. There was no immediate explanation, only fragmented notes, as if the writer herself had not dared to record the full truth. But the deeper he went, the clearer its meaning became. This was not a random name. This was a campaign designed to reshape memory. The following pages revealed details that made it impossible for William to remain calm. Expenses were clearly listed, routed through multiple layers, yet all leading to the same purpose: influencing the media, steering public opinion, weakening Diana's image in the eyes of the public. not through a single direct attack, but through a series of small, sustained actions, repeated over time, enough to alter perception gradually. William tightened his grip on the notebook. This was no longer suspicion. This was evidence. But what truly shocked him lay in the later pages. It was not only Diana. Another name appeared. Catherine. Short notes, but unmistakably clear. Expenses tied to the spread of negative narratives. Unverified information intended to weaken her position in the public eye. The method was almost identical to what had once been done to Diana. Quiet, indirect, yet powerful enough to create constant pressure. William looked up, his gaze darkening. If what he was reading was true, then this was not just a story of the past. This was a pattern, a strategy being repeated, and that led to a question he could no longer avoid. Who was behind it all? He did not need to read everything to know the answer. Everything he had seen in that room, the way objects were arranged, the way they were preserved, all pointed in one direction: Camila. But William did not act immediately. He understood that what he held needed to be verified, needed to be placed before those with the authority to decide. An accusation like this could not be made without consequences. The days that followed unfolded in silence. But beneath the surface, everything began to move. Documents were copied, compared, verified. Those who had remained silent were quietly summoned. No public announcements, no formal notices, but enough to create an invisible pressure spreading throughout the palace. And then the confrontation was set. 8 hours. 8 hours inside a sealed room, where there were no reporters, no cameras, only those who held the highest power within the royal family. No one spoke of it outside, but everyone knew this was no ordinary meeting. William entered with a cold calmness. Before him were familiar faces, yet their expressions were no longer the same. There was caution, suspicion, and fear. Camila sat across from him. She did not appear panicked, not defensive, only silent, observing, as if she had prepared for this moment long ago. The documents were placed on the table. There was no need for a long introduction. William did not speak much. He simply presented the evidence, page by page, expenses, notes, connections. The atmosphere in the room grew heavier. Those present could not deny what they were seeing. This was not rumor, not speculation. These were verifiable records. Camila finally spoke, not to deny everything, but to reframe it. She spoke of responsibility, of protecting the image of the royal family, of difficult decisions that had to be made in certain moments. But that argument no longer held weight, because this time, everything had crossed the line of protection. It had entered the realm of manipulation. The confrontation stretched on, tense, without a clear stopping point. Every question led to another. Every answer opened a new gap. And over time, silence began to take over. That was the clearest sign. When nothing more could be said, the truth had already revealed itself. In the end, the royal council moved into the decision phase. There was no public debate, no spoken vote, a closed ballot. The votes were collected and counted in silence. No one spoke. But everyone understood that this result would change everything. When the final number was confirmed, the air in the room seemed to freeze. Camila was stripped of control over the Heritage Fund. And more than that, she was required to leave the palace. There was no ceremony, no official farewell, only a cold decision, made in silence, yet carrying the weight of a sentence. William did not look at her when the result was announced. He did not need to. For him, this was not a victory. This was a consequence of what had been hidden for far too long. When the meeting room doors opened, no one spoke, but everyone knew that the royal family had entered a new phase, a phase where secrets were no longer guaranteed absolute safety. And beyond the thick palace walls, a shockwave was waiting to spread. The noble mask had fallen, leaving behind a crisis unlike anything in history. Ladies and gentlemen, what William has done was not merely a personal confrontation, but a risky choice between truth and the stability of an entire royal family. Because in that world, every exposed secret can create fractures that may never be repaired. Yet sometimes, those very fractures are what allow the light to enter. William stood alone, separated from closed meetings and cold decisions. In his hand was a ring that once belonged to his mother, a symbol not only of love, but of a life marked by pain and unspoken truths. He did not say much, but his eyes made one thing clear. Justice may come late, but it can never be buried forever. And when it arrives, it carries a sense of peace that no power can replace. Elsewhere, Camilla left the palace in silence. No longer surrounded by glory or power, she stepped into the shadow of the choices she had made, and William, with everything he had sacrificed, brought light back to Diana's legacy, returning to her not only her belongings, but the truth that had been hidden for far too long. Thank you for following this journey in search of justice. If you want to continue exploring what happens next, please like and subscribe to the channel. We will continue to bring you stories that have never been told. Goodbye.
It's been incredibly insightful for me growing up, watching her leadership in that role.
March 10th, 2026. Mark this date, as it represents the moment the House of Windsor finally reached a point of no return. In a move defined by chilling, clinical authority, Prince William has sent a clear message to the world. The York family's influence is officially over. This morning, Buckingham Palace didn't just release a statement. They issued what many are calling a status obituary for Princesses Beatrice and Eugenie. It was a cold realization that the shield of the monarchy is no longer an infinite protection. For decades, the Yorks existed in the shadow of their patriarch, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. They survived on the lingering grace and family-first leniency of the late Queen Elizabeth II, an era where blood ties often outweighed public accountability. But as of March 9th, 2026, that era has been buried. Under the uncompromising guidance of Princess Anne, Prince William has